Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 204. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by Chris Reagan. You look handsome today, Chris. How are you, my friend?
I'm well. I showered this morning, which I don't normally do in the morning when we record because I usually roll out of bed because I'm up until like the stupidest hours of the early morning lately, just writing and doing a bunch of stuff for some videos that I'm really excited about. But
cool.
Yeah, I had
You're
time.
feeling the energy right now.
Yeah, I feel good.
Good.
So it's nice. Like just waking up and just having a shower. Like showering in the morning is just really nice. It's just like a really energizing thing. I used to do it at night usually, but
Mike is a night shower. I kind of take after my father where he always showered first thing in the morning and last thing before he went to bed every day, no matter what. And I started doing that and I really enjoyed it. But then I realized I was taking showers like 6 hours apart sometimes. But when I worked in a real office, which has been, I haven't worked a real job in like almost 10 years, which is hysterical. I used to take a shower every day. Like your day couldn't start without that shower. But these days I wake up and take my showers after I work out. So it can be anywhere between like 2 or 3 or like 7 or 8 at night. That's when I take my shower. So I'm just rolling. You know? So I'm probably a little dirty, a little stinky right now. Who knows? Dustin Furman, executive producer, wearing a long sleeve shirt today. Yeah, actually, you're both wearing long sleeve shirts. See, I can't wear long sleeve shirts. I don't feel like I look proper in them.
What do you mean?
That's a whole other thing. I just don't feel like I look right in them. I feel like I look a little spindly. You know, like a little
spindly.
Yeah, that's right.
Like a siren head?
Yeah, sure.
That's confusing.
It is. Dustin Furman, welcome. How are you?
Hi.
Talk to me.
I'm good. I don't know. I was away for a few days, and so I'm getting back into the swing of things. And now my parents are going to be here for Memorial Day, which is cool. But yeah, so there may be some dog-related interruptions, which it seems like, Colin, there's a dog behind you as well that I don't think will be interrupting us based on his circumstance, right?
Indeed. Well, I'll show everyone what's going on here. So you can see that I've gotten more shelving. But if you're watching the show, so tell me if you guys can see this. We can see it. There's a refresh bar going up and down because of these lights I'm using. So we have to get like a different camera. Dustin's making me nervous because he says we might need different lights. I don't know how the hell that's going to happen because these are custom made shelves. But eventually, see, over here, G.I. Joe's starting to line up. And over here, vehicles are going to go. The planes, the tanks, all that kind of stuff, as well as other odds and ends. So that'll be fine. But yeah, dog, Rush here. He had knee surgery today. And he had it yesterday. He's been recovering at the vet. Expensive but necessary, I think, for this young man. He's only 2. He's crazy. He runs around a lot. I feel like I needed to take care of him. So he's resting, and I feel bad for him. I was worried about him the entire time. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like that shit.
It's weird leaving your dog with random strangers.
Indeed, like you pay them.
A weird feeling.
You pay them thousands of dollars for this surgery, and then you just leave. Yeah, and you don't know any of them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. Thank God for the internet.
Cut them up.
They could replace your dog with like an identical dog, and you would have no idea.
Indeed. I was saying, like, what if we went, because Rush apparently made a really good impression on them. He's very lovable and cute. He's a very handsome dog. So I was like, what if they just say like, oh, here's your dog back, but they just give you some other shitty dog and they don't want to give you Rush back. So thankfully we've reclaimed the pup and he's here, and we have to keep him separated from Treble because Treble's even crazier, as Dustin learned recently. And he's got an 8-week mend coming up here. So but he should be back to it before long. Feel bad for that boy. Well, welcome everyone to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. I hope you're doing very well out there. Thank you for joining us. Remember, you can get early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all other things Last Stand Media, including Knockback, the Retro and Nostalgia podcast, and Defining Duke, the Xbox podcast, over at patreon.com/laststandmedia. Please do join us. Things are a little slow right now in games, so we're going down a little bit in numbers. You know I don't like to see that. I know you'll be back, but I don't want you to come back later. I'd rather you came back now. So thank you for being here and for enjoying our show. Of course, if you listen on free feeds, enjoy there as well. Leave us nice reviews, 5-star reviews. Come follow us on YouTube if you like to watch the show. And I guess I should shut this off, right? The lights. That's going to drive people nuts. I really feel like it's driving me nuts.
Could be the litmus test.
Yeah.
Or you could turn it off and then we can see what the comments say.
Well, it is true. See, you and Dustin, you know how I like to roll. And Chris, you've been with me long enough. You know how I like to roll. I like to do things and not say anything to the audience. I like to just see if they notice. So you'll remember, for a long time, listeners, you'll remember that Chris and I started recording remotely for like a month and never told you.
Yeah.
Because I felt like if I told you, then people would be like, we can tell. And not one of you motherfuckers noticed. Not one.
Yeah.
So I did a little something again, where a few months ago, the shelf's been up. I had the light on for a couple of weeks and that refresh was happening, but no one said anything about it. So did I point something out that is going to drive you crazy? Do I actually have to get the lights replaced? Dustin, if you can't find a camera that can deal with this, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You were thinking about saying fired, but then you're like, no.
I can't fire you. I mean, I can't fire you. I really didn't think about firing you because I can't fire you. I don't know what we would do.
You fucked up. You fucked up drawing attention to it. That's what you just reminded people that that their tongues don't have a natural resting place. Is what you just did.
Oh no.
That's
what you just did.
My theory is that when there's stuff on it, it'll be way, way, way less noticeable. So the thing is, I can't really see right now because like we've said before, when we record, our quality goes way down.
Right.
My theory is the shelf with the Joes less noticeable. I could be totally wrong, and everyone who's watching this is like, yeah, Dustin, it's totally obvious. But
I think you're right because it's not even noticeable on the beer on the shelf. It's weird. Like it's almost like it happens behind it.
I don't know.
What could it be?
This is beyond me.
Probably because I'm using a 1080p webcam. Probably has something to do with it. That you can buy for like $20. But that's about as good as it's going to get. Remember, it wasn't only a couple years ago where I refused to do any video podcasting anymore. So the fact that you even got this, you're lucky it's not a fucking Degaro type that we refresh every 5 minutes. Or
Game Boy camera.
Game Boy camera. You have to stay so still. Like, when they used to take pictures during the Civil War on like silver plates, and you had to stay still so long, and even if you moved after like 20 seconds, there was a blur in the picture. I can't believe people used to do shit like that. That's why it was easiest during the Civil War to take pictures of dead bodies. And a lot of people used to pose as dead bodies during the Civil War to get good battlefield pictures. True story. All right. Sacred Symbols Plus. Want to remind you all, Sacred Symbols Plus is still going twice a week. Some of those podcasts go on YouTube, but they're all behind the paywall, and you get them for subscribing. All of our individual 200 lists are up.
Yep.
Which, and what I mean by that is episode 200 was the top 25 PS4 games. We each did a list. The audience did a list. We can all agree now that my list is the best, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now that the lists are all out, I think we can probably agree that I should have had twice as much of a pull as was originally proposed, Dustin. And the list would be much more reflective of reality, I think, at the very least.
Yeah, with River City Girls. And no God of you. Here's the thing. We got to call something out here. Chris and I don't know. Maybe Chris played some games. I was like, you could. He fucking he walks away. He walks away.
Wow. I'm hearing. I'm listening.
You can still hear. Okay.
You know what's funny that we couldn't tell because the image is so blurry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was going to show you. I'm listening. I can hear you. Okay. I can hear you.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
To my understanding, you admitted that part of your reasoning of leaving God of War off the list was to skew the finalist.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how I feel about that because Chris and I, at least I can say, I put what I felt was the top 25. For me, I wasn't trying to play any fucking games by putting Nier as number 1. I did put it pretty high. I didn't leave off Last of Us Part 2 in order to lower the ranking, maybe to get back.
Did I say that? I don't remember saying that. I must have said it. Is this going to become like a Lockmort episode now where I did say that?
What's up?
Because I did. So I got my list. I used all my trophies to get my list. And I had like probably 50 or 60 games that I wrote down. Some of them you write down and you're like, there's no way this is making the list.
Right. Sure.
I would say God of War got down to like 30, the final 30. And there was some fucking chicanery going on because I was originally going to put Curse of the Moon and Curse of the Moon 2 on that list.
Wow.
So that got knocked off. But there are 2 Wolfenstein games on the list. But then I thought, like, should I have put New Order on there? Does that really count? No one held me to account for that because no one really knew. So,
yeah,
I don't know. Chris, are you still feeling confident in your list, my friend?
Yeah, they were all the ones that mattered to me.
Yeah.
So like, so absolutely. I think there was a little bit of a confusion in the list early on because I had something that Ben was like, that doesn't count. You can't put that. And I was like, what are you really?
What was it?
And it was I think it was Shadow of the Colossus. And because it was a remake.
But I thought we decided.
No, we did, but he was like, you can't do that. Okay. And then I was like, okay. And I switched it up around, and then he writes back, it's like, oh, I fucked up. Sorry, that's totally fine. I was like,
because our thing was that we weren't going to do re-releases. So like, there wasn't a re-release of these on PS4. But for instance, the Team Eco collection, that wouldn't count.
Not an up-resed version of the same exact game, but like Shadow of the Colossus was it's like Crash Team Racing. It was like a full-on top to bottom remake, where like I was like, you know what, this belongs here for me anyway. But I feel good about my list. Like most of my favorite shit landed in the overall top 10 list. So, I did
one of those annoying things at the end of my video where, like some people ask me like, why are you throwing things away? Why don't you save these things, sign it and send it to someone? I had the original list that I printed out, that I was like checking off on stage. And I just went and put it in the paper shredder and I was done during the show. Because I have to get that out of my life. But yeah, to the point, when we do the PS5 list in many years, Demon Souls will be available to put on that list because it was remade.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'm feeling good about the list. I'm glad everyone has a little bit of a different taste. I thought it was a really fun exercise, and
it was.
We should do it again. I don't know. Do you guys feel confident in your knowledge of PS3 to do that with me one day? We should do that.
I don't personally.
Yeah.
I feel that's the hugest PlayStation blind spot for me, but because I just didn't own it until way later.
Right,
me too.
Yeah, PS3 is the one I probably know best, ironically, because that was when I was at IGN. So that whole generation.
Balanced.
Yeah, what did you say?
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Indeed. I played. I mean, there were years where I was playing like everything. Remember those days when you could conceivably play every game? I mean, you probably really couldn't, but it seemed like you could. Like there were weeks where nothing came out.
There is a tragic irony in the fact that like the time where the area and time where you have the most time to play every game that you can is the time where you're least able to afford anything.
Yes,
it's like,
dude,
it's really fucking Sisyphean or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
what's that guy's name?
Sisyphus, yeah. Which is also which is in Returnal. So
I remember a time, Chris, where I had like 2 or 3 Xbox 360 games that I got when it came out, and I traded all 3 in, and I had one game, and it was Oblivion. I think I had Oblivion and only Oblivion for maybe 6 to 8 months.
Not a bad game to have that you would if you were only going to have one game.
You're right, exactly. But I'm thinking about now.
What is going on here with my fucking throat? I don't understand. I'm sorry.
And you've been hitting some vapes. Does that do anything?
I don't know.
I don't
really pay attention. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. That was very rude.
Colin's a serial vapist.
Oh my God. Good Lord.
Hello. Yeah.
The only thing else I was going to say is I would have killed for any of these game subscription passes, whether it's this new PS Plus or Game Pass or whatever. It would have been an insane thing being a teenager with that. But
yeah, dude, that's the thing. There was like that thing going around this weekend on Twitter and other places about Game Pass, and some people saying like it's just a great way for unprivileged people to afford games or whatever, and for lack of a better term. And I'm like, yeah, totally. It would have been nice. We had none of that stuff when we were kids. I remember even when you can go to like Blockbuster and start just taking out games, and as long as you return a game, you just take another game, and that just like that was like a fucking revolution in my life. Nonetheless, all this stuff that's going on now. All right. Well, Sacred Symbols Plus, I think we began talking about that, but all those episodes are out now. Gene is coming back from the Washington Post soon. Hoag's coming back next week. A lot of legal stuff happening that we want to catch up on. I'm having a gamer from Russia on to talk about what's going on over there from their perspective in terms of access to games and all the rest. Gio Corsi's coming on to talk about the Vita. We're having an eFootball player on to talk about that. A lot of stuff going on. And I don't know that we'll get another spoiler cast out until, I don't know, like the Quarry maybe we can try to do or something like that.
Yeah,
that would be a fun one to do. In fact, Z28 said he would like to do that one with us. He was a Gran Turismo player, so maybe we can have him on. I don't know otherwise. Like, we'll
It's-
do
it's
something on
looking-
perils of baking as well, but that doesn't really count.
Yeah, it's looking mostly pretty barren in general. So like, yeah, I wouldn't even know when the next big. I don't know when the next big one will be, because I don't even think we have the release date for the next big game anyway.
No, we don't. In fact, we'll talk about a lot of that later on in the show. So I got to say, guys, as we get into it, this show, as of yesterday, because I write the show on Wednesdays, and then I kind of hope and pray nothing happens. But if it does, I rewrite things. The show, as it was this morning, was much shorter than the show is because so much news came out of the financial briefing that Sony gave that we have a myriad of things to talk about. And we'll get to all that as well as other news. But I wanted to begin, as we sometimes do, with something from the audience on Patreon. Max Burke wrote in. Said, "Hey, CDC, I typically listen to podcasts while on my commute, and most days are uneventful. That all changed Monday morning at 4:45 a.m. I want to stop here. Being up at 4:45 in the morning makes me want to throw up. Just the idea of it. You know, like when you have to get up so early to catch like a plane or some like one-off thing, it makes you want to puke just being up that early. I can't believe people do that. All right. While listening to episode 203, a deer ran across 3 empty lanes and collided with my driver's side front and rear doors. I'm fine, and this is far from the worst thing to happen to my car. I'd like to think that the last thing the deer heard was your discussion about PSVR and peripherals, but that bastard likely lived, as I cannot find the body. Have you guys ever had experiences with wildlife on the road? All the rest from deer-infested southern Illinois. Yeah, dude. As I've said, so I don't drive and driven since high school, really. However, on Long Island, and I think I've said this in the past, Long Island, go Islanders. They're out. I mean, they didn't even make the playoffs, so I don't know why I said that in particular, but they would invite, and it's still a tradition to this day. New York State's a big state. We have upstate, Western New York City, Westchester, all that kind of stuff, and Long Island. And Long Island sends an invitation to the upstate hunters, and they come down by the hundreds and by the thousands to Long Island like twice a year, and they fuck the deer up all over Long Island. Yeah. And then they leave, and they have to come back and it doesn't seem to do anything. I can only imagine how bad it would be if they didn't come do that. Because when I worked at a land trust during college one summer, there's a lot of like land preserves on Long Island. I worked at one of them. I had a confrontation with a deer, like a deer mom, where they like hiss at you and do some weird shit if you get too close. And I'm like, is this deer going to attack me? I was kind of scared of the deer. So, Chris, what do you think about this? Max Burke survived. He assumes the deer survived because he couldn't find the corpse, but that he might have gotten a little bit of a glimpse of our conversation about PSVR.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that because it means we provided free entertainment to a deer, which is just like I don't respect those animals at all. Like I hate them. It's so funny because like when I moved to California initially, and I would talk about this, they'd be like, "Oh, but they're so cute." And I'm like, "You don't understand. You're so divorced from them because they can't survive here. So you've never had to deal with these things in actuality when they just kamikaze your car seemingly on purpose. Like they're such reprehensible mammals that every time I hit one, I'm almost, it's like 40% upset and like 60% like good, like good, like you're good. I'm glad I did some damage to you.
Yeah, sure. They're little rats on daddy long legs, basically. It's fucked.
Yeah,
dude.
They eat all your shit.
Right.
They just like, they rummage around it. They just hide under, like there was one under my porch or under my parents' porch once, screaming for no reason. And it woke me up and I was like, what? I've never heard a deer scream, and you've probably never heard a deer scream if you're listening to this, but it is such it's such a disconcerting sound. And it's not what you want to wake up to. Like they're fucking terrible.
No, you don't want to wake up to that. In fact, my dad has a BB pistol, like a BB gun, like just on his kitchen counter or whatever, and he goes out and shoots them when they come on his lawn, like just like to sting them to get them off, because they literally can jump over like 6 or 7 or 8 foot fences. It's insanity. And they'll fuck up, like my dad grows stuff and stuff, they'll fuck it all up. And so like he'll be in the middle of a conversation or something, like be like, hold on a second, and like take out the gun and just walk out to the back porch, start like shooting some deer across the yard with a BB gun as it runs away.
They're terrible.
And moose, of course. We've talked about moose too. They're way worse.
They're scary though, because they're like Jurassic Park level, like tall, where it's just like
they'll kill you if you crash into and if you crash into a moose, you're probably gonna lose.
Same with a deer though. Like if you hit a deer in the right spot and it goes through your windshield.
Oh yeah.
That's happened in this area like a bunch, but
and you get gored, right?
Yeah, basically.
Damn, that's dark.
Here in Western PA, it's basically a holiday. The first day of deer season. Like they used to have school on that day, but so many kids would skip to go hunting that they just started giving everybody off the first day of deer season. Nice. But yeah, you got to be careful. These little fuckers will jump out in the road. It's Holly just a few years ago. Totally, our Subaru got totally fucked up, and there's nothing you can do most of the time. They literally, like Chris said, will just kamikaze out of like the side of the road, like with a death wish. Maybe we've got more in common with the deer than we think. Maybe they are trying to be taken out. But here's the thing too, is that if you hit it the right way here in Western PA, that's a perfectly good meal right there.
Yeah, venison.
Tons of people will, if they hit the deer and it's not too bruised, they'll pop that in the back of the pickup truck. You're set then, as long as you got a storage freezer.
Yeah.
But, yeah. It's crazy.
All right. Max, I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry the deer's okay too. Jeff Hughes wrote in. Now, Jeff wrote in with a little bit of what he thought was a correction. But Jeff, I'm going to have to put you in your place. He says, "Hi, CDC. I've let this go on for too long now. Every time you use the term write-off, a little piece of me dies because the implication is Sony just magically saves all their money through taxes." And he says, the implication, right? Okay, so let's say they spend $1 million on planting trees in California where the combined federal and state rates are about 31%. That means they only saved $310,000 in taxes. If they hadn't done this, they would still have paid this amount and would have booked $690,000 in additional profit. They're still losing money by doing this. It is just costing them less in addition to the positive PR they receive as reasons to do so. Hope this helps the non-accounting nerds out there. You have no idea how many times I had to tell people they can't just buy a car for free as a write-off. Sorry for this long post and thanks for amazing content. Jeff, do you think it's possible that I own two separate companies and don't know at this point how write-offs work? I think I would probably be in debtor's prison if I was doing what you were describing. So I probably have a decent idea of how write-offs, you said it's the implication, but I would argue, since I'm positive I never said that was the way it worked, that you're reading into something that isn't there in order to satiate your need to correct it. But there's nothing there to correct. Because we were simply saying companies do things for write-offs, which they do.
Yeah.
Jeff. Stand down. This isn't that episode of Seinfeld where Jerry and Kramer are arguing about write-offs. And he says, you don't even know what write-offs are. And he's like, well, do you? Yeah. And it's like, no. Yes, I do. I didn't for a long time, but I definitely do now. Jeff, stand down. Put you in fucking prison. Whoa. All right. I wanted to give a little reminder here. We don't usually do this, but it's Days of Play. And this is a huge deal because this is 2 weeks or so of steep discounts. And that includes stuff from the PlayStation Gear Store on some hardware and peripherals, accessories, and a shit ton of great games, including AAA games and all the rest games on Vita, PS3, PS4, PS5, PSVR, AAA, AA, indie, shitty, and all the rest. I bought a controller for, I think, $50, something like that.
Not bad.
And on Amazon, because they're doing it, I got the light blue, the sky blue one that comes today, I think. Actually, it might have come when we were, I just got a thing from Amazon, so that's probably exactly what that is. So I just wanted to give people a heads up on that you can get some good stuff. This includes, by the way, newer games, Far Cry 6, Lego Star Wars, which isn't very good, Dying Light 2, The Witch Queen for Destiny 2, and more. Yeah. So go check it out. Yeah,
I really like PlayStation's like merch, like their clothes.
Yeah, they do a nice job.
They do a good job, and it's also like widely available. Like just generally, like I'll be going to like stores and I'll see it. It's like, yeah, this is nice, but they're the only brand that does that. Like Nintendo has like their characters and shit. Like you have like a Mario shirt or like a Zelda shirt, always at the Hot Topic with the Triforce, and you're like, of course that's still here. But like actual proper merch is so like I don't know. I feel like Sony's got like some kind of deal set up. It's all good everywhere I've run into it.
Even at and you probably remember this, Dustin, at PlayStation Experience, they would have really good merch. I still have some of it. So yeah, they seem to get it, because you know how we always, like, I started having a friend of ours make merch for me, like just one-off shirts, because I'm so sick of bad merch. where I'm like, you want to get like a 311 logo on a shirt and then it has like something on the sleeve and like the fucking tour dates on the back. I'm like, I just want the 311 logo. That's it. Why can't you just sell me that? And we've kind of taken that on board with our own merch, which will be launching soon, by the way, our new merch line. Very excited about that. All right, so go check that out if you're interested in saving some cash. Please do. I wanted to read this letter from Tasmanian Devil before we get into a few political topics, although we don't have to talk too deeply about them. It says, hey guys, longtime free listener and recently realized the importance of supporting people like yourselves. I come from a small town and a religious household, which instilled in me ideologies that aren't considered popular today. I often feel bombarded by different media and entertainment telling me that I need to believe a certain way, and if I don't, I'm a terrible person and no longer deserve an opinion. I just have to thank you guys for respecting everyone's right to believe what they believe, even if it differs from your own opinions. It's a breath of fresh air that can be pretty hard to come by these days. I hope you guys have an outstanding day. Thank you. We've gotten a lot of letters like this over the last few weeks. I wanted to acknowledge them with that one at the very least. You're very welcome here. Some people don't like it when we talk about politics. I can accept that. Use the timestamps if you have a problem. We don't inject ourselves into politics, at least my opinion is we don't, if it's not necessary. And, for instance, we have nothing to say about the horrible violence that's been happening in the United States the last couple of weeks because other than what we discussed last week about New York State potentially going after Discord or Twitch as part of that, it has nothing to do with our show. But I want to reiterate that you're entitled to your own opinions. You're entitled to be mad about what we talk about or whatever. I don't care about that. It's not going to stop me from saying what I need to say. If that's too much for you, you can go. And we're never going to beat you over the head with things to make a point. Mm-hmm. I guarantee you, Chris and I in particular don't agree about very much when it comes to politics.
Yeah, probably.
Probably much more on the social end than the fiscal end and all that kind of stuff. But it doesn't stop us from being good friends. And I hope that you guys can take that in your own world. It doesn't matter. In fact, the last time I saw Chris, when we did the live show, I don't think we talked about politics for one iota of a second. So
yeah, I don't think so.
It doesn't matter. So I'm glad that people understand that that is our modus operandi here, that we want to welcome everyone and that we know that it's pretty toxic out there. And I don't think it has to do with the subject matter. I think it has to do with the people. So bring that good spirit of open-mindedness and inquiry here, and you'll be very welcome. It doesn't matter what you believe. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy, and listeners can get 10% off their first month of sessions right this very minute at betterhelp.com/symbols. BetterHelp has been a longtime sponsor of Sacred Symbols, and I'm so pleased because I truly and really believe in the efficacy of therapy for pretty much everyone. And BetterHelp does a wonderful job of lowering practical, logistical, and even financial barriers to mental health, making it much more widely accessible. So here's the rub. BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. This is a very big deal, especially for the anxious or shy amongst us. And while I'm not known for being very shy, if you haven't noticed, I am massively anxious. While I've had effective therapy in person in the past, the idea of not having to go somewhere, sit in a waiting room, and so on and so forth is very compelling for a person like me. It's 2022, and so many of our lives have been greatly improved by technology. Why would therapy be immune? It isn't. Therapy can be and is just as effective meeting you where you are, how you want to communicate, in a way that works best for you. Making you better is the goal, after all. The result is that you can still get the help you need with whatever ails your mind, from depression to problems at work or in relationships, to a lack of focus and drive, and so much more. And better yet, since BetterHelp eliminates all the nonsense and doesn't pay for, say, office space, your therapy is cheaper. Indeed, BetterHelp is much more affordable than in-person therapy. And better yet, once you sign up, you will be matched with your therapist in under 48 hours. Therapy works, it truly does. And taking care of your mind is so very, very important. Your happiness, your success, and everything else can truly hinge on your state of mind. Tend to it, my friends. You'll be glad you did. To get 10% off your first month of sessions, whether over video, text, or whatever, head to betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for access to helpful and effective therapy that can make you feel better, use BetterHelp at betterhelp.com/symbols. Remember, my friends, you matter, your happiness matters, and you have the power to change your reality. Your money matters, and how you deal with it is incredibly important. For many, especially those of you getting started in the adult world, you don't need sophisticated banking services and the like. You really just need to get established and have access to basic and reliable banking services instead. This is why Chime is so interesting, since you can do everything from setting up checking and savings accounts to getting a Visa card, all at chime.com/sacred. One of the great banking inventions of the last few decades is direct deposit. The idea that you don't have to grab your check from work, deposit it yourself, and wait for it to clear, which is exactly what your parents and grandparents did. It all kind of just happens. Well, what would you say if I told you Chime can make that process even more fortuitous by giving you access to your direct deposit 2 days early before your company even makes it? So if you're chomping at the bit to pay some bills early or need that cash just a few hours before you were set to get it for whatever reason, Chime can help. Indeed, for those who simply need a checking or a savings account, an awesome mobile app, and even a debit card, Chime is a wonderful solution for those looking to keep things basic, effective, and all within the realm of affordability. So what are you waiting for? Hopefully not your paycheck. Get started with Chime today. Applying for a free account takes less than 2 minutes. Get started at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, for access to an award-winning banking app and a suite of banking options all at the tip of your fingers, head to chime.com/sacred. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. And on that note, I just wanted to touch on these 3 stories. Now, I'm going to have Rick Hogue on next week on Sacred Symbols Plus to talk about all 3 of these things. However, I just wanted to let you guys know that we know. So, number 1, Sony has been sued again for discrimination by the same person that sued them the last time. This is under, I guess, a more refined theory of the case, as the other one got thrown out, I guess. Mm-hmm. So there's that. Electronic Arts has officially declined internally to take any stance on politics. To its, they did a like an all hands meeting with EA and the C-suite, and they noted that they're not going to have anything to say about stuff like abortion rights and all of this. They don't want to wade into the culture war, and they reiterated that all of these different opinions should be respected. And then finally, Raven up in Wisconsin, their QA people, which we discussed how they kind of got fucked over because they were trying to unionize and they didn't get the company-wide raises. Well, they are the first North American unionized body in AAA games. And so I'm going to go deep into that with Hogue as well. Dustin, you have anything to say about any of these 3 stories before we move on?
The only thing I was just thinking now, this would be a good question for Hogue, actually, is that I wonder if, thinking about this Raven QA situation, do you think the company-wide raise thing was part of a strategy to quell any other potential unions to be like, well, look, they're getting screwed because they unionized, and so now they don't get it?
Certainly. But yeah, I think he'll have more. That's my opinion, but
that's
I think he'll have more to say.
I thought.
Yeah. Well, definitely, we're going to get into that because, again, I don't feel like I'm really well equipped to discuss these topics per se right now. Chris, do you have anything you want to add to any of these before we move on to more gaming news?
Not really. I think the EA thing is interesting only because so this was how did they say that they were going to decline to wade into the culture war? Was that like a thing that they I don't understand how that news got out.
Yeah, so apparently there was like an all hands meeting that was reported on, like their sources that then talked to these people. So the New York Times actually was, I'm sorry, I opened the wrong story. The New York Times did write about it. Kotaku relayed word on this one. The story for people that want to check it out is EA tells, what happened here? This is an ad. Jesus Christ. EA tells devs why isn't my ad block working? EA tells devs it won't take stand on abortion rights, encourages healing circles, in quotes. And so apparently the chief people officer, which is something fake that big companies have, Mala Singh, said the following in part, quote, "The thing about the world today is there is a lot of division. We know this. We see it every single day. But the thing that unites us is that we're all here to make amazing games and experiences for our players. And that is how we have the most positive impact on our world. These things are hard and they're personal, and we all have our own perspectives, and sometimes we won't speak, and that will be upsetting. And I understand that. We really do." And when asked about what was going on, I guess Kotaku reached out to EA, and EA declined to give any sort of comment other than this statement. And they said, quote, that said, because they said, we're not going to talk about confidential conversations, but they say, quote, "We work to create an environment where our employees can talk about complex issues in our world today. We do this in a number of ways, from town halls to Slack discussions, group dialogues, surveys, and more. From all of that, we recognize these topics are deeply personal, and we know that there are many strong opinions, and some will be disappointed when we say that we're not making public statements because we're focused on the ways we can support our people around the world as their employer. That is what we're doing in this case, making sure that people have access to the healthcare benefits we provide as a company, even if those aren't available locally." It's kind of a wink and a nod to saying that they'll kind of help you out if you have an issue where you are. Let's say you're in Texas or some other place. But So that's basically the long and short of it. That seems completely logical to me to say, like, we make games, and in fact, we don't make political games. So you can't even say like we have some like, fucking Command and Conquer shit, I guess, or whatever, but they're not Naughty Dog or trying to like say something about the world. So like they make FIFA and fucking Dead Space. I don't think and this again, Chris, doesn't it go back to like the what does Ja Rule think of 9/11 Chappelle thing? It's like,
for sure, yeah.
Who gives a shit?
I don't know, yeah, because it reads to me like almost like they announced that they had nothing to say, and I was like, that'd be confusingly dumb.
I agree with you.
It would be better to just not say anything. But like if they were asked about it and then they just gave a genuine answer, that's different.
Guys, I thought you'd be interested in this. This is interesting. So there's a Video Games Chronicle, our buddies over there, reported that Xbox apparently had an inside track to get Marvel, and therefore Spider-Man could have been a game that they did instead. And this comes from a book by an author named Stephen L. Kent, who wrote The Ultimate History of Video Games Volume 2. And this is from 2021. So this has been in the book and, people probably just didn't realize it. And it says that Activision and Disney, or at the time Marvel, Disney wasn't owned by Marvel, but Activision was, as Chris knows, because he loves some of these games, they were making all the Spider-Man games. Most of them were mediocre, I would think. There was a couple of good ones. We like Shattered Dimensions and all that kind of stuff. But they said that Activision is, gets the IP taken away from them, like all the Marvel stuff, the Spider-Man stuff. And apparently Activision was like, what are you going to do? And Marvel is like, we're going to find a better home. And apparently Activision said to them, quote unquote, good luck finding your unicorn. And so at that time, which is where I think things get pretty interesting, Jay Ong, who's Marvel Games head, went and talked to both Xbox and PlayStation, and Xbox said to them, that they'd rather focus on their own IP. This was back in 2014. So they went over to Sony instead and sat down with Adam Boyes and John Drake, neither of which are at PlayStation anymore. But at the time, they were both big players at PlayStation. John Drake is actually at Marvel now. Adam Boyes is at Iron Galaxy, as I recall. And it says, quote, I sat down with these two execs from PlayStation third party, Adam Boyes and John Drake, in August 2014 in a conference room in Burbank. So Burbank is where Insomniac is, and that's where Chris used to live. Mm-hmm. And it said, and Ong said to them, quote, I said, we have a dream that this is possible, that we could beat Arkham and have one game at least and maybe multiple games that we could drive adoption from your platform. And this is where Spider-Man came from. What's interesting about this story in particular is that Insomniac wasn't with Sony at this point. And in fact, during this era, Insomniac was heavily pursuing not being involved with Sony. This is where Sunset Overdrive and all of the rest come from. So if Xbox had simply said yes, it's possible that the very same game, not like some hypothetical other game, but the same thing would have been on their platform instead. Chris, what do you think of that?
I think it's really interesting, especially because, obviously Xbox at the time, they're saying we want to focus on our own IP, except now obviously we know that they're working on, Indiana Jones and these other things where it's like, okay, so they're clearly now they're okay with branching out in that way. It's interesting to imagine what that hypothetical reality would have looked like, because that would have been a huge deal. Like an Insomniac Spider-Man game exclusive to Xbox would have been industry shaking, I think. Industry shattering. If
it was insane. The same game, especially because you can imagine that maybe Sony was able to kind of guide it properly, but I don't necessarily think so. Insomniac's a very capable studio. It's just amazing to think that they literally could have had the same game. It's not like they could have had their own studios make something that would have sucked or been good or who knows.
Yeah.
They could have worked with Insomniac.
Because when I first read it, I was like, oh, well, because when I first read it, I was thinking like, oh, well, I don't know if Microsoft has any in-house studios that could really do a Spider-Man game all that well. So like, part of me was like, maybe it is probably better that things turned out the way they did. But
yeah,
man, what a crazy, what a crazy reality that would have been.
It's also
everything would be different.
I agree. Spider-Man is one of the best-selling games in PlayStation history, and 20+ million copies. That's fucking nuts. I think before, I don't know how it is now, but that's more copies than every Metroid game is sold combined.
Yeah.
That's just a shit. And I'm not making fun of Nintendo. What I'm saying is like the games you think are big, Metroid is always my example of that, are not as big as you think. We're going to talk about that later when I tell you the top 10 most played games in the United States right now. You're going to fucking cry. But in the meantime, I wanted to bring that story up because it's just an interesting what if out of the annals of gaming history. And Dustin, I'm curious what you make of it, because I'm trying to line up the timing, but I don't really know what the fuck they were talking about at the time. Microsoft was working on things like Titanfall at this point, which they didn't own, Tomb Raider, which they didn't own, a bunch of other stuff.
3.
Like it seemed like, I'm sorry, what?
Crackdown 3.
Crackdown, right? And of course, games that they canceled, Phantom Dust, Scalebound. So I think that they made the wrong choice, but it doesn't quite jive. It's like, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. You still haven't done anything with your own games. This is 8 years later.
It's very clear that was particularly a period where they were clearly in flux, and there was probably like no consistent messaging within higher up. Like I can imagine it was just like, what do we do? Do we focus on IP? It's like, well, yeah, that's what we got to do. That's what typically works. And it's like, well, what about this subscription thing? And it's like, maybe. Yeah, I can imagine like that was a very transitionary period, and I would bet that there are people in Microsoft who were like, you said what? You said what to Marvel?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. Very interesting. Dustin, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I can understand from Xbox's perspective at the time that it's like you want your system sellers to be IP that you own, because there's a lot of cash that comes from outside the game, whether that's merchandise or different kind of deals like for movies and TV and stuff like that. So I can understand why they're like, well, based on Spider-Man games previously, maybe it would be better for us to do our own thing, and that way we fully own the IP. But at the same time, I think what's sticking out to me about this article is this quote where it said, and maybe multiple games that could drive adoption of your platform. And I specifically remember that Christmas where Spider-Man was bundled with the PS4, and that sold like crazy. That bundle was actually, that Black Friday, I remember that bundle was selling out because so many people wanted a PlayStation 4. But a lot of people in particular wanted to play this game, whether you only had an Xbox, this was your way in, or if you're maybe like a more casual game player, but you had to play the Spider-Man game. So just obviously a fantastic move on Sony's part. It's weird because it's obviously a blunder for Xbox not to do that, but I kind of understand why they didn't based on when they were asked.
I understand why they did it in the sense that like I would understand why a business person wouldn't do it, because I can understand like, oh yeah, you want to own your IP. Spider-Man as an IP at that point in particular wasn't particularly beloved. Like 2014, that was Amazing Spider-Man 2. You know, that was like the worst Spider-Man movie that was ever put to film. That was the previous Spider-Man games up until then, like they hadn't had a really like big hit one since Spider-Man 2 for Xbox and PS2. I could see why from their perspective it'd be like, probably not the best investment. And Spider-Man was the biggest Marvel IP at that time. You know, even with the Avengers being like super big in the movies, like Spider-Man's like just this ubiquitous character, and he still wasn't doing particularly well. So I could see from that perspective. But as a person who plays games and knows the history of games, like to if I was sitting in that room, I'd be like, guys, we need to make a Spider-Man game. Like, this is obvious. Like, this is like one of the few heroes that like works in video games. Like, most of them don't work. What was the last Superman game you played that was great? Iron Man. Like, any of these.
Yeah, they just can't
do it. Batman and Spider-Man. Spider-Man in particular, because Batman only got good with Arkham. But Spider-Man's had a ton of good games. And even like the bad ones are still kind of decent. Like, what was it? Like Web of Shadows and Shattered Dimensions. And these games they're not like amazing, but they're pretty damn good. So like I would have been there. It would have been like, yo, we got to do this. But I guess they just didn't have those people in play, which has been Xbox's problem for a while. I don't know if it's that big so much now, but certainly Don Matrick era and probably like leading up a little bit after that, that was definitely a sore spot where they just had they had stuffed shirts like sitting in the conference room.
Yeah, well said. Well said. I think one of the things that works synergistically, I hate that fucking word, for Sony was the Spider-Man movie rights gave them, I think, a reason to really pursue this and try to mix it all up that way, which is cool.
It's true.
And that the fact that they just will not, and wisely will not, relinquish Spider-Man, that deal, I'm sure Marvel would love to get off the board, but they're just never going to be able to do it. I don't think it ever expires as long as they keep utilizing it. So there's something there. And of course, we're going to get Wolverine, Spider-Man 2. So there's at least 2 more coming. But what I'm surprised about, Chris, because you made a good point about Iron Man. We did get that PSVR Iron Man game that I never played from Camouflage. And I hope that kind of does get ported to the new one, because I think that would be maybe an interesting game to check out. But I'm a little shocked that Iron Man, because of his ability to move, that's an obvious open world game. Like, I don't know why some third party hasn't gone up to them and been like, we can make an Iron Man game that is basically like Spider-Man. Can we just do it as a third party?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you why. It's because flying is boring. Flying doesn't work in video games as like a character thing where that you can always do. It just doesn't. It doesn't work because the player's not thinking about anything. It's just like go from point A to point B. It's like, okay, you do that, and then there's nothing. There's nothing to do in between. Then it would be like if you could fly to the top of the mountain in Skyrim instead of having to go through it. Like flying like destroys level design. It's like it's this big game design problem that no one's figured out. It's why we haven't had a good Superman game. It's why we haven't had a good Iron Man game. Every single superhero game that we have had that's good focuses on people who specifically can't fly. Wolverine, Hulk's Ultimate Destruction, Spider-Man, Batman can glide, but he's still at the mercy of gravity and like momentum. Like you still have to think about things. And it is fascinating because I've been thinking about this for a while, but like I just don't know how you make it interesting. I think that's why people were excited for Anthem, because they were like, oh, whoa, Iron Man. And then lo and behold, flying was fucking boring.
That's a really good point, actually, because I never really thought about it. Like, I can't think of any game where you just fly around at will.
No, but unless the game's built around it like Ace Combat or something, which
right,
is more
like
of like
yeah, sure, like a flight.
That's more of that's more of just the general aesthetic and the feel of like being in a jet. But like it's so weird. It just doesn't work, and no one's cracked that code yet.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never really thought about that. All right, well, interesting. What if from the again the annals of history, and thank you for reporting that, Video Games Chronicle. So IGN wrote this interesting story about, and I really want to ask you about this, Dustin, in particular, because I feel like you might have a little bit more insight into this than we would. It's basically about this idea that Final Fantasy XIV can basically be played all by yourself, all of it. And this is something that apparently Square Enix has, unbeknownst to me. I mean, I don't follow the game very closely. I try to put the news on here. I know it's a big game. I understand that. I'm not interested in it. But apparently they've gotten via 6.1, the update 6.1, where players can now, as of a few months ago, I guess, create an entire party of NPCs that will come into dungeons with you. And this has basically made it so that the whole game, stem to stern, can be played alone. And I didn't know this. And I guess that there's like this trust system and all these other things they're building in, and it's basically almost there. I don't think it's quite there yet where you can do it. But as the IGN story notes, the single player content can take up to, according to How Long to Beat, which is always a useful website to look at, more than 1,500 hours, which would make Final Fantasy XIV one of the biggest, if not the biggest single player game ever, just on sheer content alone. It's kind of tantalizing and interesting to think about doing it by yourself. I don't know how you feel about that. And did you know this about Final Fantasy XIV? Because this was something that I didn't know. I wish I kind of did. And then maybe I would have started paying a little bit closer attention.
I heard that this was coming, but I didn't know quite when. This actually is pretty appealing to me, sort of, in that like MMO's strengths are being played online with other people. So I question what elements this removes from a fun perspective of like doing dungeons with other people as opposed to with NPCs. Maybe it'll be just as fun, but it's appealing to me as someone who knows people who are high level in this game and doing the recent content. And so for me to have to catch up to their point, I wouldn't have to ask them to come back and do stuff with me or find random people that are in the same, appropriate area that I am in order to do that. Instead, I can just try to blitz through as much as possible. But I don't know, man. Final Fantasy XIV, I'm so conflicted on because the beginning of this game that I've checked out was just absolutely horrendous and confusing. But people also say, I've heard this from many different people, that this has the best story of any Final Fantasy game. I find that incredibly hard to believe, but I keep hearing people say that. And apparently with the different expansions just keeps getting better. So more and more, I find it impossible to ignore this game much longer. And I don't know, this is a game that I've thought about, like, just being able to grind away here and there, whether it's on my PC or on Steam Deck. And it is crossplay with PlayStation as well. So you can be on your couch and play too. It's just so it's very available to me as well. So I probably will be going to this at some point in the near future.
I definitely bought something Final Fantasy XIV related. Like, I think it's free to play, but I bought something like some core expansion or some core experience like a year or two ago when it was on sale. And so I don't know exactly what it is. I have to go look, but you know what this really invokes in me too, because they're doing it in Japan, is that are they going to release that Dragon Quest X single player shit here too? Because
that'd be interesting.
Dragon Quest X, of course, for people that don't know, was a Wii-centric MMO. It came to Wii U, PC. I think it's on PS4 in Japan now. And it just never got released here. And they are making a single player, I think they're calling it Dragon Quest X Offline or something like that. And it's like, are you going to bring that here? Because it seems like I would love that. I mean, that would be fucking awesome. I love Dragon Quest. But it's hard to believe that this story of Final Fantasy XIV is intriguing, but why couldn't it be? I don't know. I mean, why couldn't it be?
That's the case, man. I'm in the same boat as you, where I hear people say that and I'm like, really? But again, I've heard it over and over. It's weird because you don't think about stories in MMOs as being like a selling point. But the thing to remember about Final Fantasy XIV is that it still does have a paid subscription for it. That you have to, I think it's like,
what did I
it's either
buy?
10 or 15 a month or
fuck
something. But
yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. It seems like a cash cow for Square Enix. And you know, it could give insight, Chris, into, you know, I didn't put anything in here because what's the point of talking about it? But Babylon's Fall, which is Square Enix published, they're apparently going to keep supporting this thing. And there's this theory that they're going to make it free to play by the end of the year. Who knows if that actually happens? So you can kind of understand why Square Enix is chasing after this model, because they have this thing in Final Fantasy XIV where they were like, well, we could have abandoned this too and just left it to die. And instead, we actually put a lot of work into fixing it. And now that's the only Final Fantasy XIV anyone even knows. No one even talks about and remembers that Final Fantasy XIV that I'm talking about anymore, because it's another game. So do you find this chase after Square Enix's chase of this model intriguing? I mean, look at all the games that the Marvel game with it destroyed their Western studios, but it seems like they really want it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of money. So, I mean, even if you lose millions and millions of dollars, if you hit it at some point later on, you're going to get that back and then some. And then that's going to be like a reliable source of income in perpetuity for the next 5 to 10 years. You know, it makes sense to me why they would chase it. It's annoying to me that they would chase it as well, but I do understand it. As for what is this, Final Fantasy 14? I think you said like, oh man, I'm finding it hard to ignore this game for much longer. It's very easy for me.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Like, I cannot imagine that the best Final Fantasy game story is an online MMO. Like, I can't. I'm not even big on this shit, and I can't imagine that that's true.
Yeah,
I can feel the comments of the players of Final Fantasy 14 preemptively on this podcast.
Listen, stand up.
Yeah.
I'll take you down.
Well. We'll cut you down. The idea, I was always intrigued. I will never do it, but whenever I was thinking about ever playing an MMO, whenever it crossed my mind, I was like, I want to play as a healer. And I wonder if you can play as a healer by yourself. Sounds like it would be like doing the all white mage party in the original Final Fantasy, which is like almost impossible. You have to play it for like hundreds of hours to grind your characters. I don't know. I'm really hoping for that Dragon Quest X game to get ported over, though. I wouldn't be surprised. Dragon Quest XI was pretty big. Dragon Quest 12 en route. We'll see what happens. Square Enix, very exciting company right now. I wanted to just give a quick shout out. PlayStation Blog wrote about this. Firewall 0 Hour is still going. I don't know if I knew this. I knew people were still playing it, but the PSVR game Firewall made it's not exclusive to that because I think it's on PC too, but made by First Contact. is getting its 10th and final season. It's out now of content. I just thought that was incredible. I don't know. I would love to know more. Maybe I should reach out to those guys. I would love to know more about like who's playing this game, how many people are playing it. This seems like a likely PSVR 2 port, and I would imagine a sequel for PSVR 2 at launch would be a reasonable expectation, because this game did seem to be like the most hardcore, sticky game that PSVR had. And so I had to acknowledge that it's still going, I mean, years later. What else here? Let me go back to the list. Justin Zazada wrote into us on Patreon with a concern, and I'll report about this story here. He says, "Hi, Colin, Chris, and Dustin. I followed Colin and Chris separately for years before the podcast, and I look forward to the podcast every week. Thank you. Apparently, Sony has quietly killed off copying saves and games between the PS3 and Vita in the latest firmware. This makes it impossible to transfer certain PS1 classics and back up your Vita save data to a hard copy outside of the dated Content Manager PC app. So I ask, why does Sony punish those of us who haven't hacked our Vitas by gradually neutering the quality of life features we have left? I can't see how it's some sort of security risk or attack vector. Thanks, and please persist in the intercourse with that bird. We will. Thank you, Justin." So it's true. The new updates to Vita and PS3 stop them from talking to each other for the first time, and it seems like that will be permanent. But Justin, I have to ask, you're talking about remaining quality of life features. Are you going to tell me that that it's of a higher quality of life to turn on the PlayStation 3 and hook your Vita up to it than to download a game onto the Vita directly? That's why I don't give a shit about this. Because when Vita came out, the situation with Wi-Fi and power of Wi-Fi and bandwidth and all that was different. Now, It's not. Turning on the PS3 is an obnoxious task. So I understand what you're saying, but for me, I'm like, who cares? You know, the PS3...
There's an important detail, Colin.
Please.
Certain PS1 classic games, to my understanding, I can't remember which ones, maybe Metal Gear Solid, can only be purchased on the PS3 store and then transferred to the Vita. They are not available for purchase on the Vita store itself. It's really weird, and I don't know the reason why, but I know I've heard of what he's talking about.
That's true, because I remember like trying to get PS1 classics on my Vita, and specifically there are some like Crash Team Racing you can only get on PS3, and you can't transfer that. You have to transfer that to a Vita with like a cable. But at the same time, it's 2022, and you should have probably done this by now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine that there are people who just got a PS3 and a Vita and like, ah, man, I'm really stoked in 2022 to, for the first time ever, play Metal Gear Solid on my Vita, and I sure hope I can still get it the same way that I have been able to for the last 15 years.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, like that's difficult. I can't imagine that this is more than like 8 people that this is affecting, realistically speaking.
I just have never heard the term quality of life and PlayStation 3 in the same sentence in my entire life.
Not recently.
I love the PS3, but man, every time I go onto that thing, still to this day, what was the last game I played on it? MGS3, I guess, last year. I think it took me like 2 days to get that thing downloaded. Nonetheless, playing it.
It's a triggering experience.
I wish, you know what? You want to talk about wishes? They're never going to do this. But since they can't seem to figure out PS3 emulation, it's like, just release a new PS3 that runs really well. Like, it would probably cost like $50. You can probably put it in a fucking deck of cards at this point, and like just make it snappy classic, so we can at least play it, you know, kind of like the PlayStation TV. I still have, the PS TV right here.
Why do you have that within arm's reach?
So do I.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's in
I
there?
can't answer that question.
I like the implication that it's important enough to you guys to have it that close to you, but not important enough to have it hooked up to anything.
I've never once played it in my entire life.
Oh, it's sick, dude. I played Danganronpa on these.
Oh, really? You played it on the deck of cards? That's cool.
We started on a regular Vita, and then Holly was like looking over my shoulders, and we ended up playing the entire game on Vita together, and it was absolutely terrible. I went to GameStop, got this for $20.
Dude, you couldn't give those things away. I wish at that time, I mean, I should, because I always talk about, I remember being in Toys R Us in like 94, 95, and there was just a pyramid of NES top-loading consoles for $50 each. And it's like, in my mind, I'm sure those were there for 2 seconds. I'm sure I just saw it like at the perfect time. But I always thought about having that possibility. And then that was probably the closest we ever got. In fact, I probably should have just started going and buying new Vitas like by the dozens, because you can sell them for enormous amounts of money, and it's only going to get worse. That's why I still have. You want to talk about something in arm's reach? I still have my Vita in a box here. Just this is the backup Vita for when my Vitas suddenly break. I bought that for me, but apparently buying these now is like
tough.
Told you guys. I did warn everyone. Chris, you'll remember.
Yeah, I remember.
I told everyone, buy your Vita, buy your Vita, buy your Vita. And I'm not saying that like at the time. I'm saying like when they stop producing them, like you're gonna be sorry. And you probably are. All right, 3 more things before we get into what we're playing. Just wanted to point out, Dragon's Dogma, if you go to dragonsdogma.com, has a 10th anniversary website up for the game, released 10 years ago in 2012 on PS3. We had the Dark Arisen, right, the follow-up on PS3 in 2014, but nothing since. Dragon's Dogma has been long dormant and assumed to be coming back, and I would assume that this suggests that is indeed happening. The Quarry is still going to come out in June. We just talked about it earlier from Supermassive Games, but it will launch without online multiplayer, which will come in July. I thought that was interesting because the game went gold, so I don't know if they found something afterwards, but nonetheless, that game comes out in June. And I was amped to hell to see this on Video Games Chronicle. Sony Ben's Resistance Retribution, rated for PS4 and PS5. This was, of course, a PSP game from 2009. A very, very underrated and underappreciated entry. Just like Uncharted Golden Abyss, which was the next game they made. I was stoked to see that. And I assure you it will have trophies. So that's great. Great news.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk more about PlayStation Plus. Yes, I know, right? Chris, you haven't been to my house, but Dustin, you might have noticed I have a massive Resistance Retribution poster above my bed in my bedroom. And actually it was Micah's decision to put it there. I didn't ask to put it there. It's awesome. It's huge. And it was like just given to media, I think, but it's pictures. It's that famous montage of Eiffel Tower shots, if you know what I'm talking about. When they're building the Eiffel Tower, they have this frame where they're taking a picture of it every so often, and so it's that like lead up, and then at the end it's the Chimera destroying the Eiffel Tower, like the last shot of it, and then it just says
That's
Resistance Retribution under it. So yeah, I'm stoked that that's coming, and excited to talk more about PS Plus, but we'll save that. Boys, let's talk about the games we're playing now. Chris, you've been busy, so let's start with you, my friend.
Yeah, so I'm still playing Yakuza Like a Dragon. I'm still very much enthralled with it. It's something's really, there's something really nice about playing something that is so, I don't want to say confined because I feel like that's the wrong word, but so, like, it feels like a very digestible experience. It doesn't feel like a game that I could just be, I could start and I'm like, oh man, I have like a million different things to do. There's like a million different directions that I can go. It feels very, very approachable, which for Yakuza is kind of surprising because it's always been a series to me that's always felt so like, oh my God, it's so alien to me. Like I wouldn't even know where to begin, but playing it, it's really straightforward. It's really enjoyable. It's really easy to follow. It's really fun. I like the characters a lot. It's like a really interesting world. It's weird and goofy and melodramatic, and it's
awesome.
It's great. I really like it. And, it's one of those games where I can put it down for weeks and then I can pop it back on and I'll know exactly what to do because there's so few, like, it's not littered with like open world objective markers. It's not littered with side quests. It's just, here's the golden path. You could do the golden path. There's like a bunch of shit that's like not listed on your map. So you got to come across it naturally. I love that shit because I think my ADD is too hectic for certain open world games. So I've been enjoying that. And I've been playing every night so far since I've been home, gathering some friends together to play Evil Dead, the game. And I have to say, I'm having a great deal of fun with this game. And it's strange because I understand that this, like, when you look at this game, it does not look, it looks like a budget game. It feels like a middle market type of like it feels like a pandemic game if they were to make games today. Like it feels like a Lord of the Rings Conquest style license game where it's like, okay, here's a multiplayer PvE/PvP style, game based off a license. It's like low budget, not indie, not quite AAA, just some like meandering someplace in the middle. But it is really cool. I think it captures the style of Evil Dead really well. It's fun to play as these different characters. There's like fun RPG mechanics. I think the asymmetric multiplayer is just fleshed out enough to be interesting and deep, but not so deep that you end up in an evolve situation where it just feels confusing and no one knows what to do. It's very straightforward. It's a little bit of Left 4 Dead, a little bit of Dead by Daylight, and it's just a really enjoyable game. Like, I find the demon perspective to be really awesome too, because they do the exact Evil Dead like camera, like the first person camera, like low to the ground, swaying through the grass and through the bushes and through the trees, and you can bust through like doors and it's exactly the perspective of the demon in Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2, and it's super fun. There's not a ton of content there. There's not a lot of map variations. There's like the same map kind of procedurally generated. So you have the cabin, and then you have the church, and then you have the gas station, and then you have different places, and they're rearranged on the map every time. And it's like a new map every time with like different weather systems. There's like, sometimes it's snowing, sometimes it's raining, sometimes it's dusk, sometimes it's dawn. And I don't know, it's hitting something with me. I don't know if it's just generally the charm that Evil Dead has, or just the fact that I've been waiting for this kind of pseudo horror comedy blend in a video game that it's hitting, but something about it's hitting. There's like specifically this demon who's just a skeleton who plays a flute, and he buffs.
Jimmy mentioned that to me.
He
was like, you have to play this game because of this skeleton that plays a flute.
It's so like it's the most threatening thing in the game, and it's just this skeleton that's like a kind of far away from all the action, just playing a flute in the woods, and he buffs everybody else, so you have to deal with him, and it's just the funniest sound design for him. I really love it. I think it's great. It's a nice like $40 little budget type game. I can imagine the shelf life of this game is probably going to be super low just because of the licensing aspect of it. This is what I believe killed Friday the 13th, was that they just couldn't manage to get new content into the game because they had to go through so many different licenses. I'm a little bit worried about that, but I don't know, man. Evil Dead is just such a uniquely weird franchise, and it's so perfect for this style of game. And there's also something about the kind of middle market, low budget style of the game that weirdly enough feels really appropriate for Evil Dead. You know, like there's something about that feels like really at home, because Evil Dead is obviously renowned for being one of the most seminal low budget horror films where you could see the seams and you could see like, oh yeah,
I've just been learning about that recently. I really didn't know anything about that, and it's funny.
Evil Dead is huge,
dude. They sold 500,000 copies of this game.
Yeah, and
that's crazy. So maybe there will be a lot of support. I mean, that's 500,000 copies in 5 days.
I hope so, man. I hope so, because like with a little bit of polish, like this is like the perfect game to just chill out at night to. Like with a bunch of friends, you're just fucking around, and there's the flute. There's the flute. Go get the flute. It's like, we got fucked up. It's really good. I really enjoy it. I'm really lucking out with the games that I'm picking lately.
That's
personally
great. That's great to hear. Yeah, you've really inspired me, especially with Yakuza. That's really on my list, and I really think I'm just going to start at the beginning and move forward at some point. But yeah, like Dustin said, Evil Dead doing really well. I think this is a game of first of all, how dare you play a Russian game? I'm still confused how this game came out, because Saber Interactive is Russian. I don't know what's going on with that, but nonetheless, it's interesting because I think this is one of those beneficiaries of a vacant schedule. I think the Quarry is going to be a similar beneficiary. I think the Quarry has the potential to probably do even better. So yeah, right on. I'm so glad that you're enjoying those games, and shout out to Sam Raimi, of course. I think the reason that I've realized now, we just did Spider-Man 2 on Knockback, so that's probably where it came up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, because we were talking about that scene in Spider-Man 2. That's like that famous horror scene, basically.
The totally out of place. Dr. Octopus in the hospital. Right. It's like the best. Such a good scene.
It is. It's like totally out of place. It's wonderful. All right, Dustin, what have you been playing?
So I was gone, probably about half the weekend.
Oh yeah, you went to Cedar Point. Was that fun?
Oh, we had an amazing time.
I love that place, man. I haven't been there in years, but I love it.
We hit it at a good point where the lines were pretty low. Like, I think we got like 30 rides in overall across the days we were there. I'm trying to remember. Holly wrote it down. But yeah, we had a fantastic time. Highly recommend. So I didn't play a ton. I'm still grinding away at Monster Hunter Rise, almost to the 7-star hunts, which is the highest level. And they're about to release this giant expansion, which I'm really excited about. So that's going well. And then the other thing a lot of people have been asking about is my week so far with Steam Deck. And it's really interesting. I've just been thinking about it a lot from like we've always talked about like, will PlayStation get back in the ring ever and do something in the handheld space? And so in some ways, Steam Deck, I don't want to say is the answer to that, but with so many PlayStation games releasing on PC, you can now play God of War, Days Gone, Death Stranding, and Horizon, all on this device.
And Detroit.
And Detroit, that's right. So you can play all of those on Steam Deck. And I think the thing that is surprising me the most about it is just it is more powerful in a lot of ways than I expected. I haven't even really been playing very much on it because I'm too obsessed with messing around with it. There's a really neat feature where you can change the refresh rate of the screen. So you can change it to like 40 or 45 FPS. And so then when you play a game at those, if you like lock a game to that refresh rate, it's not going to look jittery. And so you can play Cyberpunk on Steam Deck at 40 or 45 FPS, pretty low settings, but it's like it feels better than the PS4 version did at launch. And so it's really intriguing. It's not for everybody. Like the Switch is still going to be king when it comes to portables, and the fact that you plug in a game card or whatever, or you download it and you just play it. There's no settings. But if you enjoy like messing around and like really figuring out the min-max of like, okay, well, let me lower the resolution a little bit, but we can use the sharpening and set the frame rate to this, you can do some crazy cool stuff with it. I was just amazed by like Cyberpunk, and dude, the Monster Hunter on it runs perfectly. It can do like 60 FPS on like high settings and stuff like that. I've yet to try any of the PlayStation releases. I think in my Steam library, I have Horizon and I have Death Stranding. So I'm going to have to try those out just to see. Like it almost feels like the what if of Vita 2 in some ways, having those on there. But it's a neat device that I'm very much enjoying screwing around with. It's not for everybody, but it's cool. I'm glad that Valve is out there doing interesting things. And that's something, Colin, that you bring up a lot, which I think is cool to shout them out, is just to have this company that is extremely wealthy and they're not owned by anybody. And so they can do weird stuff like this, whether it's an extremely high budget VR game with Half-Life Alyx, or they did the Steam controller, which like had a ton of crazy cool ideas in it, which now are incorporated into the Steam Deck. They're just a really neat company that I'm really glad exists and is willing to do cool stuff.
I think I'm always impressed by Valve. When I only go on Steam a couple times a year and look around. And well, I dick around on Steam a lot on browser, like, you know, when you look up games as well. But it's just always impressive. Like they just seem to they don't do much, but they do everything they do very well. It all runs well. It's all well moderated, and it makes sense, and it bubbles up good games, and there's community and there's achievements. And like, I find it fascinating because they work in the most open ecosystem, the PC, where you don't need a launcher like that to play games, and yet they totally dominated it. It's like, I don't think PlayStation or Microsoft or anyone could have come in and necessarily done that. I mean, it's similar to what Microsoft has done with Windows in a way.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wow, how did you do that? Because in reality, no one expected that PCs in the late 70s and early 80s would be dominated by one company like this, but it is. And from an operating system perspective. And so I always give Valve their shout outs. Like, PlayStation should be copying everything Valve does. Like, anything Valve thinks is a good idea, I think is probably a good idea. And they're rarely wrong. Right on down to their really laissez-faire moderation, I think is great.
Yeah.
So shout out to them for sure. And by the way, we were speaking of Russian games before, tongue in cheek, but I was just reading on Twitter that the Russian version of Gotham Knights is canceled. So, so that's interesting. Okay. For me, I'm playing 3 games. So I played and beat Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I probably ended up spending about 40 hours with it. I've kind of abandoned the platinum run, although maybe I'll go back and try to finish the side quest and get that trophy. There's just too much required from you in this chaos chamber or something where you have to get up a certain level. I don't think it's really meant to be played by yourself, and I just don't want to play with other people. But I thought it was a really charming and interesting game. Very unique idea, no doubt about it. Like, I don't know that anyone's ever done something like this. And I found it a little bit obnoxious, verbose as fuck, and not as satisfying to play as a Borderlands game, but certainly, again, a game that benefits from coming out at a good time. I recommend it at maybe a lower price, but I really liked it. And Daniel Wiseman wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin and Sons. Colin, this is really for you. You have complained that Tiny Tina's Wonderlands has too much talking, which I agree with. But what about the hours and hours of talking and nonstop side quest talking in Horizon Forbidden West? It has literally made me stop playing it after like 15 hours, and your progression concerns with being overleveled really sadly pushed me away from an otherwise stellar game. Thoughts? As always, thanks for all the wonderful content. Lockmore needs a fat raise. Stop encouraging him. Thank you for writing in." So I will say this. If you dare compare the writing and story of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands to Forbidden West one more time, I'm going to ban you from Patreon, because I can't stomach that you just did that. No doubt, first of all, Ashley Birch is the main character in both of these games. No doubt her performance is wonderful in Tiny Tina's Wonderland. She's awesome in it.
Mm-hmm.
But the writing is inherently not good, because it's clever at times, but it's inherently not good because she's making everything up as she goes. The entire idea is that it's a D&D game. That's the entire idea. So she's making things up, and like, there's funny things that happen in the game, no doubt. But Horizon, I think, is high art games writing, and that requires lots of dialogue. Don't come at me with her complaints about Horizon story, because I won't be hearing it. I won't be hearing any of that. Thank you for writing in. So after Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, I had a hunger, and I was scouring PSN. Nothing's coming out, of course, as we were saying. And so I went back into the games I was playing, and I'm like, you know what I want to play? The original Borderlands. So I went and downloaded Borderlands Game of the Year Edition, which I bought back when it came out. What was that, 2018 or something? And I was talking, Mike is a huge Borderlands fan. In fact, Claptrap is like one of her favorite characters in games. And I was telling her that I consider myself a huge Borderlands fan, but ironically, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is the first Borderlands game I ever actually beat. I got mega far in all 3 games and then just stopped playing them. I probably played Borderlands 3 for like 80 or 90 hours, like no joke. And then I just never beat it. I just stopped playing it. I think that was because I was moving at the time, but so I was like, I felt a little bit bad about that. I beat Tiny Tina. I was like, I'm not going to get the platinum. So I was like, I'm going to go play Borderlands Game of the Year Edition. And guys, first of all, I love Borderlands. I played it on PS3, played it on PS4 when it came out. Again, didn't beat it, but have a lot of pleasant memories attached to it. That game is so good. Like, I played it for probably 5 hours that day and got back into it and kind of rushing through it. Just, it doesn't really require very much of you.
Yeah.
And there's like little things that are missing, like you can't slide, which is kind of weird, right? Like you have to press square to pick ammo up, which is obnoxious. It doesn't just fly to you. Stuff like that. But it feels so good to play still. 13 years later? It came out in 2009, if I recall. And I think it's better than Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, like no doubt. And since Borderlands 1 is no doubt the worst of the 3 Borderlands games, and that's a compliment because they're all wonderful games, it got me excited to this idea of like, I really should go back and just beat those games by playing them all the way through again. And I felt like Borderlands in a lot of ways feels better than Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. It's weird. It's obviously less refined, but been really having a good time playing it and just kind of utilizing this time since nothing is creeping up on us. Although I am waiting for codes for Super Perils of Baking, our upcoming game, June 3rd. Please buy it. And we'll be playing that as well. And then finally, so the new Downton Abbey movie is out. I'm a big Downton Abbey fan, as everyone knows. And so Micah hadn't caught up yet on Downton Abbey. I've seen all of it. So we had to watch the 6th season. And then she still has to watch the first movie, and then we'll be all caught up and we can go see the second movie. We're going to go see it with my sisters this weekend. But so I've seen it. I didn't really want to watch it full on. So while we've been watching it, I've been sitting in my recliner playing Gravity Rush on Vita and just slowly kind of getting through it. I'm not very good at it. I'm bad with motion controls and touch controls and all that kind of stuff. it's actually a little frustrating that it's so reliant on that stuff. Like there's a weird thing like where you're fighting bosses and then to lay the killing blow, you just have to touch a blue dot on the screen. It's like, that's so stupid. Like, why are you making, and I couldn't hit it in time once. So like it made me fight the boss again. I'm like, that's so obnoxious. And when you're gravity sliding around, you have to press your finger on the bottom of the screen and then use the 6-axis to steer. And I'm just really bad at it. I'm like, man, it's too bad that this wasn't. I know the game's on PS4. I know that you don't have to do it like that on PS4, but I'm playing the original Vita version, and it's just sad that there's no mapping. Like you have to play with the bells and whistles, and it's just so early Vita in that way. Because otherwise, I think it's a really cool game. Cat is super cute and funny. The story is quirky. The world is fun to explore. The upside down, it really works, but the touch controls and the motion controls are just really fucking it up for me. But I hope to platinum it. I don't know if that's going to be possible because I'm not very good at the mini games that require this level of steering and stuff.
That shit, especially on like a handheld machine, is really irritating because I remember this specifically in Breath of the Wild because there's this one specific shrine where, I mean, it's repeated like a million times throughout the game because Breath of the Wild repeats shrines like a million times. But there's this one specific one where you got to get a ball to go through like a maze, and you have to like tilt the whole fucking thing.
Man.
But like you can't see. You can't see the fucking screen because you have to tilt it so egregiously. I'm just like, who thought this was a good idea? I hate this shit. But yeah, I still haven't played Gravity Rush because of that. Like I feel like it just pushes me away, that the reliance on that stuff.
The PS4 version probably ameliorates that stuff. I don't know, but
I would imagine. But
it has me interested. Like if I can get through this, maybe I'll play the sequel, which is PS4 only. Of course, the people that made that game are making Slitterhead. So
that's right.
So I'll have to keep an eye out for that. All right, a couple of inquiries from the audience before we move on to the news. Thomas Hewitt wrote in and said, "Greetings, hitter sleds. Will any of you be checking out Sniper Elite 5? I know a couple of you have said in the past that you are put off by the hardcore sniping mechanics, but the difficulty settings are fully customizable, allowing you to turn off wind and even disable bullet drop. Sniper Elite 4 is one of my favorite stealth games of the past several years, and the series nowadays has a really strong stealth system with close quarters shooting and melee, not just sniping. Rebellion doesn't get enough credit, in my opinion, for filling the third-person stealth and espionage void left by Metal Gear Solid and Splinter Cell as of late." What do you think, Chris? I was thinking about you with this question. That's why I put it in there, because he's really selling it as a stealth game, and it technically is. I mean, I used to go see Rebellion games at E3, and you play them a little bit, and yeah, they are stealth games, but I don't know. Are you interested in this, especially with the gap in games right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. It's not that they look bad to me. I'm not put off by the sniping mechanics. It for me, it's just it feels too one note to me. Like I understand it's a stealth game, but that's what sniping is. Like sniping is stealth, like typically. Even in like a first person, even in a game like Call of Duty or Halo, like when you're sniping, it's stealth. You're stealthing. That's what that is. That doesn't make it necessarily a stealth game. I understand what you're saying. It is more of a stealth game than just sniping in a game, but it just feels so hyper specifically focused on an individual niche, and I can't imagine that the third person shooting outside of sniping is all that great. You know, it's not like I'm going to be playing something that's as good as like Gears of War when I put Sniper Elite 5 in. Like I can't imagine that would be true. It's a fun novelty game, at least from a distance. But there's far too many. Yeah. But it's just there's so many other things in my backlog that I haven't played that I want to get to, that like I think I'd rather just jump into those.
I think that's perfectly fair. Here's my thing. I know people play games for different reasons, but when I point the target at an enemy in a shooter, no matter how far I am from him, I want the bullet to go exactly where I'm aiming based on the RNG of the accuracy of the gun, and that's it. So I don't want any. So if it's like 82% accuracy and my reticle is right over the fucking dude's head, I want there to be an 82% chance, no matter what, that it's going to hit his head. And I understand some people want like, well, because they say once you hear a gun shot, the bullet has already hit the ground. That's how quick it happens, like that. And I understand some people are really into that, like tracking it and snipers, using the little turny dials. But I'm like, man, I don't want to do that. That's like playing Grand Theft Auto and like taking your car out of your garage and being like, oh man, I got to go put fucking oil in it. Like I got to get an oil change before I can drive. It's like, I just want to drive the car.
Dude, it was exactly my experience with Grand Theft Auto Online when somebody blew up my car and then it was like, you have to pay insurance. I'm like, what?
What?
What do you mean I have to pay in this game? Also, you could at the time, maybe it's different now, but you couldn't steal other players' cars in Grand Theft Auto. I thought that was hilarious.
That's weird.
Like,
I don't like that.
It's literally the name of the game.
The only game I ever changed oil in was Job Simulator on PSVR. Finally, GameSimp wrote in and said, "Hey, Slittas, on last week's episode of Sacred Symbols, Colin recommended that members of the audience remove those who criticize long gaming hours from their lives. While I understand this perspective, I want to challenge it. All three of Sacred Symbols hosts have stated that they wanted to decrease their gaming hours and increase hours spent towards other hobbies and interests. Is that a bad thing if someone in your life pushes you to explore other interests, such as G.I. Joe collecting, practicing guitar, or cosplaying as Sora from Kingdom Hearts? Maybe I've turned into a casual gamer, or I'm just a busy grad student trying to position myself for the horrors of life, but I found that a lower allocation of gaming hours increases my enjoyment and appreciation towards games. Please advise and give it a rest with that chicken. Thank you for writing in. I want to clarify, because we did talk about this. I think you're misunderstanding. What I said, and maybe the boys disagree, but what I said is you don't want people in your life that are trying to dictate terms to you like that. That doesn't mean you can't dictate those terms for yourself. But who is someone else to say to you, like, you play too many games? Like, I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about what I do. Yeah. That was the point I was making. Now, if you have a self-analysis and you're like, I want to spend more time doing X, Y, Z, as we said, and as we expressed, then that's different. I just want to clarify that. You don't want people you don't want to build your life with people that are trying to control you. Do you not understand that? Guys, listen very carefully. Do not give your time and energy to people that seek to control you, because you will not be happy. And if that means you play X amount of games or Y amount of games, it doesn't matter. Only you can make those decisions. Yep. In my opinion. That's what I was trying to say. So take heed. Boys, there's a lot of news to get through.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Oh boy.
This first one is a big one, although not that big if you've been listening to Sacred Symbols Plus. Number one, as long reported by Last Stand Media's tech analyst Tom from Moore's Law is Dead and Broken Silicon, it appears a still nebulous PlayStation 5 Pro model is indeed coming, though not until 2024, if a well-connected manufacturing company's information is accurate. And surely it is. Website Video Games Chronicle relays word from a presentation from Chinese firm TCL, which was attended by a Polish website called ppe.pl. So you can go check it out. It's in Polish, obviously. Now, TCL, or TCL Technology, its full name, is a Chinese megacorporation with nearly 40,000 employees and is, in particular, a massive manufacturer of components for high-end electronics like TVs and phones. You can buy their brand of TVs as we speak. I actually looked it up because I never saw a TCL TV in the United States, but they exist. I didn't know that. Not that I know.
My
anything.
parents have one.
Oh, so there you go. I don't know anything about it. Mm-hmm. Now back to the report. During the event, as relayed by these sites, a presenter showed 4 generations of game consoles on a slide. Generations 8, 8.5, 9, and 9.5. 8 and 9 are the PS4 and PS5 generations, making 8.5 the PS4 Pro iteration, and 9.5 is explained during the presentation, expected as soon as 2023, if not 2024, and allowing the so-called PS5 Pro to perform at UHD 8K at 60 to 120 frames. I think I'm saying that right. Now, could this company be shooting in the dark? Sure. But for a company doing well over $10 billion a year in global revenue from the thriving electronics market, it seems almost certain that TCL is speaking with foreknowledge. Information that may even feel obvious if not well protected. An analyst speaking to VGC noted that the timing seems right, though supply issues can really push things around, and as noted earlier, our own tech analyst has long said a PS5 Pro would arrive as soon as 2023, which lines up perfectly with what the manufacturer told the press. Iterative consoles aren't anything new per se, but they are becoming an increasingly viable way to prolong generations, and all the expenses that come along with them. Consoles like the NES, Master System, Genesis, and SNES all had redesigns, though they didn't materially affect power. Consoles like Genesis and N64 in particular embraced modular upgrades that did a great deal to prolong the life cycles of those hardware. But it wasn't until Sony released PS4 Pro in 2016 that we saw a modern console manufacturer materially update its console mid-cycle. Now, these upgrades will be a fact of life, and with 3 years in between PS4 and its Pro iteration, that would line up well with 2020 to 2023, when we may see PS5 Pro. Of course, PlayStation 5 itself remains incredibly difficult to find in the wild, and so it may be difficult for them to follow through on this course if they can't satiate demand for the base console. However, a redesign of PlayStation 5 could also be in the offing to help this particular situation out, something Sony itself has discussed vaguely and in passing. Remember, new consoles and future iterations can actually force an easier situation on the market when it comes to making consoles. Silicon wafers are becoming thinner and thinner the newer machines become, requiring less silicon than older, weaker machines. Thus, this may in fact be some sort of backward solution, though Sony has yet to acknowledge either the PS5 Pro or its redesigned base unit, and we wouldn't expect them to do so for some time. So there's a lot here. It's all speculative, but Dustin, my assumption, and I wonder if you agree, is that TCL must know. Like, I don't understand why they would so confidently say that if they don't understand, if they maybe they're contributing a component. I don't think so, but it seems like they know, like they're saying it with some confidence. And I just don't, I would imagine that in that scene, for lack of a better term, in the massive electronics manufacturing scene in China with all these companies, that they must talk and they must know. So I'm working off the assumption that based on our own analyst who's long been saying this. So shout out to him because he has long been saying this exact thing and been getting a lot of shit for it. That it seems like this company that would be in the know is reiterating that. And I think the only problem people have lining up now is if the timing makes sense with the lack of console availability. In other words, should they really hold off? But as Tom often argues, Dustin, new consoles use less silicon.
Right.
And so, like, the PS3 uses so much more on its chips than the PS5. And so you actually want to get those machines out because it'll make it easier. So what do you think about this entire thing?
So, okay, I got to make sure I say this clearly because I have a mixed response. I do 100% believe there will be a mid-generation upgrade. It's already been proven that people will go out and buy that. And so why wouldn't they do it again? And it may be beneficial for their supply lines, like you said, if they can get more GPUs, CPUs on the same wafer at a smaller size that potentially is more powerful, then yeah, they would like to do that because that could potentially increase the output. I'm unsure about this company, TCL, knowing. Just because, sure, yeah, they're a big company that does a lot of business, works in a lot of the same markets. But I don't know. This is like a low-tier budget TV company from China. I just don't know why they would have insight into something like this other than it's just like, well, they work in the same space. I kind of read this, like I'm looking at the photo that went around on Twitter that shows the game console generations, and then they list it as Gen 9.5. I feel like it's speculative in some ways, but I'm not really sure. I'm just not, I guess my point overall is I'm not like, look, TCL said it, therefore it's happening. I believe it's happening. I don't think this is necessarily the smoking gun, but I don't really know. It's a weird, like I said, I'm mixed. The one thing that I will say as a comment based on what people are gathering from this slide is that where it says UHD 8K 60 to 120 FPS output, I would not expect this mid-cycle refresh to do 8K 60 under any circumstance, just because we don't even have our foot fully in 4K in a lot of ways. A lot of our 4K is already upscaled or
checkerboard
rendering, stuff like that. So, and you can look, if you look at the chart, it says 2160p, which is 4K, 60 to 120 FPS render. So I think the games will be 4K, 60 to 120. And then these devices will also be able to output 8K, which theoretically the movie industry will be pushing towards 8K resolution. I get why. They always need a new buzz thing to sell people on. And the 4K adoption has, gone far and wide, and they're probably losing some steam. So they need to bump it up again. I question why do we really need 8K? Just because there's diminishing returns. Unless you have a giant screen, then 8K is not going to be very much of a difference. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. So that's my long-winded answer about my mixed feelings.
Chris, what do you think?
I think they probably know, but I don't know if it's necessarily firsthand information that they know this from. I think, when you're in an industry, and TCL, they're not the biggest juggernaut in the TV space. I think typically, like right now, the biggest ones are LG's made like a huge sweep into the market, but also Samsung's still holding on pretty strong. Everybody else is kind of in flux and in kind of like the middle tier, trying to figure things out. But I think TCL is big enough at their size, like compared to how big they are. Like they're kind of sweeping. They're kind of sweeping the low budget audience with TCL. Like I know a lot of people who just don't, they don't have a ton of disposable income, and they all have 4K TVs from TCL. Like I remember, like two of my roommates had them as well. Like when I was living in Burbank, Los Angeles, and I just remember feeling like, okay, well, this is a company to keep an eye on. So it sounds like to me that they know that this is happening, but only because they probably hear people talk, and they're probably, I would imagine that, trade secrets aren't exactly trade secrets, and typically people know what's around the corner if they're high enough up in the industry. And I would imagine TCL might be privy to some of that information, at least through secondhand accounts. But also, it is just a really obvious thing that will happen. Like, yes, of course, there will be a PS5 Pro. Yes, there will be an Xbox Series Y or whatever the fuck they're going to call it. Like there's going to be these middle refreshes, because it's just a smart way to get back into the marketing cycle. It's a smart way to get basically a new, stronger console out without having to rebrand everything, and throw all the branding away. And it's just it's a good opportunity to just remarket your stuff. And it's a good opportunity to just also future-proof your stuff as much as you can future-proof a console. So yeah, this is obviously true, but I'm kind of with Dustin in the sense that I don't know if TCL is necessarily sharing information that they like personally got from Sony.
Right.
I wouldn't think that either. I just think that they are working not from Sony, who they might not deal with at all. I don't know enough about the internal components to know if they would even do anything with that. I don't think so. I think I'm confident more confident in this because it lines up with what Tom's been saying, but his sources, and I guess some other people's sources, are confident enough in saying that it's, these are from closer sources like AMD, level kind of sources that would really be more thoroughly involved with the manufacture of a console. So I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening here. And by the way, for people that are watching, you'll see Mike is feeding Rush in the background. So sorry for that. But he doesn't want to get out of the crate. Josh Correa wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Slits, with rumors of the PS5 Pro coming out next year or 2024, what improvements do you wish to see in the Pro model?" I don't know enough about tech to be able to speak to this. I will do an episode with Tom all about what he thinks is possible. But I am curious, as you guys are much more technologically savvy than I am, what you might think the Pro will conceivably be able to do. And I would even add to Josh's question and ask how much you think it'll cost when it's released. My theory is simply that there will be on the market around the same time a PS5 Pro and a PS5 redesign. That redesign will bring the Pro's price maybe down to, or the PS5's price down to $400, and maybe the Pro would be $500 or $600. But I don't know. I'm not really speaking from any knowledge. Dustin, what do you think about the PS5 Pro? What would you like to see from it?
I'd like to see all games run at 60 consistently, and also more games at 120 FPS, all native 4K. I think that's kind of the main thing to expect. Oh, and better ray tracing, because it feels like ray tracing is in these new consoles, but it's very limited in a lot of ways because it's so resource intensive. For example, GT7, which I actually think that the way they implemented it is really smart. It only does ray tracing in the replays, but not during gameplay, because during gameplay it would bring the frame rate down to 30. And so it only does it in the replays. So it would be cool to see it like, hey, we've got way beefed up ray tracing, everything 4K 60, and even a lot more at 120, like playing shooters and stuff at 120, because so many people are getting TVs now that can do 120 that it'll be more important, I think, to a lot of consumers.
Chris, what do you think the PS5 Pro might be able to do? What would you like it to do?
I'm kind of with Dustin, where that's really the only area of improvement, which is why the whole 8K thing feels like diminishing returns to me. Like I feel mostly like entirely satisfied by what the machine does. Like it runs most things that I play at 60, both machines. Like everything looks great. It runs fine. It loads quick. If you could just make that a little bit faster and maybe have certain games run at more consistent frame rates and lock to 60, lock to 120, that's really all that I would want out of a refresh, which seems totally attainable. You know, it seems like something that could be totally be done. Like, I mean, so many games run well already that I can imagine, like, you have something like, I mean, if we're talking about a power jump from like, you know, Xbox One to One X, like that alone would be huge. Like if that scaled to PS5 to PS5 Pro, that would be like a huge deal. Like I can't imagine that you would really even need a 6 at that point. But yeah, I'm mostly entirely satisfied with the way this thing runs and operates. I don't really have many notes. Yeah, you know, which is nice to say, by the way, because it's the first time I've been able to say that about a console. Usually it's like, I would like it to stop, you know, killing itself, or like, oh man, I sure would like to download an update in less than a day, or some fucking insane shit.
It is surprisingly good, isn't it? I mean, I must say, like PS5, very little to complain about. Dustin, what were you going to say?
One thing that I thought of that is, I think, very important that they could do is like at least double the storage size, just so people don't have to feel the need to go out and buy a new SSD or something, especially since the prices are going down on SSDs. If they could have the Pro version launch with, I don't know, 2 terabytes or something, that would be a good start. And then Colin, you brought up the pricing, and I didn't even mention that about what we think it would launch at. This is a really tough one because in some ways, like I said, a big price or a big aspect of the pricing is that internal SSD that's super fast, and the prices have gone down on that. But at the same time, we're seeing extreme chip shortages. There's new R&D, and inflation is just through the roof. So in some ways, I could maybe see it remaining at that 500 price point, but with inflation, I feel like 600 is probably, or 550, 600. Being in the middle might be a little weird, but
yeah, inflation's definitely relevant. I mean, I'm probably crushing them on the manufacturing end right now. So squeezing out any profit margin along the way, no doubt. So yeah, I don't know enough about it to have any instinct on this one way or the other. I must say that I'm totally satisfied with the console. To Chris's point, PlayStation 5 is really great, and I'm super happy with it. And I will be. I was not a believer of PS4 Pro. Longtime listeners know from back my old shows. I really was against the PS4 Pro. I thought it was confusing and weird. I knew a lot of developers weren't crazy about it, but I came to adopt it and really like it myself. And I will be all over a PS5 Pro as well. And by the way, I should have noted this earlier, but in playing Borderlands Game of the Year, I guess it's just much smoother, maybe locked at 60 frames in Tiny Tina's. But Borderlands 1 doesn't run at 60 frames. I don't know exactly what it's running at, but I can tell like now, like, so I'm broken now. Like I can actually see it.
Enjoy
like,
that.
I don't know what it's running at, but it's not running at 60 frames. It might be running at 50 frames or 55 or something, but
oh yeah, dude, enjoy it, man. It's gonna,
yeah, it's great.
It's
like,
gonna ruin your life.
My mind is broken. I avoided that for so long. And I'm noticing it on like every Vita game I play too, where I'm like, man, these things are fucking 30 frames. Bad. All right. Number 2. There are 2 important indicators that God of War Ragnarok is perhaps nearing ever closer to release, and both are fairly compelling, particularly amongst the fright in the audience that the God of War reboot's much anticipated sequel wouldn't launch until 2023, after being promised for 2021, then 2022. As noted by multiple sources, Ragnarok has been officially rated for release by the South Korean Games Rating Board. Ratings can be garnered pretty much whenever during development. In fact, it's incumbent on the developer to provide all details to the ESRB and other bodies. They don't play themselves. So this isn't hard proof. But considering Sony's usual cycle, this is fairly hard proof that the game is coming this year. The other evidence is less compelling, but still likely relevant. Website Video Games Chronicle relays word that online merch retailer Geeky Zone has a slew of God of War Ragnarok merch on its store with a release date of September 30th. September 30th happens to be a Friday, a common day for gaming releases more widely and PlayStation games more specifically. However, September 30th is also the universal placeholder for nebulous Q3 releases, so who knows? Announced in the shadow of PlayStation 5's launch in late 2020, God of War Ragnarok is the follow-up to the beloved 2018 God of War reboot, which came to PS4, I already said in 2018, and later launched on PC earlier this year. This game will mark the end of the so-called Norse saga of God of War. Sony-owned Santa Monica Studio has been responsible for all the God of War games outside of the PSP releases, and this title is no exception. A phalanx of Brumax wrote in and said, "Hello, my friends. There have been rumors abound this week that God of War Ragnarok has either gone gold or will imminently do so. My question is, does going gold really mean much anymore in the world where discs ostensibly act as license keys to download games digitally? Regardless, do you feel going gold means it may actually come this year or still certain in 2023? As soon as I see that they've gone gold, I think we will know. But Chris, would they possibly go gold before announcing a date? I feel like this idea of them saying something soon might be the case. And the September 30th date is frustrating because that could be real.
Yeah.
Like if that said September 29th and that was a Friday, I'd be like, that's the release date. But September 30th happens to be the Q3 release date. March 31st, June 30th, September 30th, December 31st. Those dates mean nothing because they're all the last day of fiscal quarters. So they're placeholders. So it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know, but I find this pretty compelling. South Korean Games Rating Board they're not going to submit that if they're not ready to go. A lot of people have been pointing out that Santa Monica's Twitter account still says 2022 for God of War. I feel like they might have edited that out slyly. So I feel like, what do you think? September 30th? You think it's possible?
I think it's possible. Yeah, I don't know if I will say I don't think that's the release date, but I do think it's coming out this year for sure. Like I do think that is probably around the time that it'll come out. I would guess. God of War feels to me like it would be a good October game, but maybe that's just me. That's entirely just that's just feeling bullshit. Like it's not based on anything other than like it feels appropriate. But yeah, this game's coming this year for sure. I believe all this shit, you know.
Dustin,
but that is a frustrating date, though.
Well, yeah, it totally is. I mean, it happens often, more often than I'd like, where it's like, oh,
yeah,
like what is this? March 31st? I don't know. So, Dustin, what do you make of this? Do you think Sony is going to have a Bethesda-like announcement in the coming weeks that God of War is going to come out in September? I feel like that September 30th date I do think is meaningless, but I am now totally confident that the game's coming out this year. Because I just don't think they would submit that soon, knowing that it would leak. And just to reiterate what I was saying, because we submit our games for ratings too, is like the ratings boards don't play the games. Like you have to submit the content to them. Like any content, like you have to say, we have violence like this. We have sexual content like this. And if they catch you out and not submitting the proper things, you're done. I mean, like you don't fuck with them. And that's the case with all of the games ratings boards. So you want to make sure your content is complete before you submit, so there are no errors. So I feel like we're pretty close. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that because of this rating being submitted, that they are holding for, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks from now during our traditional E3 week where Jeff Keighley is doing his thing and Xbox is doing their thing. My best estimation is that there probably will be some kind of Sony event that we'll probably find out about, I don't know, next week.
Before. Yeah.
3 days before. Who knows? It just seems so obvious that that's the time for them to do it. All these things are lining up that they'll be able to re-announce the game. Whatever. I guess they already did. They announced it with just the logo, and then they did that trailer that people thought kind of looked mixed on. So this is their kind of big last push of a third reintroduction into it. And so it seems like all of these check marks are being checked right before the logical time for them to start talking about stuff. So I think we'll know very soon.
Right on. I'm not particularly excited about this game, I have to be honest. But I also must admit that we haven't seen anything. Like we don't really know we know what it is because we played the 2018 version, but we don't really know. And I feel like I've always been a little soft on God of War. We were talking about it earlier. I think it's a great game, but I want to see if they can nail those little things, because that was one of the things with Tiny Tina's versus Borderlands that I was really marveling at. Is Tiny Tina's is just a fucking mess with its UI and its menus, and Borderlands is so clean. It's just like, here's everything you need. We're not, and it would just be, God of War needed to do that, and then I think I would have believed in it more. So I'll be interested. I'll also be interested to see how the game runs on PS4. But I feel like I'm really confident The Last of Us remaster is obviously real. And I'm wondering now if we're going to get both of these games this year, in which case that's like a pretty big bomb, especially if Factions is in the mix. Like Sony suddenly is like, well, oh, by the way, we do have fall games. Surprise. And hopefully announcements to come, because that's what's really interesting is we don't know very much. Like Wolverine and Spider-Man 2. I mean, that's it. Right.
Yeah.
I don't.
I can't imagine that those are anywhere near completion.
Right. I would think Spider-Man 2
probably closer, but
2023 fall, maybe something like that at the earliest. And Wolverine 2025, I would say something like that. Maybe earlier. They are quick, man. Insomniac is quick. I'll give them that. But
they are.
But yeah, when you think about the different studios, we don't really know what anyone's doing. So there's a lot to say. Like Sucker Punch, we have no idea what they're doing. Naughty Dog, we have no idea what they're doing. Bend is obviously early on their stuff. Japan Studio doesn't exist anymore, but we have Asobi over there. Polyphony just did something. Guerrilla just released their game, but they're presumably working on something else. There's a lot. Plus the new studios, Fire Sprite.
Yeah.
Blue Point. With Blue Point, I was I've been talking to someone reliable who's like, no, man, the Blue Point isn't making that like anything to do with Demon Souls or Bloodborne or anything like the Souls games at all. And I was like, really? So now I'm second guessing where that game is going to come. Like if that game is coming, because I think it is, like a Bloodborne remaster and all of that. So, and what I had heard is that it is. So I don't know anymore about that. I'm totally confused. I might be wrong about that. But there's so much mystery, and because we have, I don't know, I'm very satisfied with this back catalog of games that I have right now. I can probably play games for the rest of my life and nothing new would ever come out. And it wouldn't be maybe ideal, but you would find a way. I find it quite exciting that we don't know much. And what's exciting is that the longer it goes, the more it pushes it.
Yeah.
The closer you get to the games having to come out. And I think that would be exciting if they're really going for September 30th and they announce it in June. That's even quicker than Bethesda with Fallout 4, which is like kind of the archetype of this kind of thing.
Well, they did announce. It doesn't necessarily count because they. Oh,
that's true. That's true. You're right. You're right. That's true.
But it would be really cool to see just like, hey, this is when it's coming out. It's in like a handful of months, and here you go. Like that would be pretty huge. I think this is gonna be good. I feel like this game's almost gonna be like super good only because. Sounds really like a backhanded compliment, but I feel like my expectations aren't particularly that high. Like I just feel like, okay, it's more God of War, cool. And if it's more God of War, then I'll be happy. But if it's more than that, then that'd be cool as well. And so I almost feel like this game kind of can't fail as long as it just does what it needs to do. I do agree with you though that like it would be nice to have them nail those UI elements, because that was easily. Oh my god, you mentioned Borderlands. Borderlands 3's menus are terrible. And it's the same ones in Tiny Tina's, right? Isn't it? It's just like kind of like done a little bit differently.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a different panache. But yeah, it's just way too busy, too much. Yeah.
Dude, they're animated and it's like, bro, like calm down. Like the menus are chugging and the game isn't.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right.
What does that say of it? Like, it's
I remember us talking about that at the time. That's funny. That's like scratching an old memory of mine where like, yeah, the game would like chug in the menus.
I couldn't believe it. It's like it feels like the equivalent of like reverse draw distance to me, where it's like, why does the menu run at a lower frame rate than the game?
If your menu looks like a spreadsheet, I'm totally fine with that. Like I don't care what this fucking menu looks like. I just want it to function. Like it's got to be practical. That's it.
Yeah.
Not whatever they were doing with God of War. But I agree with you. I mean, I know some people think I'm a hater, but first of all, it's certainly no River City Girls. But beyond that, I think God of War is probably like one of my least favorite PS4 exclusives. But that's not an insult to it. I like it. It's a really strong generation. If it wanted to be better than Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, it should have been, but it wasn't. Number 3, The Death Stranding 2 rumors are perhaps percolating enough that we need to talk more specifically about them than we have in the past. This new cycle of rumors comes from a very brief mention of a potential sequel in an interview a publication called Leo conducted with actor Norman Reedus, most famous for his role on AMC's The Walking Dead, but also the star of the 2019 PlayStation-published Hideo Kojima game, Death Stranding, widely considered one of PS4's best titles. Now, Reedus has seemingly let the cat out of the bag about a sequel before, but this seems to be more concrete. The interviewer, in a seemingly knowing fashion, says the following deep in the interview, quote, okay, so you've got the book going, because they're talking about all the things he's doing. So he says, okay, so you've got the book going on, you've got the final season coming out of The Walking Dead, then the spinoff, and you're filming Death Stranding, the video game, end quote. At this point, Reedus simply says, quote, we just started the second one, end quote. Reedus is then asked how the connection of the game to gaming came up, and he says the following, quote, Guillermo del Toro, who gave me my first movie, called me up and said, hey, there's a guy named Hideo Kojima. He's going to call you. Just say yes. And I go, what do you mean just say yes? And he goes, stop being an asshole. Just say yes. Then I was in San Diego and Hideo came with a big group of people. He's from Tokyo. And he showed me what he was working on, a game called Silent Hill. I was blown away by what he was showing me. And I was like, yes, let's do this. It's not Miss Pac-Man. It's so realistic. It's so futuristic. It's so complicated and beautiful. And I was completely blown away by it. It took me maybe 2 or 3 years to finish all the mocap sessions and everything. It takes a lot of work. And then the game came out and it just won all these awards and it was a huge thing. So we just started part 2 of that, end quote. I mean, it's pretty explicit. From there, they move on to other topics and away from the game itself. So that's all we have to work on. Except for Kojima's response, of course, which seemed to be tongue-in-cheek. On Twitter, Kojima and Reedus posted a series of photos that show Kojima jokingly subjugating Reedus for his seeming mistake. Death Stranding, which came to PS4 in 2019, PC in 2020, and PS5 in 2021, was a surprise critical and commercial hit for Sony, which opted not to publish the game itself on PC, even though it funded the title's development and owned the IP. A sequel seems like easy enough to imagine, though we're collectively uncertain if it needs one. But it seems like it's happening, and we can expect Norman Reedus' character Sam Porter Bridges to return as the protagonist. Chris, what do you think? I mean, this seems obvious enough. I mean, I know some people are trying to talk themselves out of it and saying, well, he's not really saying it. I'm like, he says it. He says it fucking twice in the interview, explicitly. Death Stranding 2 is happening, so we know. So how do you feel?
I don't know, man. Like I am obviously going to play and buy this if it's real. But I am also of the mind where, like, wow, isn't it cool to see what Kojima can do when he does something entirely different than what he's done before. And when I finished Death Stranding, my thought was, wow, that was amazing. I can't wait to see what else he does. And I also just feel like Death Stranding as a game, it's one of those games that, you know, you experience it and you're like, wow, what an insane idea this was. And that it worked out so well. But I don't know what you could add to it that would really flesh it out in as much as it was fleshed out in the first game that would demand a sequel. Like, I don't know how you would make that game more what it is than what it already was, and or expound on what was special about it without. My fear is that a sequel of this game might almost miss the point of what made the original so interesting and so weird and so, you know, that bare bones nature and that kind of the feeling that they kind of scrounged this thing together. Like, what does it look like when it's got a huge budget? Is it going to be more of Mads Mikkelsen World War II third person shooty parts that, like, were clearly in there and he clearly wanted to do, but that I felt were a little, you know, not necessarily cohesive with what I thought was so special about it. So I'm not as excited about this as I would be for an entirely new project from Kojima, but I do love Death Stranding and I would not be opposed to seeing more. And I have no doubt that if anybody could figure out how to make a sequel to a game like this, it would be this guy. I have a lot of faith in Kojima now, especially after Death Stranding, but I also do want to mention that I do understand why people are a tad skeptical, because he's talking about Silent Hill at one point. He was like, yeah, let's do this. And then he talks about how the way he's speaking almost implies that he did like 2 or 3 years of mocap work on Silent Hill. You know, like it's not what he's saying. He means Death Stranding, but like the way he speaks is kind of, it almost feels like he doesn't know the games industry super well. So it wouldn't be surprising to me if Kojima and Reedus are working together on something, and he's just like, oh yeah, we're doing the second one. You know what I mean? Where it's
I understand that. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
But I think in all likelihood, there is probably going to be a Death Stranding 2. I think in all likelihood, it seems like a game that almost like Control, where it's a really good looking game and it's relatively cheap in comparison to a lot of like, I can't imagine that Death Stranding was as expensive as The Last of Us or something like that.
No way.
So if they could, and it's a game that's got legs and it's a game that's kind of growing, and it wasn't a big hit at launch, but it's one of those slow burns that people kind of like have been checking out periodically, and it's a mainstay now, and people know it. People have heard about it. People whisper about it, and people have conversations about it. So a sequel does make a lot of sense, especially if they could make more money and do the sequel for the same amount. Why not? And also you want, selfishly, you want to be on good terms with Kojima. I think that's really, and if Kojima wants to do another one, I guess we're doing another one. I would not say no to Kojima. Like, I can't imagine a scenario where I, as a businessman with no creative bone in my body, would be like, no, Kojima.
And I was a businessman doing business.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I to satiate your fear a little bit, I would say that I'm pretty certain he is doing multiple games at this point.
Right.
You would almost wonder how hands-on he would even be with this. Although it's worth noting, he did lose his longtime producer. People don't really talk about that. There was some sort of falling out, like at the very top echelons of his company after they left Konami too. So I don't know exactly how that's going to affect everything. But Dustin, I wanted to ask you about Death Stranding 2. Obviously, the three of us are very passionate about this game. I think it was number 2, right, on our list, right?
Yeah, it was.
I think it was my number 1. I think
it was your number 1, and we all loved it. It was all in our top 10, I think. But yeah. Nick Welker wrote in about something specific on Patreon, and I wanted to ask you about this because I must admit I really didn't consider it from this perspective. He says, hey, BBs, with a sequel to Death Stranding looking more and more likely, do you think the COVID pandemic played any role in this decision? Many have pointed out how Kojima seemingly predicted the future yet again by drawing similarities to the world of Death Stranding and the way our society changed in response to COVID, sheltering inside, remote work, a general message of coming together for the greater good. Perhaps the state of the world in 2020 gave Kojima enough ideas that he couldn't help but make a sequel and put his thoughts and social commentary out there like he has in the past about war with Metal Gear. Anyway, keep that chicken nice and cool during the coming summer months. Thank you, Nick, for writing in. I think this is a great point. Like, there's nothing about Death Stranding that didn't come off as totally prescient, especially considering the time in which it came out, because it came out right before COVID. So it seemed like a prelude to it. It's totally fascinating. And he does have this amazing ability of seeing into the future. When you go back and play Metal Gear games, it's kind of amazing. Not to say that
Metal Gear 2.
Yeah, exactly. It's
insane.
Like we talked about that on our show. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like Metal Gear Solid 2, yes, especially. Where it's like unbelievable. And he did it again. So do you think, Dustin, that there's a possibility that maybe it was the pandemic itself that said like, well, maybe we have more to say here? Because I think there's another side to it too, to Chris's point, where I'm like, I would assume this game was like a $50 million game, something like that. I think maybe a little more expensive than Control, but not much. They made it on their own proprietary engine in like 3 years. So it wasn't a big thing. There's no AI in it or anything, very much anyway. So well, what do you think, Dustin? What do you think about Death Stranding 2? Do you think that it's coming, and do you want it? And what do you think about the idea of the pandemic kind of influencing its necessity?
I think that there's definitely interesting possibilities that Kojima was probably thinking about. Well, I mean, during the pandemic and after, in relation to Death Stranding, it's kind of interesting to think about people being separated by force because of outside, whether it's nature or whatever. In our case, the pandemic forcing people to separate. And now what's that process look of us reintegrating into some simulation of a normal society? And you got to imagine that would be also the case in Death Stranding. And so it is kind of interesting. It makes me feel slightly more optimistic about what this game could be in that light. Overall, though, I'm with Chris in that I want Kojima to make a horror game, just because I do feel like there was so much promise with Silent Hills. And the biggest question that I have right now is that Norman Reedus at least to my understanding, should be a fucking professional and have signed NDAs and understands what NDAs are. And so for this to happen is particularly weird to me because I don't know. I just thought that would be understood. And this is not the first time that he's slipped up. You would imagine that the first time he slipped up, if it was a big deal, Kojima Productions would have been on the phone and be like, do not say anything else. You're already technically broke our NDA, but we'll let it slide. Don't let it happen again. Which again, it's like one of those things. Norman Reedus is so tied to Death Stranding. What are they going to do? They're going to fire him? Like,
right. And that's what I was thinking too. Like Kojima is like one of the few people that can probably get away with whatever. That's why they.
Right.
He seems to be in a position where it's like, I don't know. Like, what are you going to do to me? Yeah.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I've long since taken off the tinfoil hat. The tinfoil hat has been retired.
Oh.
But Kojima likes to fuck around with people. And what if he was just like, yeah, just say Death Stranding, act like maybe it's Death Stranding, but then we'll blow him away with something completely different. That is probably completely, totally wishful thinking on my part, just because I don't want Death Stranding 2. But again, like Chris said, I will play it day one, no matter what. So it doesn't really matter what I want anyway.
Yeah. I'll play whatever Kojima makes, but like I would prefer it not to be.
Yeah.
Zone of the Enders returns.
Yeah, fuck it, whatever.
Why not?
Snatcher. I mean,
I'll play
I'll
play Veggie Tales by Kojima for real.
Wow.
Like, just make whatever the hell you want, dude.
The great mystery right now is just what is going on with Konami. I think once we get clarity on what Konami is doing, then we'll have an understanding on if Kojima is secretly working on something with them. Because I'm not totally convinced he is. I feel like there's such bad blood between those two entities that it might just be impossible. But at the same time, don't both sides realize the incredible greatness that can come from their getting together? And what better for Konami with Silent Hill or something else to come out, imagine a new Metal Gear game. I mean, that's kind of where my head's at, where I feel like people are like thinking small ball, where if Konami and, Kojima's like, I want money, I want respect, I want all these things from you, and I want Metal Gear. I want to do Metal Gear. I mean, are they really going to say no? I don't know. I mean, that's like the big thought I have, where it's like people are so distracted by this other stuff. But what about Metal Gear Solid 6?
I feel like there's no way Kojima would trust Konami to adhere to that, though, is the thing.
That's why I think Sony has to act as intermediary. That's why I feel like anything that Konami and Kojima do will be on PlayStation. You need a third party in some way to deal with all of it. And it's just like, we'll keep you guys apart and we'll all make a lot of money. I mean, that seems like it's pretty wise. But remember, we just talked about Konami had like, didn't they have like their all-time profits last year? I don't even know how it's possible, but
gyms.
Well, it's that Yu-Gi-Oh! It's that Yu-Gi-Oh! Game.
Oh yeah, and the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game.
And eFootball.
And they have a big presence in like gambling, too.
Yeah, gaming, like real gaming.
In US.
Yeah, the pachinkos. I think, I don't know, man. We'll see. Hopefully, I'm just glad he's making games. So like there was a moment there where it was like, oh, he might just go to movies, which is like, that would be cool as well, but it's not nearly as cool as the shit that like comes out of even just generally speaking, outside of just auteurs like Kojima. Like you're just getting such cool shit out of video games in general that it would be a shame to lose him to a completely different medium. But I think it'll be interesting to see like if the pandemic really did inform some of this, because like Metal Gear Solid 2 is such it's like my favorite one because of how insanely, like, it reminds me of David Bowie giving that interview about the internet in the early 90s.
Oh yeah,
where it's
that's
just
a great
like
shot. Yeah.
Anytime you see somebody who has that much foresight, it behooves you to just pay attention to them. Like, that is an interesting person who should always be on your radar. And I'm looking forward to it, whatever it is.
All right, let's move on to number 4. This is a long one, but it's important. And this one has really changed a lot. If we were going to record this yesterday, we had some different things to say about this, but now we have some more information. So number 4, as we reported when PlayStation Plus's revamp was officially announced, the new service would roll out across the world in stages, and the first stage is here, non-Japanese Asian territories. And with the launch of PS Plus Essential, Extra, and Premium games comes the first look at how this new system of subscriptions will operate, what their offerings look like, and more. And well, we've got a lot to say. While North and South America have to wait until June 13th, while Europe, Australia, and New Zealand get the service on June 23rd, mainland Asian gamers are already messing around with the initial salvo of games and features. A major thing that we've discovered, as noted in passing late in the last episode, is that these classic games rather, can support trophies. We've now learned that it's optional but possible. They write in part, quote, some original PlayStation and PSP titles may offer trophies such as Ape Escape, Hot Shots Golf, Intelligent Cube, and Siphon Filter. This feature is optional for developers, end quote, and that comes from PlayStation Blog. As of the time we're recording, this is actually a fairly complete list of trophy-supported classics. The only missing game is the MediaVision PS1 exclusive JRPG, Wild Arms, which also has trophies, and that's one of my very favorite games of all time. When I saw that, I couldn't play it. I was like, oh my God, what an amazing situation. Unfortunately, it seems like our dream of games being edited to have online multiplayer have been dashed. Push Square, which last week reported that PS1 game's Worms World Party would be getting multiplayer, later reported that the description for the port is taken from Steam, so it may not be so. And while classic games played on the service appear to support various filters, including a CRT filter, many of the games released are confoundingly running in PAL format instead of NTSC. The reasoning for this is fairly obvious. The PAL versions have tons of native languages shoved into them, making them more accessible to a wider audience. But for our purposes, it means that many games made to run at 30 frames will actually run at 25. Website Video Games Chronicle reports that this seems to be the case for a lot of Sony-published first and second-party games, but third-party games, like the fighter Tekken 2 from Bandai Namco, runs in NTSC. This is basically the same problem the ill-conceived retro console all-in-one package PlayStation Classic suffered from. When launched in 2018, 9 of its games were running globally in PAL format, or PAL format. However, not all is bad. It appears that those that tried the game, however, not all is bad. And this is what people were most upset about. So I'm pleased to report this. So it appeared that those that tried to game the system to get free upgrade for PS Plus by buying the defunct PS Now sub were going to get penalized, forced to pay the difference to actually subscribe. However, it isn't so. As tweeted by Ask PlayStation's account, quote, due to a technical error, players in Asia who have previously purchased a PlayStation Plus membership at a discount have been incorrectly charged for their upgrade pricing. This error has been fixed and impacted players will receive a credit. We thank you for your patience, end quote. However, it's fairly clear this wasn't an error, but a misstep. Previous to that announcement, as reported by VGC, PlayStation's Hong Kong support told a player the following in part, quote, since you purchased PlayStation Plus at a discounted price at the time of membership, there are 2 PlayStation Plus memberships that cannot enjoy other discounts. PlayStation Plus memberships brought with a discount and PlayStation Plus memberships redeemed with redemption code. Therefore, if you need to upgrade to level 2 or level 3 premium membership, you will need to make up the difference between the previous discounted price and the normal price, end quote. So that ended up being not happening. In its recent financial reports, Sony noted that 72% of PlayStation Plus subscribers were satisfied with it, apparently the result of a private poll they conducted. So there's a lot of different things to get through here, and we'll start with Casey Weinman, who wrote in and said, hey, Sacred Boys, do you think that Sony will release an additional list of games coming to the new PS Plus service ahead of its American launch? If so, what is your number one no way in hell pie in the sky wish come true game? As always, keep up the great work. So I must say, I want to just answer this right off the bat, Casey. Wild Arms getting trophies is not going to get much better for me than that, and I appreciate it very much. But Chris, I'm curious, do you think we'll get new games before they announce this thing? And what do you think about all of this we've learned about with the NTSC versus PAL, the various filters, trophy enabling, and more? Some good stuff, some bad stuff, classically mediocre mixture from PlayStation Network. What do you think?
Yeah, it's just 2 steps forward, 1 step back, always. It's just never what it should be. But I mean, yeah, for me, like the fact that Ape Escape is there and it has trophies is sick. That's all. That's literally like the only thing that I want. Also, the fact that Tekken 2 is the only one that's in NTSC and it's like the only other one that I was excited for. Just like, I mean, I don't know what kind of luck I got, but that's pretty good. So like, I'm mostly happy with this. Like, it bothers me that Ape Escape is going to run at like 14 frames a second. That is probably like really infuriating to me. I can't imagine how I wanted to initially like platinum this game, but I don't know how. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much I can stomach it. But I don't know. I think the selection is fine. I think it's good. I think I think the filters are awesome. I think the fact that there's trophy support is great, because that's actually something that, again, that is something that is not available on the Xbox side of things, who they've been typically the kings of backwards compatibility in modern console generations. The Switch does not really do it all that well. Obviously, you need to pay for a service to get these games. Xbox, you own them. Granted, with the 360, that's backwards compatible and that has achievements anyway, so it's not exactly the similar thing. But original Xbox games, those don't have achievements at all, and it would be cool if they did. But because they didn't do it, I was kind of assuming that PlayStation, no way they were going to do it. Because if Xbox didn't do it, why would they? And they're doing it, not for everything, but for enough of it that it's kind of impressive, and that's cool. This PAL shit, though, is infuriating beyond belief. I don't know why you would prioritize. I don't know why you would prioritize language in old games.
That's my assumption, by the way, but it's the only thing that makes sense.
Right? Yeah, but like, we are so hyper focused on performance now, and that is, again, it's something that they have one leg over Xbox in that they put trophies in these old games, but then they lose again because those old games on Xbox run at 60. So it's just like, what the fuck? You just can't get the base thing working properly, and it's just like that bothers me, and it kind of undercuts a lot of my excitement. I was really looking forward to playing Ape Escape. I still am, because it's like the one game that, like, I don't even think you could get that on the PS3 PlayStation Classics. Like, it was unavailable on. It was never remastered or re-released. It was never up-res. It was nothing. It's like the one of those unique early games on the PS1 that's just stranded there. Like Crash Team Racing, Crash Bandicoot Medieval, Spyro. All of these other games came in some way, shape, or form to modern consoles, be it through the PlayStation Classic system on PS3 or just re-releases or remakes. And it was the one game that was just sitting there, like one of my favorites. It was just stranded, and now it's here at 25 frames a second, and it's just, damn it, dude.
It's
I don't know.
It's interesting. Like, I do feel like it's the path of least resistance language shit that makes them do stuff like this, because they have to know.
Yeah.
So I think that, like, how do they not know? I just, of course they know. And we'll get to you in a second, Dustin, but I just want to acknowledge this from James Ketchum as well. He says trophies, potentially as far as the eye can see. What's nice about getting these PS Classics is that there probably won't be any cheap platinums. Colin, are you going to let the strong metagame lead you wading back through Siphon Filter, any other trophy enabled classic, which I believe you warned some gamers about a few weeks ago with, just try revisiting this game. Good luck, end quote. Now, I'm not probably going to fuck around with Siphon Filter, but Wild Arms for sure, especially because these games will be available a la carte, and Resistance Retribution is going to have trophies, so I'll be all over that as well, a la carte. So I just want to acknowledge, yes, the biggest thing that happened since last time, although we discussed it late in the show, is just the trophy enabling, which is great. Unfortunate that it's optional, but I understand that you don't want to necessarily make people go into the SDK if they just want to port their games. So, Dustin, talk to me in any way you choose about what's going on here with PlayStation Plus. What strikes you?
The PAL versions are completely unacceptable, at least as far as it being the only option. Maybe, I don't know. To me, the perfect situation would be to just have it be an option, whether you want to play the PAL or NTSC version. And it's one of those things where it's like, would that confuse people? It's like, well, maybe, but it's fucking important. Dude, okay, I talked earlier about frame rates having diminishing returns, or maybe that was something else. But anyway, frame rates it's true, have diminishing returns. From the difference between 30 and 60 is big, but between 60 and 120 is less big. There's like an area in the middle where it makes a big difference. And so, yeah, 5 frames doesn't seem that much, but when you're already that low, it's a huge, huge difference. People, if you're listening to this podcast and you want to see an example, just look on YouTube at the PAL version versus the NTSC version. It's like night and day. It's, to me, like, I refuse to play them. I will not play the PAL versions of these games. I would rather emulate it or play it on my CRT with an actual PS1 disc than play the PAL version of the game. Sure. It infuriates me, and I find it completely unacceptable that they would do this. And it's one of those things where I'm guessing the fix wouldn't be quote unquote easy, because I'm assuming they did all of the trophy work to the PAL version. And so I'm guessing that's not really a copy and paste type situation to the NTSC version. I would love to be, a few weeks from now, when this comes out in the US and the US service, if it has the NTSC version, I'll say, Jim Ryan, I'm sorry. I'll kiss your ring, or maybe kiss something else. I don't know. I would love to be in that situation where to be wrong about this, but I highly, highly doubt it.
Oh yeah, no, we're getting PAL. We're getting PAL. We got PAL with the PS Classic. I was hoping that they would learn from that, because that was like the biggest problem with it. I mean, aside from the fact that it was just a little unnecessary, but like, it is the most infuriating part of this. Like,
yeah. So I feel like the list is fine for the launch, especially because they've already laid out how often they're going to update the classic selections. And so I would expect it to be kind of on the minimal side. The question is, are we going to get the big hitters? And that brings me to the other part where we asked about what are some of our dream games. I mean, Metal Gear Solid with full trophy support, a platinum. I mean, that's the dream, but I feel like that's also one of the least likely games that we would get on this service, just because we're dealing with Konami here. But who knows? Maybe if there is a situation where Sony is partnered with Konami on Metal Gear, then this might be part of that deal, which would be awesome. Some other ones for me, though, I mean, Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 are very nostalgic for me. Yeah. Getting those on the service would be cool. Sweet. Tomba 1 and 2, of course, very nostalgic games. Even though we have the remaster or the new remakes, getting the Tony Hawk games would be super cool and nostalgic. There's just a gold mine of really fun games. And that's the thing. They're going to be updating this every month. So hopefully we will start to see some of those other big headers. But here's the thing, Sony, if you're not doing them in NTSC, don't even bother. Because honestly, this is almost as much of a deal breaker as that my plan was that I was going to get the premium for at least a month to try it out so we could report back here on Sacred Symbols. I don't know if I want to do that. Like, this makes me so upset that they've bungled this at the last moment that I want to be like, no, fuck you. Like, fix it, because this is important, at least for me and my purchasing decision, that if you're going to be releasing these PS1 games in the inferior version, it's not worth it. I will emulate it or use an actual disc.
I will say that I kind of I thought a lot of this was overstated, because I don't think I ever really looked at a NTSC and PAL game running side by side. And I think it was, who was it? Digital Foundry, I think, did some stuff that I saw, and I was like, wow. I think it was with Ape Escape specifically, where I was like, holy mother of God, this looks awful. I can't believe that this is the way the game looks. But
it sucks.
But I'm hoping, because I think Wild Arms might be in PAL too, and I'm hoping it's going to be less obvious in that game because there's just not as much movement.
Right.
But it looks crazy.
Wild Arms is turn-based, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So those games are probably fine.
Yeah, I would imagine.
In comparison, but like Ape Escape is such an action. It's an action platformer. Like you can't,
right, exactly. You could see it. It just looked bad.
Yeah. You need all the frames you can get in a game like Ape Escape. And for them to... It's so weird because it feels like, oh, how great. They're honoring their legacy, but also they're shitting all over it. It feels like... I don't know, man. Like, I don't even know what the motivation... What even is the motivation to do this if you're going to put your worst possible foot forward? These are already old games. These are already running at a disadvantage of being incredibly dated, incredibly old, incredibly poorly optimized. You're already running at a disadvantage. So your choice to introduce these old games to a new generation of gamers who probably didn't even grow up with that shit to have nostalgic impact for it at all is to launch with the worst possible version. It just seems so incredibly stupid that I can't fathom it. This is one of those things where it's like, of course Sony would do this. Of course they would do it this way.
One thing to be clear about, and I just want to reemphasize what I said earlier, is that I think having the option is the most appropriate thing, because, Colin, you're right. I'm pretty sure I quickly tried to look up, but I think it is the case with Ape Escape that there are more language options in the PAL version. And so, sure, and some people grew up with the PAL version, and so maybe they won't notice a difference or something. after playing games
I fucking
for
challenge
years,
you.
generations after the PAL versions of PS1 games. I feel like at this point they would notice, but maybe not.
I fucking challenge you to not see the difference.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I don't
you're
know.
right. It's impossible not to see. Like you have to be deficient.
You'd have to be Helen Keller in a cave not to see it.
Definitely. Well, Dustin, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to get this question in because I think this will allow us to delve deeper.
Yeah.
Andrew Walsh wrote in and said, "Hello, Funkmaster Slitaheads. So we all have to admit we were wrong, right? I don't think anyone in the industry expected Sony to do what they did with their subscription service. I know I for sure thought it was going to be a completely bare bones thing, but after seeing pictures of Ridge Racer 2 upres, trophy support for both PS4, PS5 for games like Hot Shots Golf, Wild Arms, and Chris's favorite Ape Escape, being able to save states, rewind, and other various visual settings, the ability to play PS1 games online or on either the PS4 and PS5, and being able, we don't know if that's true now, and being possible to purchase games just off the storefront, I gotta say I'm impressed, and I'm excited to see what else they do with the service in the future. And also, once they give you the option to download PS3 games, which according to Tom from Moore's Law is Dead is being worked on, they got something pretty great here. So my question is, has your opinion on the service changed? I know mine has. Thought this was an interesting question, guys, because my opinion on it has changed. I don't want it. I'm still not going to get it. But at least unless something is behind the paywall that I really want. But I just don't see that happening. Because it seems like a lot of the, especially the first and second party stuff, is going to be a la carte. So I'll just buy them. But
yeah,
it's way better than I thought it was going to be. I mean, even with the PAL stuff, it's way better than I thought it was going to be. I have to be totally honest. Like, because the PAL NTSC stuff is not going to affect anything but PS1 games. So it shouldn't affect PSP. It's not going to affect PS2 and so on and so forth. And so that is isolated only to one console. Unfortunately, it's a major part of the service, but it's not endemic, right? Which I think is good.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that, and it's not a problem that even can be endemic because it's locked to CRTs. So I think the one problem or rather that being one major problem is true, but I must admit, Chris, that this is way better than I thought it was going to be. And though it's not enough to entice me because I can't see getting value out of playing, like Wild Arms is a 50, 60, 70 hour game. That's going to take me like a month. When am I going to fucking pay, subscribe for something? I can just buy it for $5. I mean, but I can see why people are into it. And I definitely am more optimistic about its future than not its future, it's going to exist, but more optimistic about its value than I was a week ago for sure, even with this NTSC stuff. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's just a matter of like, this NTSC problem is one that uniquely affects me because the PS1 generation is the one that I care most about. It's the one that I believe needs the most care when you're bringing it forward into a new library, into a new ecosystem, onto a new platform. It is the oldest one you have. So, and it's also just like where a lot of my personal nostalgia is. It's where like some of my favorite games are. It's where like hopefully in the future we get stuff like Medieval 2. Hopefully we get the original Crash games. That would be cool if they could work out a deal with that, because there is a charm and there is something to those polygonal models and that old look to those games. That, yeah, we got those remasters and they're great, but it would be nice to have that just part of history available to us. And so when I see that arena or that area of the service, which is just my personal favorite, with this massive problem, it does kind of suck the winds out of my sail a little bit, because a lot of PS2 games that I want and love have either been remastered or are available on PS4 to buy anyway. PS3, that would be also like once that becomes downloadable, that'll be a great thing. But for right now, we're locked to streaming only. The stuff that's on PS4 and PS5, I already own all that shit. So like really, the PS1 is the only thing that I have that I can't just have access to. I have a PS1 right beside me, but like it's gonna look like shit on my fucking 4K TV with like the old cables, like jerry rigging some.
Yeah,
you know
is there
I mean?
anything? Is there any? Yeah, I was gonna say, is there anything you can pass like a pass through option for old consoles where it? I'm probably talking out of my ass, but like where it makes it think it's a CRT or something, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
There are HDMI converters, like you can plug in your PlayStation, but you know it's not the best way to do it. Obviously, the best way to do it is to have it just simply up-resed on a new machine, which this is likely going to do. You're obviously going to get a nice boost in something, but I don't know. The NTSC thing does really suck a lot of the wind out of my sails with this, but it's not necessarily because I don't think the future of the platform is good. I do think this is also something that can be ameliorated in the future. Like, it doesn't seem like, unless they just don't have the NTSC files, which would be insane, but it also wouldn't surprise me. You know what I mean? Like,
I totally agree. I totally agree, dude. Companies, especially in the cartridge era, the companies have lost a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah,
it's gone. That's famously why Capcom could never release the Mega Man Game Boy games at the time, is because they lost the ROMs. And I don't know. There's something about ripping them that's not the same. I don't know what it is, because wasn't there something in the NES Classic where there's a line of code that indicates that it is literally a ROM from the internet of Mario?
Yeah.
It's
insane. But
which is like they don't even have it.
I don't know, man. Like, I think it's cool. I'm looking forward to it, especially like once they get the PS3 download situation sorted out. It's going to be it's going to be a huge deal, because that's also just an area of the entire history of the platform that's just locked and sealed away. It's just, I just feel like they should treat the PlayStation 1 with the reverence that it deserves. Like, you are here only because of that. Like, that is an important machine in the history of your platform, and I would prefer its library to be treated with some semblance of care.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree, and it's funny. Speaking of Mario, I always like I sometimes like bringing this up. I don't think I have in a long time. Is that one of my favorite stories in the games industry is still that no one knows what day Super Mario Brothers came out. It's a true story. Like, no one knows like the actual release date, and there's a really great story about, like, I think an article, like a long form article about it, that I don't know who did, like maybe Eurogamer or something some years ago. I always love thinking of that, where like there's like all this lore in games industry where no one knows exactly what day it came out, which is so weird because we know all that shit inherently now.
That's
so
crazy.
With Dustin, let me throw it over to you. Do you agree with Chris's, like, on balance, do you think that it's better than worse? Because I don't see how we could honestly say that it's not. Right? Like, it's so much better. We always expect the bare minimum from Sony, not in their games, but in the services. They just don't do very much. And I'm impressed. Like, even with the trophy thing, I know that seems minor, but that took work. Like, someone was like, we got to do this. Yeah. And they're like, okay, we're going to do it. I think that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to figure out how I feel about this, because I think you're right in that I should be fair in that this is better than we expected. And I think that the list of games outside of the classic library also looks very promising, a compelling value in a lot of ways. And I'm sure the PS2 stuff will be cool, and the PSP. And it's just like, I was thinking of an analogy that it's like this is a cake that has been presented to us that is much better than expected. It's got delicious frosting. It's got sprinkles. That's the trophies on top. And everything looks great, but it's burnt on the bottom. And that's really ruining it for me. Even though I can just cut around it, it's bothering me that it's like, man, you guys, you kind of fumbled at the last minute here, that this would have been like an absolute home run. And to be extremely clear, a lot of this, like Chris, for me, has to do with the fact that I was most excited for this PS1 library stuff. And so for me personally, I am pretty disappointed. But you are correct in that overall, this has been more than the bare minimum in a lot of ways. So I should be fair. I'm letting my feelings of what I was most excited for get in the way.
That's fair.
But here's the thing is that I would love for this to be fixed. We already saw them fix that weird billing thing where like people had a bill for like $1,000.
It's so awesome. Like, in quote, they fixed it. They were definitely intending on doing that. Like, no doubt in my mind about that. Because, as I said in the write-up, there is they were writing back to people saying like, no, you got to pay. It wasn't a mistake. That was like in their, they get documentation. They're ready for this stuff. Like, it's right. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. I was laughing at first because I'm like, that is hysterical because all these people have to pay like
$1,000 if you want to upgrade.
But
wow.
It's ridiculous.
The point just is that they've already fixed that, which I think they had to out of bad PR. But so this is, the very first iteration of this service. So hopefully they hear our feedback loud and clear that we don't want PAL games. We want NTSC games or the option.
Yeah.
So that's the best that I can hope for right now.
Yeah, they already had a confusing ass setup for the PS5 at launch anyway, with like the different versions of the same exact fucking game that had no delineation between them.
It's a great point.
So fucking why not? Why not just have? I don't know. Yeah. I agree. It's a good service. It's just.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, we might be getting so ahead of the game because, like you're saying, like, will they replace these games with the NTSC versions? I just don't think so, because knowing how objects work on the PSN and the fact that games have been published with the trophies already, like, I just don't think so. I just don't think so. But maybe. All right. Liam Venencia has an exit question for me. He says, "Hey there, you filthy slitters. This one is for Colin." You guys are getting out of control.
They can't stop.
Colin, you have previously stated that you could see some sort of bespoke version of Game Pass on PlayStation. With the release of the new PlayStation Plus imminent, do you still see a future where this is possible? Cheers, lads, for everything you do. I love all the content coming out of Last Stand Media, and it makes my commutes to work way more bearable. Thank you, Liam, for writing in and for your kind words. I totally believe that this is the goal. Like, I believe 100% that if you sat down with Phil Spencer and were able to speak to him totally candidly, and you asked, is the goal to get this thing on PlayStation, or one of your goals to get it on PlayStation? He'd be like, absolutely. 100%. That's the goal, is to get it on PlayStation. I think Sony will be the hold up to this. But I think that it's more malleable than people think. Think about Ubisoft Plus. Think about EA and their subscription service and all of these different things that are coming out. Why couldn't there be a bespoke, tailor-made PlayStation version of Xbox Game Pass? And I'm not saying it's going to happen now, but I keep saying Elder Scrolls 6 will launch on PlayStation 5 as a Game Pass game. That's my prediction. I'm wrong about shit all the time.
That'll be interesting.
Game Pass only, or could you buy it a la carte as well?
Oh, I don't know. That's actually a pretty interesting question. That's a very interesting question. Maybe Game Pass only. That's actually really, because I would assume you would want to do a Game Pass only, right?
Yeah.
And like do you care about a la carte? I mean, you're going to kill your subscription service if you have an option on a competitor of a la carte purchases. I just feel like, but I don't know. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I think, Liam, to your inquiry, I just think that is so obviously the goal. And since Game Pass does something totally different than PlayStation Plus does now, and always has, with day and date games and all the rest, I think they can live together. I just think it requires time. I don't think we're there yet, but I think we will be. And I don't think it'll be that surprising. Like, I just don't.
I would like that. I would like to see like Halo and stuff on PlayStation. It'd be cool.
Well, because people are asking, Chris, to that point, like, well, how are you going to work with Outriders and all these games? And I'm like, no, it is, as you said, a bespoke version. It's only going to have first and second party Xbox games on it. That's it. And it's only for PlayStation, like that version of it. And maybe you can carry it over to other consoles or whatever. But I want people to be clear about what I'm saying. Like, I feel like Xbox has a way to win doing that. To say like, oh, this is just like, imagine going to PlayStation and be like, we're charging you the same exact price for Game Pass, but all you get are our games. If you come over to our console,
right? Yeah,
you get our games and like all of this other shit that you're paying for there. And I feel like that's actually kind of risky for Sony to let that into their walled garden. But they're doing it already. They let EA in, they let Ubisoft in. I think it's obviously many steps further to get to Microsoft, but Starfield's not coming out till next year, right? I'm talking about this happening for the next Bethesda Game Studios game. I mean, we are talking so far from now.
Yeah,
that
like 4 years, 5
years. It's unimaginable. I wouldn't be surprised if Elder Scrolls 6 came out in like 2027. Something insane like that. Like, I don't fucking know. So we'll see. But it's an interesting thought nonetheless.
Yeah.
Number 5. None of us have any clue when PlayStation VR 2 will launch. We think 2023 seems safe. However, what we do know now is that Sony intends on supporting the peripheral with a wide array of games, more than 20 in fact. As reported by VGC, PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan said the following during a financial call, end quote, "Right now, there is a considerable amount of money being spent on partnerships with independent and other third-party developers to secure a considerable pipeline of attractive VR content at the launch of PlayStation VR 2. That energy, that effort, and that money will continue to grow as the installed base of PlayStation VR 2 headset grows also," end quote. This number is promising but not unheard of. When the PSVR launched in 2016, it had much more than 20 games, including some key titles. It's more important that PlayStation secures and creates meaningful gaming content, as opposed to busting out numbers of titles. And we already know that recently purchased Sony studio Firesprite is working on a Horizon game for PSVR 2's launch. That's bigger than anything that's ever been on PSVR. With their own verbiage in the accompanying slides, it seems they get it. It says in part, quote, 20 plus major first-party and third-party titles confirmed for PSVR 2 at launch, end quote. PlayStation VR 2, which was teased last year and officially shown off and confirmed this year, promises to greatly expand the capabilities of the original unit. It's connected by a single wire, has custom controllers instead of move wands, and it supports a slew of features. It won't even require a camera. Of course, price also remains a factor, and we've not heard anything about that yet. Pace wrote in and said, hey, CDC, in the Sony investor meeting today, one of the slides stated they had 20 plus major first-party and third-party titles confirmed for PSVR 2 at launch. This sounds like a huge lineup for a new device launch. Horizon, GT7, Resident Evil 8, dare I say GT5, I think you're meaning GTA 5, and Half-Life Alyx. What are your thoughts? Keep up the great work. Chris, talk to me. I mean, this seems aggressive. The verbiage they use is 20 plus major first-party, so of course them, and third-party titles. And earlier he says partnerships with independent and other third-party developers. So that seems to me to indicate you're working with like the kinds of guys that make Moss and all that kind of stuff. But you might also be working with the kinds of guys that make a Half-Life Alyx or something like that.
Yeah,
I feel like we might see it. I'm wondering what you think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, VR is interesting. It's an interesting space to pay attention to because the pool is so small. There's only so many, in comparison to the broader games market, there's only so many things that they could be talking about. You know, like I can count, there's probably only 20 objectively good VR games, quite frankly, you know what I mean? So like, I feel like Half-Life Alyx must be one of these. Like, I feel like it would be good for Valve to get their game on a different platform. They've already wrung pretty much all the money they could hope to wring out of Half-Life Alyx at this point. Everybody who wants Half-Life Alyx has played it. You know, I'm sure it'll consistently like slowly creep up the sales in Steam. Why not get it onto a new platform where no one has touched it before?
Sony might give you more money too. I mean, Sony, you might be able to work out like a 90,
they might buy it.
Yeah, 90-10 deal or something with them.
Yeah, dude. Like, get that out there. I can see, you know, I could see Resident Evil 8 and Gran Turismo and Horizon. This Horizon game is obviously going to be a launch title for it. I can't
Call of the Mountain. That's what they're aiming for. Yeah.
I can't imagine that it wouldn't be. But also stuff like Boneworks, you know, and maybe like, because Boneworks is huge. Like, I don't think people really understand like how huge Boneworks is. Like, I think it is maybe a little bit more popular in the modding community because it is so malleable. But you know what? VR, why not make this game? Why not put Boneworks on there and offer mods for it? Why not open the door completely? I mean, we know mods on console is possible. We know Boneworks, or not Boneworks, Fallout and Skyrim have mods on console spaces. Why not have an open source version or like a specifically tailor-made version of something like Boneworks where there's like a curated like selection of mods that you can install and like make your own shit? Massive potential for that platform if something like that is available. If something is available to you that you can create things in, that's a huge deal. Because I think that's one of the reasons why Minecraft and even modern Fortnite is so big, because people are making their own shit and throwing it in there. And, you know, that's why games like Halo were so big back in the day, people making their own shit and sharing it. VR doesn't have that in the console space. VR has that in the PC space. You have things like VR chat. You have things like, you know, Gorn and all of these other Boneworks, obviously, where you can just create your own thing. Vader Immortal, where people are modding the hell out of that. There's a lot of potential just in Boneworks. So like, I think I would put money down on Boneworks being on PSVR 2. Half-Life is obviously a no-brainer. The rest of them could be anything really. I would imagine Beat Saber is going to continue because Beat Saber's huge. You know, Pistol Whip, super hot, the mainstays. But for sure, Grand Theft Auto 5 is the one that I'm not super sure.
Yeah,
maybe.
I'm reading now. I'm trying to just make sure I'm right about this. But if Alyx comes to PSVR, I think that would be, the first game published to PlayStation from Valve since Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And that was 2012. So it'll have been more than a decade, which is pretty crazy. And before that, they did, Portal 2 and Left 4 Dead didn't even come. It was the Orange Box, really. I mean, PlayStation has really only gotten over time like the Half-Life games, and then all wrapped up into the orange box. Then we got Portal 2, and then we got Counteroffensive and or Global Offensive, and that was it. So that's an interesting just little tidbit. Dustin, how are you feeling about this optimism about PSVR 2? I feel like I got to reiterate, like that Horizon game is a bigger deal for the specific platform than any game that came to PlayStation VR. A lot of PSVR games are huge, but I'm saying specifically germane to our audience, like the PlayStation hardcore, having a Horizon game is bigger than any single game that could have drawn someone to the console. I mean, Horizon's a almost 20 million selling game, the first one. So what do you make of this?
I think it's important that these games, whatever they are a mix of new content that is not available anywhere else and hasn't been announced yet, and also some of the big hitters from PC. Because in one way, you need your VR evangelists on board for this product, because they're the ones that are going to be selling the unit to the normies, so to say. Not that there's going to be things like Horizon that's going to sell VR to the non-VR people that haven't played VR before. So, but at the same time, you want to be able to give them content that they don't already have, because they probably either have it on PC VR or Oculus Quest or something like that. And so you also, at the same time, want to have some of those heavy hitters from the PC space that didn't make it to PSVR for when people get on board with this new headset, that they're like, oh yeah, I've heard of Boneworks and I've heard of Half-Life Alyx. Those are going to be available on this. I'm definitely getting that because I've been looking at that, but I didn't want to dive into PC VR. So VR's in a weird space right now, because Valve, I think, has kind of given up on it. Not fully, but they had a big splash with the Index. They did Half-Life Alyx, and it seemed like VR was a huge initiative for them until it just faded away. And so now it's really been Oculus or Meta has been leading the charge, and they've been doing pretty well and doing some interesting exclusive content as far as Resident Evil 4, and now they have GTA San Andreas coming to the platform as well. So the space is still competitive, but I feel like Sony is really in a good spot to leverage their IP. And that's been the big thing that I've always said with PSVR for a while, is that I don't think PSVR did quite as well as it could have, because Sony was, to me, felt like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And they never, I feel like, to put their money where their mouth is with one of their big IPs and make a full-blown PSVR game. It doesn't need to be like Horizon 3 doesn't need to be PSVR only or something like that. But to do a legitimate Horizon game that doesn't feel like a $20 to $30 experience on PSVR, I think is big. To do something like, dude, if they did an Uncharted thing in VR as well, that would be awesome. It would be so cool. It would show a level of investment that, at least to me, would make me feel comfortable like really investing in this, because we've seen how, I don't know, they did a good job supporting PSVR, and they had a lot of third party stuff, especially towards the tail end. But I don't know, it's risky with this level of expensive hardware for something that is still pretty niche, which is VR. So it's promising for sure. And man, the specs of this thing sound awesome. It sounds like everything is being lined up perfectly. I think the big thing, also one last thing, is PlayStation Home on PlayStation VR, some kind of social space. It would be so funny if they beat Zuckerberg to the punch on some kind of virtual space, PlayStation Home, whatever, the metaverse, that they beat him to it and made something that actually was compelling. Yeah. Maybe the answer is just VR chat on PSVR 2, but that's probably a level of unmoderation or non-moderation that Sony would not like.
Yeah, but I don't think you want like little tiny Tim, 8 years old, fucking limping around and be like, I want to get in VR chat, and then he just sees like four people that are just dicks, just walking around.
VR chat is crazy. It's like
it's lunacy. It's a fever dream.
Dude, last time I played it, I think I was running around as Kermit the Frog. I was just like in Kermit the Frog's body, and like I could look down and see myself, and then it's like you go and there's like some anime titty girls, and then like Tony the Tiger walks over, and you're all hanging out in a Japanese garden. Like it's just like it is a total free for all.
It is sadly what Ready Player One it really is.
Yes,
you know, it's just a bunch of people in the dumbest avatars you could possibly find, standing around, awkwardly moving at each other.
Right.
That's what it is. But yeah, no, I think a PlayStation Home would be smart, like something like that, like a PlayStation centric kind of VR chat would be a very smart thing to invest in. Also, wouldn't be that difficult to make in comparison to a lot of other VR games that have to worry about, you know, proper game mechanics and actual design. All you have to worry about is designing a 3-dimensional space that has collision, and that's it. You know, and maybe pretty it up with some artists. But I'm telling you this right now, like Half-Life Alyx, if Half-Life Alyx is not on there and Boneworks is not on there, it's a massive problem. Like those are two of the biggest games. You have to have one or the other, both ideal, but like Boneworks sells itself.
I'm excited to see what they come up with. I'm sure they're fastidiously working on deals. So
yeah.
I imagine why wouldn't one of these, unless these games have a specific reason, like a financial reason to tether themselves to one platform, whether they're owned by, you know, Meta or Valve or whatever. Otherwise, why wouldn't you want to come to PSVR 2? Like you would have to be a friggin' idiot not to, because the install base is just so infinitesimal that you would need to reach as many people as you want and can. I mean, so I'm confident that they're going to figure this out. Like I really feel like PSVR 2 is going to be awesome. I think PSVR was pretty awesome too, but I think it didn't have legs. It didn't stay around. It was a really cool novelty. Can we make this thing be a more all-encompassing part of my PlayStation experience? That's the question. And like Vita did it, PSP did it. I think it can happen. You know, yeah. Vita and PSP were just as important to me as PS3 and PS4. And it could be that you know, that new leg of the stool.
Yeah.
Another leg of the stool, of course, is PC, and there's much to say here, and including some pretty shocking stats. And so let's get into this stuff. Number 6. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to PlayStation on PC and other related issues. And before we get into it, allow me to tip my cap to two most cited sources, Push Square and Video Games Chronicle, for laying all this out. Wonderful websites. So let's jump in. In recent financial data, Sony is clearly pushing for a much broader role for PlayStation on PC. This should, of course, be no surprise. Second-party games like Quantic Dream's Trilogy migrated to PC over the years, and then first-party games too, like Horizon, God of War, and Days Gone. Heck, even Uncharted is coming to PC. But it may not have been clear quite how much Sony is looking to invest. So let's break it down. In fiscal 2019, PlayStation released fewer than 10% of its annual launches by number on PC. In fiscal 2022, this year, it intends on 20% of its releases being on PC, so 1 in 5. By 2025, that number jumps to perhaps a quarter of all PlayStation releases or more. As such, it intends on multiplying its revenue on PC 3 times over this year alone. In 2021's fiscal year, they made $80 million off of a trio of games selling 1 million or so copies each on Steam and elsewhere. So those are Days Gone, Horizon, and God of War. This year, that number will rise to $300 million. Thus, mystery is afoot because this indicates not only more releases ultimately, but day and date ones as well. Sony has been open that it will be investing in 12 separate games as a service by 2026, and they reiterate that here. What we didn't know until now, however, is that 2 of those unannounced games will be released this fiscal year, so by the end of March 2023. Sadly, this model of games as a service will continue. In fiscal 2021, a full quarter, 25% of PlayStation's revenue came from free-to-play games, a shocking sign of things to come. Indeed, the NPD Group, which tracks American game sales, notes that these are the top 10 most played games in the US right now in order. Minecraft, GTA 5, The Sims 4, Fortnite, Among Us, Animal Crossing, Call of Duty Warzone, Madden NFL 22, Call of Duty Vanguard, and NBA 2K22. Seeing a trend, virtually all these games are either free-to-play or have major microtransaction or content download features. So, unfortunately, this will have ramifications, namely that by 2025, PlayStation will be investing half of its software spend into these types of titles, which they are calling live service, of course. This unites with PlayStation's intention to have PlayStation 4 software totally off the board by that year. In the meantime, It appears the next PlayStation game en route to PC is none other than yet another NVIDIA leaked port, Returnal. Steam has been scraped and the data is clearly there. Oh, and look out for mobile games too. 20% of PlayStation's output by game released will be on mobile devices by 2025. So 1 in 5 PlayStation games will be a mobile game. Guys, there is much to say here. Dustin, let's start with you. How do you feel about this? PC, like it or not, is becoming a major component of PlayStation's move forward. And I hate to say this too, for people that are expecting no day and date stuff anytime soon, I would readjust that expectation. Why? Because they made $80 million last year re-releasing 3 old PS4 games, and they somehow intend on making $300 million on PC games this year. So I would do the math. I would imagine both of these live service games are day and date, PS5, PC.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, the live service games, this is what Chris and I have been emphasizing, really. I think we just last week talked about this, that it's like
literally.
It's essential that live service games, that you meet people where they are on as many platforms as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if these games are also launching on Xbox and maybe even Switch at the same time, just because you want to have the biggest possibility of players that are able to play. But as far as the, we'll say, more traditional games on PC, I think that they realize that there's a lot of players on PC who simply do not want to play on consoles. And it doesn't matter what type of, or how compelling the software is. Some of them just don't want to play on consoles. And so you might as well meet them where they are and find them and give them those games. And so I think that it doesn't mean necessarily the end of the PlayStation launch day, right? For a game like Returnal, like the games that are, we'll say, more single player focused, I still think will come to PlayStation 5 first. I think we're going to see the gap shorten like a lot. Returnal, the next one, makes sense. Get that out, man. I think that'll be a sweet game to play on mouse and keyboard, just for the level of precision.
Yeah,
that's very interesting to me. But also, I'm wondering, I think I was totally wrong. I said on some show that I thought Ghost of Tsushima would be next. I think that after Returnal, it's going to be GT7. I think that they are probably anxious to get that game onto PC because it also fits in those slides. They showed that GT7, they listed as a live service game, which it is, because it constantly has new content, new cars and stuff like that. So the sim racers also are primarily on PC. So they're definitely looking to get that one on as fast as possible. So PC, PlayStation, it's a perfect match, and it makes sense to me. I'm happy to see these games come to that platform, and I'm sure that they will make lots and lots of money there. And honestly, I am not convinced that it's going to even put a scratch on their the amount of player or whatever, like their console output, as far as like how much money they'll make there. I mean, sure, maybe you'll lose a few people that will be like, oh, well, I don't need to buy a PS5 anymore because I can just wait a few months. But a lot of those people maybe weren't going to get a PS5 anyway.
I'm sorry,
they're PC gamers and they don't want consoles.
Well, also just the nature of how difficult it is to find the PS5 right now. It's like, I'm sure a lot of people are like, why the fuck would I even give a shit? Like there's so many things to play. Like my library dates back to 2006. You know, like what, you know, it's very difficult to sell like a PC primary person on a console. Like it always has been.
I was going to say, before I throw it over to you, Chris, for further thought, is that there's a really interesting illustration. I encourage people to go look at this financial report, because it's a lot of data and a lot of visuals. So it's not like very difficult to read. And one of the things they say is they actually break down how the PC games did by like exact sales count and then how much money they made on them. And remember, we were talking earlier that my gut feeling is that a game like Death Stranding is like a $60 million game. They made $60 million in profit on Forbidden West going to PC, they said. So that's a really great illustration of the potential of that money just getting grabbed from that latent audience, like Dustin said, that's never going to be with us anyway. Just taking it out of their pocket and then putting it in the pockets of our own studios in our ecosystem that will make games for us. And they'll get it too, but they're only selling like 1 million or 1.5 million copies of games. That's nothing. I mean, Horizon sold 10 times that on PS4. You know, it's so So I think people are to Dustin's point, and Chris, I'll throw it to you. I think people might be overestimating PC's relevance to the existing or potential PlayStation audience. It really is just expansive, and that's it. No one's not like, no, I don't imagine that. As an anecdote, my old roommate, Mike Mitchell, who old fans of mine know, he was a good friend of mine, a big PlayStation fan. He went to PC during the PS4 era, and then he came back. And I was just talking to him recently, like he's off PC now. He's back on PlayStation 5 again. So like there's this clarion call, even for people that don't play on there, to come back. So I think it really is just for the PC master race people. And that's fine.
Yeah.
So what do you make of this this kind of a seemingly aggressive move? And do you believe that these day and date 2 games that we'll talk about shortly will come to PC at the same time? Because I think the $300 million estimation is clear that they expect some big shit to come. $300 million is a lot of money. That's several games worth of revenue,
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the live service stuff, it's super smart. I do think we've talked about this before. Like Dustin said, like I think literally last episode I was talking about how like it makes if you're having a live service game, you want it as available as possible. And I do think I think GT7 is super likely. And you know what, guys, I'm gonna say this. I really think this would be a smart thing for them to do. I think factions should do this. I think factions should not only be on PC. I think factions should be on Xbox as well. I feel like that would be such a massive deal. Like imagine The Last of Us not confined to PlayStation. Like you're never going to sever the relationship of Last of Us to PlayStation. That will always be a PlayStation game. Whether you play it on PC, whether you play it on Xbox, whether you play it on your fucking Tamagotchi, whatever the hell you play that thing on, that is a PlayStation game. And to have it make a huge splash, as big of a splash as possible in a live service environment in this factions mode that, like, I mean, a lot of us are speculating now that it's tied to the Last of Us remake, which is probably true. But presuming it's something that might be standalone, or at least like maybe it's a standalone thing that's bundled with the Last of Us remake, right? And maybe you don't have to buy it. If you have Last of Us remake or something, or if it's free to play and you just get certain little goodies, maybe you get like cosmetics or like you get something for the multiplayer mode if you have Last of Us remake, something like that. If this is its own separate independent thing, like I think they did with Legends, right? Is Ghost of Tsushima Legends a separate thing as well?
It's free, but it was standalone because they released it on PS Plus.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think if they can do that with Last of Us, man, that would be a fucking massive deal. Especially in a year like this, where, I mean, God of War is huge, but it's looking pretty silent for like in general, for both Xbox and PlayStation. Aside from God of War, and aside from like, I'm sure there's a couple of Nintendo things that people give a shit about that are not on my radar at all. But it would be awesome. In for the holidays, or like even like a little bit early next year, to get The Last of Us as ubiquitously available as possible in some way, shape, or form. Not the remake, because obviously that's a single player game that'll stay, but I think it'd be a smart move personally.
Well, let's dive deeper. Vincent Castro wrote in. I mean, we've kind of already answered this, but he says, my slit is Sony just announced that they expect 2 SIE live service franchises to release before March 2023. More interesting, however, is Jim Ryan clarified Destiny 2 wouldn't count as one of these franchises when the Bungie acquisition is completed. So I ask you, what could they be? Factions, Guerrilla's multiplayer game, Helldivers 2, Twisted Metal? Could it be a new PlayStation Home for PSVR 2? All I know is if we are getting these projects this year, we need an event very soon. I agree. Let's guess. Let's go around the horn. Dustin, what are the 2 games? What are they?
I think Factions is a lock. Lock it in. Factions this year. And it's a live service game. The other one, though, I don't know. Helldivers 2 as a live service is kind of intriguing in that game has a lot of character. And so I'm wondering, what about an expanded Helldivers that's not top down, but like a third person shooter that has like I don't want to say a Fortnite quality, but I guess I could see it. That would maybe work with that IP. So I don't know. I don't think Twisted Metal works. Or at least I hope not. It doesn't seem like it would be the game that would work for this. So, but, here's a theory. He said Guerrilla's new multiplayer game. Maybe this is ripe for a return of SOCOM?
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. I mean, that's kind of That's always been my outside guess, but I just feel like, yeah, Factions is probably one, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if it is. Like, I feel like Factions might be in the Last of Us remake. Like, I feel like they might be one thing. And if that's the case, then I don't think that counts. And so, yeah, SOCOM, and then, I don't know that anyone's ready to go, like, that we would know about. It's certainly not the partners they announced last time. Maybe some second or third party partner that's been working for a while with them. I really don't have any fucking idea. But yeah, I would say if we're going to count Factions, I would say Factions and SOCOM. Helldivers 2 is clearly real. I don't know if they're counting that. Chris, I'm curious what you think, because I'm just kind of, my eyes keep getting drawn to this $300 million sum. It's like, that's not suggestive of Helldivers 2. I mean,
no.
So I don't know. Right. And that's just on PC, by the way. So that's just the slice that the PC games are going to make. That indicates that they have something huge. Like, I don't know what it is, though. What do you think?
Well, that's The Last of Us. To me, that's Last of Us. It is the biggest thing that they have that can do that. I don't imagine that they're talking about God of War, Ragnarok. That's not a live service game. I don't imagine that Helldivers 2 it meets that quality. I don't imagine that SOCOM is ready yet. I think we would have heard a lot more about it. I think we would have seen a lot more about it by now. Unless they're like really holding their cards for a surprise, which I don't really think is the case. Also, Guerrilla's just been pretty busy. I don't know if they would release SOCOM that quickly after Forbidden West. I don't know if they would. They don't really overlap in audience necessarily, so they might not worry about competing. And I know Insomniac has traditionally gone pretty quick, but I don't. That seems a little too weird to me. Like, that seems too quick, almost for the health of the studio. Like, you just want to get, like, if we're gonna do it that quickly, want to at least get SOCOM out like maybe next year or something. Just so we space things out a little bit, give our stuff room to breathe, give us more time to work on other things as well if we need that time. I think it's Factions, man. Like, the other thing, I don't know what the hell that other thing is. Like, I don't imagine that the other live service game is something that we can necessarily predict right now. I think it's probably some random surprise thing that we don't know about. But I just think, I have this feeling, man, that Factions is the thing. I have a feeling they might take a cue from, I mean, not the best cue, because Resident Evil is not exactly the best at doing this, but I think they have the right idea of having, hey, here's Resident Evil 3 remake, right? Here's a remake of a game that you know, that you love. It's updated. It's got a bunch of new shit in it, but it's Resident Evil 3, and it's a game you've already played before. So with this, you'll get this Resident Evil Reverse, or that multiplayer game that nobody gave a shit about. You know, I think that formula, while they fumbled it really hard with Resident Evil, I think that's not a bad idea. If you're going to offer something like a remake of The Last of Us, which, like, most PlayStation fans intimately know already, there's probably not that much new there. You want to bundle it with something that is new and is exciting and is modern and has some excitement to it, that has legs. And if you're going to do that, you don't necessarily want to have it conjoined, because you want those multiplayer offerings to be flexible inherently. Like, they've already said that they're trying to do live service games, and they've said this for a while. It's not like their commitment to live service is so new that The Last of Us Factions has no hope of adjusting to that, because it's so far along. It's very easily, like, you could very easily see that they've had enough time to get this working in the right way to fit in with this new strategy. And I just think it would be a really smart way of maybe tying Factions to The Last of Us, because maybe they don't even call it The Last of Us. You know, maybe they call it just Factions, and maybe it's out on PC and you're like, what is that? Oh, it's that thing that launched with The Last of Us. Interesting. But it's a standalone on PC. But what is it a standalone for? It's The Last of Us remake. Oh, I haven't played that. Maybe I'll jump over and play on console. You know, there's so many different.
It's also possible The Last of Us remake is going to be on PC.
That's also true. Yeah, I mean, I mean, honestly, like, why not? Like, with a remake,
I kind of agree with you there. It's been a very long time. You know.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I question the necessity of this fucking thing at all. But if you're gonna do it, you might as well just make a ton of money off it. And I don't see why you wouldn't push it as, like, almost like this free advertising for this new live service game that will no doubt make a ton of money.
The KOTOR second party remake is PC PS5, so I don't know if they're going to take the same tact with their first party stuff. But yeah, you almost with The Last of Us coming to HBO again, getting to an all new audience, and the game is 9 years old. I mean, it's not new.
Really, just imagine the first Naughty Dog game for PC, not ported. 4. That's huge. That is a massive fucking deal, man.
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of deal that screams $300 million.
Yeah.
Or at least
Certainly.
potentially
one
could
game.
for them.
Yeah.
You know.
I concur. Yeah, well said. I think I'm hoping for SOCOM's return. Dustin, to your point, I've long said that I feel like Guerrilla is making SOCOM. I just feel like that's a weird thing not to go back to. We also know that Twisted Metal is apparently in development. So at Lucid, right? Or no, that they took it back, right? And went to Fire Sprite or something like that. So we'll find out more. But the more we talk, the more it's clear that they have much to say. And I will be very interested in seeing more. Number 7. Let's see here. Sony is continuing to heavily expand their television and film offerings based on PlayStation IP, as shepherded aggressively by their internal vertical PlayStation Productions. Thanks to friend of the show, Benji Sales, however, who points to recent announcements in Sony's vast financials and earnings calls, 3 new TV shows have been confirmed. Horizon, which is going to Netflix, the rumored God of War show, which will be going to Amazon, and a 3rd show dedicated to Gran Turismo that is yet to be affixed to a production company or streaming platform. As you'll already know, these shows will join a growing roster of products, including the Uncharted film that recently surpassed a staggering $400 million in global revenue, making it one of the biggest gaming movies of all time. The upcoming HBO iteration of The Last of Us, and the in-progress Twisted Metal comedy as well. Horizon, first launched on PS4 in 2017 from Killzone Studio Guerrilla, is perhaps the most intriguing of the bunch. However, God of War will also be a big undertaking as the series nears its 20th anniversary in 2025. Gran Turismo, on the other hand, has the potential to be something different, perhaps something in the vein of the mega popular Top Gear shows of the past. Gran Turismo is the longest running, still going PlayStation franchise, and it's been stewarded by by only one studio since the very beginning, Polyphony Digital. The original Gran Turismo came to PS1 in the West in 1998. Chris, what do you think of this? Horizon, God of War, both getting TV shows. Gran Turismo is interesting to me because I feel like they could do something where it's like about racers and car drivers, which is cool, but I couldn't help but think of Top Gear, which as a person who doesn't know anything about cars, and I'm talking about the old Top Gear, that show used to make me belly laugh. Like that show was fucking hysterical, even for someone that was totally ignorant. And I was thinking, like, could they do something very accessible like that? But what do you make of this? I mean, is Sony getting too aggressive now? I mean, we're getting a lot. It seems like PlayStation Productions here is getting their hands dirty, and it's kind of working. I mean, I would doubt that The Last of Us is going to be bad. It's an HBO show. I just think HBO does good stuff. And Uncharted, demonstrably, people like it. So what do you think? Am I the one that is out of touch?
No, I mean, this is my personal hell. But I guess we're just getting TV shows of the goddamn everything, and some of these are bound to be not fantastic. I think The Last of Us is probably going to be. I think The Last of Us probably has the best shot of being good, if redundant. So, like, that might even be kind of worse. But Twisted Metal, I have no fucking idea. That has, to me, the most potential just because the expectations for that have to be so low that, like, I can imagine being almost pleasantly surprised by how entertaining Twisted Metal might be. Horizon, I think, has no chance just because the budget for that thing would have to be so insane to look good that I have a really tough time imagining that show would turn out well. God of War is confusing also. Like, maybe that could be good if they... I
have a problem with the God of War thing just for size. I just don't know how they're going to do that.
How are you going to cast this man? Like, it's fun.
He's huge. I don't... Like, let me see. How tall is Kratos? Early scripts listed him as 6'6", while recently a Santa Monica studio dev stated that Kratos is 7 feet 6 inches tall in the comics and about 6 feet 4 inches tall in the game. So maybe he's not that big. I mean, that would be like the Mountain or something in Game of Thrones, like someone that size.
Yeah, but you would need somebody who's that size who looks enough like Kratos that it isn't distracting. That's
Chris Pratt.
Yeah, Chris Pratt.
Also, and I've said this many times, I also see Kratos fundamentally as a black man underneath all that makeup. And I wonder how they're going to do that as well. Like, it's always been a black character to me. I mean, straight up. I don't know how. He's not, but you know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, played by one. But of course, it's just, I don't know. I always just look. So it's like, what kind of actor do you go for? What's the body type? I feel like in the new God of War, maybe it's because the boy is, Atreus or whatever, is so small but he looks fucking huge in that game, like 7 feet tall plus. So I don't know. That's most confusing to me.
It's difficult to really have a sense of scale in a world where nothing in it really exists. You know, like you're kind of walking around and there's like, oh, there's a giant turtle creature, or like, oh, hey, there's a woman there, but this woman could be, however, like, I don't know how tall this. Kratos could be like 15'7". You know, it doesn't really matter because like all that matters is like how realistic the world around him is in relation to real world height, which is like it's like that famous article that was like Caillou, you know, that character, the bald Canadian children's show character.
Yeah,
he's like 5'11" according.
Yeah, it's
apparently.
horrifying.
Which like
you were hung up on that. You were hung up on that. Yeah, it
isn't prohibitively impossible as long as like the rest of the world scales. But like at that point, like what does it even matter? Yeah. But like I think in a situation like I just feel like this is happening to the point where so frequently to the point where like I can't imagine that all of these are going to be good. I think The Last of Us has the best shot. Also because The Last of Us seems like it would ironically be the cheapest one to make. It's literally just people in like overgrown modern architecture. You know, like it would.
Sure.
It's way easier to make a Last of Us show than it is like, oh, let's jerry rig a flamethrower to an ice cream truck and have that look cool somehow. Okay, let's build a 70-foot tall dinosaur out of metal and scraps and have that look good
you're
somehow.
Right. I don't know.
Oh, hey, let's get a 7-foot tall guy who looks exactly like this to act at our show about God of War. It's like, no, The Last of Us is obviously has the best shot, but I'm not looking forward to any of these. I just don't.
I can't wait to see how it is. Like, I can't wait to see if HBO is just so high quality. I feel like HBO and PlayStation go together. They actually belong together.
Yeah.
If they can make this work, could they do something else? You know, anyway, Chris
curious.
Clayton wrote in, and I want to throw this one to you, Dustin. He says, hey, sacred folks. And this goes to what we're talking about here, Chris. He says, first time patron here. Welcome. Sony investing more into movies and shows has me thinking, do you all think a Horizon live action or animated movie or TV show would work? Like, could the gameplay translate well into cinema? And he says gameplay in quotes. Thanks for your insightful commentary, Sacred Symbols. Thank you, Chris. Dustin, I mean, I think he kind of hits on this here, and this is the answer Dagan would give if he were here, which is like Horizon should be animated. And that seems to be obvious. Like a Horizon anime, even like not just anime, but a Japanese style Horizon would be really cool. I don't know how you would do it you couldn't do it practically. And so it's going to look shitty. If they don't look like they belong together, you know, these massive, like Chris said, these fucking mountain-sized dinosaur creatures. I just don't know. It's dangerous. God of War is easier because you can put people in fucking orc outfits and shit. You know, like there's a million different ways you can do everything in that practically, with rare exception. If you want to have like hydras and shit like that, it's gonna be different. So, but again, I remain most intrigued by Gran Turismo because I just think that they have an option to do something weird. They have an option to do all sorts of shit with that, which is exciting. So anyway, what are your thoughts, if any, on this?
Yeah, animated would be the way to go. What's intriguing about specifically the fact that Horizon is being given to Netflix, it makes me wonder. I'm specifically thinking of there was just a new season of Love, Death, and Robots that came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if there's some key talent that they partnered with on that series that could be applied to Horizon, which I wonder, I mean, I don't know. It seems like so much of what we get is like direct adaptations. And we've talked about before how I'm most interested in using TV and movies to expand upon the world instead of retell what we've already seen. Man, a collection of short animated things from different studios it takes place in the Horizon world. That would be really compelling to me, but I don't know. I think the fact that Sony is diversifying the output by going to multiple different companies, streaming services. We have Netflix, HBO, and Amazon in the pool is a neat approach in that they're not putting their eggs necessarily all in one basket for this, and they're kind of operating like a traditional studio would.
It's like how Marvel operates.
Yeah. So It'll be interesting. I mean, it's funny now that we're getting a God of War show. It actually makes sense for him to have sex in the show as opposed to Master Cheeks over on the Halo side, who's just fitting in him having sex for some reason that I don't know about. So at least there will be that.
Some baffling excursion.
Will you see Kratos's butt cheeks in the show?
That's iconic.
Do you want to?
Probably. Yeah, I feel like that's iconic,
Yeah.
Like that shot of him in the first one is
right.
Like no one could believe that was in there. I remember that being like, oh my God. It was you're too young, but an NYPD Blue had the first bare ass on like network television in the 90s, and that was like a huge deal. I think it was Jimmy Smits, interestingly enough, who of course we know from Star Wars more these days. All right. Number 8. A newer political and social publication, Puck, has an interesting scoop. Electronic Arts is looking for a buyer and has and potentially still is pursuing those buyers itself. As relayed by website Kotaku, which has a subscription to the paywalled Puck website, the report notes that the following in part, quote, in recent years, as media companies have taken greater interest in the rapidly growing gaming industry, Wilson and Electronic Arts have held talks with a number of different potential suitors, including Disney, Apple, and Amazon. Sources with knowledge of those talks told me, the author. Several sources familiar with these talks say EA has been persistent in pursuing a sale and has only grown more emboldened in the wake of the Microsoft Activision deal. Others say that EA is primarily interested in a merger arrangement that would allow Wilson to remain as chief executive of the combined company, end quote. These references to a Wilson are, of course, Andrew Wilson, EA's CEO, and a merger nearly happened, one with NBC Universal, which apparently didn't happen because the price wasn't right. NBC Universal, a mega conglomerate formed a decade ago upon the acquisition of the entity by Comcast, the cable corporation. NBC Universal owns Universal Pictures, DreamWorks, and Illumination, Focus Features, and Amblin Entertainment, the Peacock streaming service, and more, and EA was pretty close to having unfettered access to all of it. The news comes on the back of Sony itself, as Sony itself positions itself in the hunt for smaller gains. Website Video Games Chronicle relays words from Sony's recent financial call in which the brand's CEO, Jim Ryan, noted in part, quote, we've been extremely active in the area of M&A and investment. M&A is mergers and acquisitions. The purpose of these investments is to increase our core strength at PlayStation Studios, but also to acquire expertise in areas of game development where historically we have not had any significant presence. The planned Bungie partnership is a great example of the latter. In terms of future M&A activity, the answer to that is we are not at all finished with our strategy of trying to grow PlayStation Studios inorganically. As we transition from our historic game development strategy to a broader and more wider market than we enjoy today, it is very likely that inorganic stimulus will be required to help us realize those dreams. And to the extent that potential targets fit with our strategy, to the extent that potential targets allow us to accelerate the way in which we are able to deliver on our strategy, we will certainly consider further M&A activity to add to our business portfolio, end quote. So, Jesus Dustin, I'll go to you first. I'm sorry, what?
No, it's just like that. It's just the way these people speak is so.
Oh yeah, no, it's like robots.
Hilarious.
Although I want to give myself a little pat on the back, as I sometimes like to do. I'm the one who kind of started throwing around these words, organic and inorganic. Of course, they're economic terms, but seeing people use that word to make fun of me as I talk about different acquisitions where people would say like organic, and then seeing Jim Ryan literally use the term, it's like, who knows, buddy? Who knows? Yeah. But Dustin, talk to me. There's two different stories here. So EA shopping almost merged with NBC, which is interesting. And then PlayStation indicating that it's readily looking for Bungie-like inorganic acquisitions that do not make sense. And of course, we talked about how though the Bungie acquisition was smart, it didn't make sense based on PlayStation's old strategy. But now we have a brand new strategy that we've only gotten a vision of this week of free-to-play games as a service, updates to games, ports. Like the Nix's acquisition makes a lot more sense, obviously. That's made sense the entire time, of course. I'm curious what you make of either of these and what you think it means for the future of both companies.
So one important thing to think about when it comes to EA is that you think of like in the housing market, if a bunch of houses in an area sell for a very high amount, it means the value of the houses around it are going to go up. EA has gone up in value simply by the fact that Activision has sold for such an insane amount that was probably higher than they were worth. So I'm imagining EA now is like, oh shit, we can make a lot of money by either selling or merging and continue to operate as we are. since our closest, I would imagine that EA is only our Activision's number one as far as like these types of companies, and then EA is second, and then third Ubisoft, right? Does that make sense? Anyway,
Say it again.
So Activision is like the biggest as far as sales,
and then EA and Ubi.
EA.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'm thinking,
for sure.
Sorry, I was thinking. I'm like,
yeah,
no, for sure, because Ubisoft doesn't have any live service that like really works. So they're obviously
in
like,
the AAA space. That's probably true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And 2K. Maybe.
Yeah. Take Two. No, that's totally true.
Yeah.
Take Two would be.
Oh yeah. Take Two is probably
Activision. And Take Two would probably be number two. Yeah, I don't know. We can look it up. I'm too lazy to do that.
Anyway, they're probably, like I said, because of that insane deal, I'm guessing that their value, just because all these deals overall have gone up significantly. Talk about Insomniac get for the
$229 million. It's hysterical.
The pennies.
Oh my god! If I were Ted Price, I'd be suicidal based on that.
Yeah.
Don't be really suicidal. It's not funny.
So yeah, I'm sure that they are looking. I don't know. It's one of those things where the NBC Universal thing, I'm sure, would have given them access to a lot of IP to make different games, but I don't really know. This is kind of out of my wheelhouse as far as like, what is the motivation if you're a company that's already doing well? I guess if you sell, then the investors and the people at the top make a lot of money. And so that's
businesses always trend towards growth and profit. So yeah, that's the idea, I guess. But you're right. I mean, there's more to it than that, Chris. I don't know that I understand it either. It's just like the anticipated, like Take Two and Zynga. Just Take Two finalized the acquisition of Zynga, which is like the biggest deal I think ever that's been finalized in the games industry. So these things are happening. Chris, what do you make of this idea that EA is shopping? I mean, anyone can get them. I mean, knowing that EA is out there getting shopped means that PlayStation or Xbox can be the potential sitting places. Although it sounds like EA wants a merger, which is not going to happen with either of those entities. And PlayStation looking to acquire inorganically, which means to me, I don't even know where to begin, like guessing what they need or what they think they need, or if we even understand the studios that they are looking at. Like, we are in a space where we don't even fucking have any idea what they actually need. What do you think?
Yeah, and there's so few independent studios left that
Indeed.
would be open, so it's a very interesting conversation to have. I feel like EA and NBC just does not make sense to me at all. Like, I don't know what games could possibly come out of like an EA NBC acquisition. Like, they own Universal, so I guess like you could get like a fucking, I don't know, like a Jurassic fucking World thing, maybe. Like, I don't even know, like a Seinfeld game. Like, I can't imagine what that would even be or why you would even bother doing that. But if they're out there looking, I think Dustin's probably right, and is that it's probably just like their value is shot up, and it's like, oh well, we might as well just sell and make a stupid amount of money. Like,
I mean, all the board members are vested, so yeah, it's like when you have an acquisition of that size, I mean, you're talking about the potential of making, what would it be, 9 figures?
Yeah, like if some, it's insane. Like if some like independent game studio that was like right around Lilymo got bought for like $70 million or something, and then your value suddenly was that. It's like, why the fuck would you not? Like, it's
oh my god, I would sell and disappear like it wouldn't even be a fucking thing. I'd be gone.
Yeah, it's insane. But
number 9. That's why. Well, by the way, before I move on, that's why I do want to say I understand why these companies want to work with anyone that will give them money. I think you have to just, like we often say, there is a limit. I would not sell this company to a Chinese interest. Like, wouldn't do it. Wouldn't. Unless they were like, we're offering you such a gratuitous amount of money that it is a great insult to us personally that you're actually owning us so badly by taking it. Maybe in that case. But that's not the way it works. So anyway, couple of quick announcements to make here for games. It's surprising that news was so thick that this is the 9th thing on the list. Number 9, the newest Call of Duty game, Modern Warfare 2, not to be confused with the other Call of Duty game called Modern Warfare 2, has a release date. It comes to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on October 28th. As was the case in the original Modern Warfare 2, which came to PS3 in 2009, the new iteration of the game focuses on the special operations squad known as Task 141. So you'll see some familiar faces like Soap and Price Otherwise, we don't know a whole lot about what to expect, including campaign details, multiplayer details, and more. What we do know, however, is that Sony has the inside track with this year's Call of Duty when it comes to beta access, likely one of the many reasons Sony seemed particularly concerned about the future of Call of Duty on PlayStation following the planned acquisition of Call of Duty publisher Activision by its rival Microsoft. According to shooter-centric website Charlie Intel, quote, data miners have discovered in-game files added to Vanguard with the Season 3 Reloaded update that provides information concerning Modern Warfare 2 editions and the open beta, end quote. These details indicate that the open beta will arrive on PS4 and PS5 before coming out elsewhere, and that access to the beta will be contingent on pre-ordering the so-called cross-gen bundle. This is yet to be confirmed, of course, but I would count on it being true. Call of Duty, Activision's behemoth FPS franchise that seemingly never ends, began on PC in 2003 and first came to PlayStation in 2006 with the launch of Call of Duty 3, which, as some might recall, was a PS3 launch game. With the exception of 2004, there has been a new AAA mainline Call of Duty game each and every year since 2003, largely hailing from 4 studios: Infinity Ward, Treyarch, Sledgehammer, and Raven. Infinity Ward is in charge of Modern Warfare 2, as it was in charge of the original Modern Warfare 2, and indeed began Call of Duty, full stop. Are either of you going to play this? I know Mike is excited about it.
Yes, absolutely. I'm pumped.
Yeah, talk to me.
I was really into the last Modern Warfare, and then I played a little bit of Cold War, and it was fine. I didn't even touch Vanguard. So I'm kind of on a cycle of Call of Duty where I don't play them every year. And then so when I do play them, they feel newer to me. And so something about this one in particular that I'm really hoping for, we don't know this for sure, but the rumor is that they won't be, the following year, there will not be a Call of Duty, and they will support Modern Warfare 2 for an additional year. So for me as a player, it feels good knowing from an investment perspective, as far as time, that this Call of Duty game is going to be the Call of Duty game for 2 years. And so it makes it feel less disposable, right? That when the new game comes out, no one cares about the old one. Though people still play Modern Warfare instead of Cold War and Vanguard or whatever. So yeah, I'm excited for this one for sure. I'll be probably playing it on PC just because I like to play these games with mouse and keyboard. But
why don't they just put that into the console versions? Like, I don't understand why mouse and keyboard.
They might actually.
Yeah, like
Warzone.
they should. Well, because you were talking about it with Returnal earlier. It's like, why wouldn't that why wouldn't that be on the PS5 version too? Why don't you release a PlayStation mouse and keyboard?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
That would be cool. I've always thought that there needs to be a better solution for mouse and keyboard on the couch, just because people make stuff like giant lap boards and all this crazy stuff. And I think Razer has something, but it's like $200. And I'm like, I don't want that. Which also, preferably when I use mouse and keyboard, I don't want to be on a couch, just because it's like you want to be hunched over like a moron.
It's so interesting.
Yeah,
because I'm the few PC games I played extensively, although I'm not playing active games like that. Like when I play Civilization, I love just sitting on the couch, like lean back with the mouse on the arm of my couch, and and the keyboard in my lap.
Yeah.
Although I'm not using it too often in that game. I don't know.
I could see a game like Civ that working.
Yeah,
for sure. But not with COD. Like, I don't know. For me,
I totally understand. I haven't played a fucking shooter with a mouse and keyboard in years. 20 years probably is the last time I played a mouse and keyboard shooter. Dustin, I'm sorry, Chris, do you have anything to say before we move on?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I keep getting burned by Call of Duty. Like, I loved the original Modern Warfare 2. It's probably my favorite of the original Call of Duties back in that time. Like, I didn't really care for Black Ops, so like I kind of fell off around that time. Like, I didn't really like World at War. They had vehicles in there, and it made no sense because the game was just not Call of Duty's formula. It just wasn't designed around it, so it just felt like that was like a Battlefield attempt to be like Battlefield. I assume. I don't know. I think it was just like an attempt to shake things up, and it was cool, like neat. Like they had the zombie mode to really shake things up, which was like everybody loves that, but Modern Warfare 2 is the one that I genuinely I played and I sincerely enjoyed. I thought the heartbeat sensor on the gun was awesome. I thought the maps were really cool and like diverse in comparison to Call of Duty's 4's like obsession with green and gray. Like there was a lot more color, and it was just a more interesting campaign that felt a little bit more realized. There was a little bit more production value in it. But every time I always make this mistake, man. Like every couple years I jump in. I'm like, you know what? It's been a couple years. Maybe this one feels good and is different. And I get maybe 2 missions in, and I'm like, why can't Vanguard was insane because I played the first mission of that game. I played the first mission, and then I made it to the second mission because I was going to do the spoiler cast. And I was like, all right, let's go through this campaign. And then I went into the pause menu and realized that you can't increase your FOV in the campaign. And I was like, oh, how is this still a thing? I don't know if Modern Warfare is better. Like I didn't play the original. I didn't play the new Modern Warfare 1. So I don't know if that's an option that's just available I don't know if that's available that's missing from all Call of Duty games still to this day in campaign, or if it's just specifically like that studio's Call of Duty games that are missing it. But that's just such an important feature to me that I'm like, I guess I'm just done. And I always feel burned. I feel like an idiot because it's like, oh, I gave it a chance and it's the same fucking shit. And I don't know. I want to pick this thing up because I have a lot of fond memories of Modern Warfare 2. Dustin's point about like the financial safety of like having this game supported for a lot longer like does entice me. And if the full multiplayer suite is there with all those maps, I don't know, like Dustin, was the previous Modern Warfare, did they have like all those original maps? Like what was the situation with that?
I don't think so. I actually didn't play the original Modern Warfare. I was more into the original of Modern Warfare 2, whatever, the original one.
Okay.
It's so confusing with this naming. It sucks.
It's terrible, but
I hate it.
If the multiplayer suite is intact and it's got all those maps, if it's got favela, if it's got terminal, like I could see myself maybe jumping in, but I'll tell you this, man, it's probably the last Call of Duty game I'm getting because I'm tired. Like I'm tired of getting burned. If this one burns me, I will lose my mind, but I want to give it a chance. Because the possibility of reliving that is kind of enticing.
Number 10, I wasn't going to spin this out, but I wanted to because I don't think we've ever really specifically talked about this game too much. And it says, is The Lord of the Rings Gollum going to be any good? It's truly hard to say. One thing is for sure, though, it has a release date set to come to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on September 1st later this year and comes from German outfit Daedalic, which is acting as developer on behalf of French publisher Nacon, which recently got purchased 5% by Saudi Arabia. The game, first revealed in 2019, is a bit of a mystery. According to the Steam page for the title, it, quote, takes place in parallel to the early chapters of The Lord of the Rings, from Gollum's time in Mordor, his capture by Sauron, and his interrogation by Gandalf, end quote. However, as we don't get an idea of what's going on with Gollum during many of the events in the book itself, quote, the game picks up the story as it's told in the books. The Daedalic team wrote the untold story of Gollum, and therefore the players will encounter both new created characters and meet iconic characters, end quote. It's described as an epic action-adventure game with stealth and platform elements. The Lord of the Rings, which has a gaming legacy going back to the early 80s, has nonetheless not been the target of a great many awesome games. Perhaps the best regarded are Monolith Productions' 2 games, 2014's Shadow of Mordor on PS3 and PS4, and its 2017 PS4 follow-up, Shadow of War. The Lord of the Rings itself was released across the seminal 3 books in the mid-1950s, a follow-up to J.R.R. Tolkien's at one time obscure 1937 novel, The Hobbit. Not much to say about this, I don't think, but it's coming. And I was kind of just reading around when I wrote this in. It really can't be understated how insanely important Lord of the Rings is to video games. To the creation of fantasy and early PC games and all of the rest, Dungeons and Dragons. It's just incredible. So it would be awesome for games of Monolith's quality to come out and continue to celebrate what Lord of the Rings means, because I don't think we would have fantasy and therefore gaming as we really understand it without that one dude writing basically these sequels to a story from the 30s. I mean, it was 20 years between The Hobbit and the Fellowship of the Ring. So anyway, wanted to give a shout out to that. And then number 11 is a wrap up. Website IGN reports action adventure game I, the Inquisitor, based on the alternate history books of the same name, comes to PlayStation 5 at an unknown point in the future. Website Push Square reports racing game Redout 2 comes to PS4 and PS5 on June 16th. Re-release fighter JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R comes to PS4 and PS5 on September 2nd. And hilarious fighting game Them's Fighting Herds comes to PS4 and PS5 sometime this fall. I never heard of that game. It's awesome.
I've never heard of that either.
It's hysterical. You guys should go check it out. Them's Fighting Herds, it's called. The website also reports the open world sailing game Shia has been delayed and will now come to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 in early 2023. Website Gamatsu reports turn-based RPG The Hand of Merlin comes to PS4 and PS5 on June 14th. Roguelite Super Bullet Break comes to PS4 on August 12th. The self-explanatory Idol Manager comes to PS4 and PS5 on August 25th. Monster Hunting RPG Temtem, which has been on PS5 in so-called early access since 2020, receives its official release on the console on September 6th. A horror game, Yamawari Lost in the Dark, comes to PlayStation 4 at some point this fall. Old school RPG Potion Permit comes to PS4 and PS5 at some point later this year. And adventure game, Paper Ghost Stories, Third Eye Open, comes to PS4 and PS5 in 2023. And finally, website GamesIndustry.biz reports Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts 2 has surpassed 1 million copies sold. Thought I'd give that game a shout out. And unfortunate news reported by Kotaku since we started is that Mafia 3 developer Hangar 13 has experienced substantial layoffs. Potentially 50 of its 87 American staffers are gone. And the story reports that the Hangar 13 UK office is working on a Mafia prequel set in Italy, and that the remaining team in the US might be working on a reboot of Topspin, the tennis franchise. So that's that for their efforts with Mafia, I guess. Nothing going there.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to all those that lost their jobs. Did you guys check out Them's Fighting Herds?
Yeah, I have never clicked off a trailer so quickly.
Oh, wow. Interesting. It does give you furry vibes, doesn't it?
Yeah, like immediately I was like, nope.
Brony vibes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure it's good. But one thing I will say, it's a good name. Yeah. I will say that. But one thing I will say, like, if you guys want nightmare fuel, go watch the reveal trailer of Lord of the Rings Gollum, because Gollum looks like a cracked out Tommy Pickles in that trailer, and it's the most
people
confusing.
Are bummed that it's not like the Peter Jackson one, and
no, it's like it's like a Justin Roiland drawing. Like it's a very strange character design, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm hoping for good things for them, because it's a shame that Lord of the Rings has been, like, I went through. Remember that all those EA games that Lord of the Rings, during the movie era and all that shit, it's just a lot of trash. It's the same thing with Harry Potter. Those games were fine, functional PS2 era games, but they're not great at all.
I don't know. I think most of I will agree that like most of them are pretty bad. Like I think like when you talk about Harry Potter, especially, like most of those games are terrible. But I think the Chamber of Secrets is genuinely great. And like Lord of the Rings had that moment too, where like I think Return of the King is genuinely a really good game. Like that is a phenomenally like
the Two Towers game and Return of the King game.
I didn't play Two Towers. I liked Conquest a lot too, but like generally speaking, it would be nice to have like a genuinely like objectively like everybody agrees like, oh, it would be nice to have like a Batman Arkham Asylum for Lord of the Rings where everybody's like, oh, well, finally we nailed it. But maybe someday.
My friends, it's time to get into listener inquiries. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. We could not do it without you. Thank you for your support over there. Actually, I've been fielding a couple of emails during the show because, Dustin, I don't know if you saw in your inbox, but Patreon let us know that I guess Patreon site-wide is experiencing a bug in which people that canceled but didn't rectify their payments have been being counted as patrons across Patreon, I guess, or at least some Patrons. So we're going to lose 600 plus patrons next month on our numbers because they're like fake numbers.
That's fun.
So that's nice.
Everybody will, though.
Yeah, I know, of course, but it's just like, so come join us. We could use you over there. Yeah. Of course, Discord is becoming the major draw for people. Almost 5,000 people on our Discord, and you have to be at the $5 level or higher to be over there. But it's a great community, and of course, RSS as well. I want to stress that for people because I don't think some people realize that you don't have to use Patreon's app. You can if you want, but just use RSS.
Yeah,
I use RSS for everything, like for Sam Harris and all these other things that I pay for. Don't go to these various websites. Like just use RSS and the podcast service of your choice, except for Spotify.
Except for Spotify. So I was going to say, people always ask us, how do you put it in Spotify?
I don't know if they're ever going to let it.
Like, you can't.
I doubt it because they have everything natively. They don't want you to use RSS, but you could make the same argument for all the other apps. So I don't really get it. Anyway, Andy Salamone wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC, I know you guys briefly touched on video games and violence last week. Russ Peterson, a former designer for World of Warcraft and someone who is still in the industry, tweeted that developers that include modern-day firearms in their games have responsibility in the violence that we face regularly as a nation. I grew up sneaking into my brother's room playing GTA and Max Payne. I now work in healthcare and have taken care of people professionally as well as leaning left politically, so it's super frustrating seeing developers be gaslit with this on their own. I can't imagine a world where video games have to start censoring, and frankly, I don't want to. When does this rhetoric that video games correlate to violence stop? Thanks for all you guys do and keep up the stellar work.
Ugh.
What do you think, Chris? Yeah, talk to me.
The dude's a dinosaur. Like this is not like a common. This is not something that is as widespread as it used to be. It's just a matter of like somebody of debatable importance tweeted something out about it, and he was wrong, and everybody clowned on him as they should. I think it has largely stopped. I was surprised when I saw a bunch of news coverage, particularly from Fox, that were going over this, and like not once was video games mentioned, and it's like that's shocking to me because they were almost exclusively focused on that shit.
Remember Mass Effect and the sex stuff?
Oh my god, I remember
Fox.
that video is etched into my brain.
So good.
Like I love that video, and there's so many different reports from that time. There was like there was like a famous I think it was CNN at that point, but Glenn Beck talking about how like Grand Theft Auto is training your kids to be killers and training your sons to treat women like whores. I remember it's one of my favorite videos. I love it. I'm nostalgic for that, to be quite honest.
Me too.
It was so simple and so funny, and like everybody laughed, and like those people weren't even on the internet, so they didn't even know they were being laughed at. But now they're here, and they're like, ugh. It's a whole clusterfuck on the internet. But I don't think this is a genuine problem, really. Like I think it's just idiots getting highlighted for really outdated opinions, and that's really all that's happening with this.
Yeah, it's just to clarify, Russ Peterson says he's gameplay director at Possibility Space. I have no idea what that is, but his direct quote on Twitter was, quote, "If you work on a video game that uses modern day firearms to shoot other humans, you need a real hard look in the mirror tonight," end quote. And this was after the shooting in Southern Texas at the school. Horrible thing, absolutely horrible thing.
Yeah.
And Dustin, I'm wondering what you think. What do you think about the scapegoating of games with violence? I think Chris is right that we've kind of largely moved on. I'm concerned, although you're right, Chris. I mean, everyone clowned on this guy that I saw, but how can someone in our own industry think this? It's not like you work at a distillery and you're like, our shit really can hurt people, but we kind of make it knowing you're gonna use it responsibly or not. It's a video game, and it's akin to blaming a book for violence. It's akin to blaming a movie or TV show for violence. It doesn't wash with me at all. And that's what was most disconcerting about it with that particular comment was like, who the fuck? You're like a director of a studio? I would be horrified to work at a studio like yours if you think that we have anything to do with anything. But maybe I'm wrong. What do you think?
No, I feel like, I don't know. It makes sense that when things like this happen, people search for answers on why, because clearly everyone wants to know why to try to prevent this from happening ever again, this horrible, horrible thing. And so in that process, people are going to think emotionally and think about things that don't necessarily make sense. And this is definitely one of the places where people point the finger that doesn't make any sense, that video games cause this. And so, yeah, it is particularly concerning, Colin, that this is somebody from within our industry. But on the other hand, it's like, I don't know. He's wrong. He got clowned on, like, Chris said. But at this point, it's like, maybe that was an emotional response in the moment. I don't know if he's retracted or his statement.
No,
or
it's
not,
still on there, but I don't think he's retracted it. But you're right. I mean, that's why it's just not using Twitter anymore. It's so nice. Like I don't feel the need to say anything about anything, and I can at least wait until the more appropriate venue to say something. Here's what I'll say about this. We can move on. There's something deeply sick about modern American society. Deeply fucked about the way we interact with people, the way we interact with the world around us, what we teach our kids, what we deem as acceptable, and all the rest. And in my opinion, the hard reality is the violence, the way we know it, is recent. Guns that can shoot many rounds with no problem predate the world wars. They were in American hands for many, many decades, and some bad things did happen. But I don't think it's a coincidence that this started happening in the late 90s. And I don't think that we're looking at the situation holistically enough. Games interact with this sphere of real world violence only in the sense that I think maybe they contribute to the desensitizing of real violence. I don't think they cause violence.
Yeah.
But maybe there is something to that. And I don't know. But I know we're far too loose with violence. We're far too loose with aggression, with sex, with whatever. That is this primal shit that bubbles up inside of us. And everything has a place and a time, even violence. We are so far off the mark from the target at this point that we might as well be in another universe. Nonetheless, even aiming at anything that is material. When children and innocent people are affected like that, it's horrible. And trying to find and seek easy scapegoats, even the easiest and most obvious scapegoats, like the guns themselves, right? I really feel in my heart that it is so deep, the toxicity in this society, that we can't possibly begin to unravel it by pointing at a few things.
No.
Columbine set something off. Didn't happen before that like that. I really think it's something with technology and the internet and interconnectivity and all of the rest that has come forth in the 21st century that is horrified the senses.
Mm-hmm.
As a pacifist myself and someone who just doesn't comprehend violence, it's... I don't know. So I think seeking... The reality is seeking the easy answer almost certainly means it's not the right one. And I think we have to dig deep as a people to understand where this violent instinct comes from, where this complete heinousness derives from, and why it's only been the last 25 years.
Yeah.
No weapon has been invented in the last 25 years that has changed it. You know, it's fucked. And I'm so sad. I'm so sad for our society and for the people that are losing people, and the people that feel like that's a way out, or the people that are not getting the help they need, and the people that are getting easy access to firearms that they shouldn't be using. And it's so much.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I see someone like Russ Peterson pointing his finger, I'm surprised by the reductiveness of that from someone who is, again, inside the house and knows exactly how it works. And in fact, I thought it was on the 5 on Fox News. I could be wrong. It might have been on MSNBC or something when I was watching recently, where they were talking about games in a more positive way, where they were saying if video games really had this kind of effect, wouldn't we all be going nuts, like stealing cars and fucking bashing them into things and doing just crazy shit you would see just in Grand Theft Auto alone?
No, you don't even need data to disprove that, because all you have to do is look back at all of the violence that has happened that has preceded video games to know that it's just not correlated. And I think the saddest thing about this stuff is that, like, I don't know, man. Like, I saw this news, and I felt terrible because I didn't, because I'm just like, wow, again, okay. And it just like rolled off me, and that's like so depressing because that should be like deeply upsetting on like a very personal level. Like that should ruin your entire day, at the very least your entire day, if not your week, to hear shit like this. But it's just another one. And that's deeply fucked.
It is.
And I would like to feel bad about it, but it's hard. It's kind of hard to, sincerely. And I think the problem is a lot of interconnect. I think the problem is the internet, sincerely. I think the internet's like, I think we came across this technology way too early. Like, I don't think we're prepared for this. I don't think we're prepared for the interconnectivity. I don't think we're prepared for the bombarding of information constantly. I don't think we're prepared for this, for the news cycle that we've become accustomed to. I feel like everybody knows a little bit about a lot, but not a lot about anything. And it's just definitely deeper than video games or media, and it's deeper than guns even. I do think, obviously, like, I'm pro Second Amendment, but there's no doubt in my mind that, like, yeah, guns are a pretty massive problem in gun violence. Like, there's that famous Onion headline. It's like, no way to prevent this, says only nation where this happens regularly. And there's truth to that. That's real. But there's also the reality of, like, how could you fix that now? They're so ubiquitous that there's really, like, we're just kind of, if we focus on guns as the problem, then we're never going to solve it. There's so many guns in this country. It's insane.
More than people.
You would literally need to be Thanos to get rid of all guns. And if you could do that, then sure, like, by all means, I would be like, fuck it, whatever. Like, I don't need a gun. But you can't do that. So you have to look at the practical things. You have to understand, like, okay, what's happening? People are sick. Everything's fucked. People like to talk about mental health care in situations like this, but then, like, they go ahead and, like, slash budgets for mental health care. A lot of politicians do this.
Yeah.
So, like, I do agree.
It's the same thing with abortion when they talk about, you know, they slash family care, but
yeah, it's
a lot of contradictions.
So to me, it's like, yeah, the problem is mental health. That in my opinion is genuinely true. So fucking work towards fixing it. Like, actually do something. Boy, it would be crazy if we had access to you know, mental health care that didn't bankrupt people.
Dude, I read some crazy stat that there are, like, something like, I don't know what the number is. It was something like 50,000 beds in the United States for, like, mental health patients. Mm-hmm. And there were something like 1 million in the 50s. And I'm not saying, like, obviously you don't want to, like, have people against their will, but there are definitely a lot of sick people. I mean, we both lived in LA. I mean,
yeah,
it's a fucking disaster for humanity in that city. Like, just people just living, doing whatever, suffering. I just feel like it is so complex, and the guns are definitely, like, I always say when I talk about it, I'm like, the guns are an ingredient, like, definitely. But I'm glad that you said what you said, which is that the practical reality. And I actually went on our Discord to ask about this in our political Discord, our political channel, where I said, can anyone point me to, like, an eloquent and complete case, whether it's like a lecture or a book or just a piece of writing, that makes the case for gun control in the United States like a real serious thing? Because the reality is that I actually don't know the argument. Like, I don't know what the argument is. Someone approaches you and says, like, we want to, like, when Beto O'Rourke in Texas said, like, we want to take your AR-15s. It's like, okay, how do you do that? And it's buybacks and taxes and confiscation. So, like, it gets into all these different things. And I think it's much more complicated than I think people realize. But you're right. Let's do what we can do. And I think a lot of that has to do with just spending on social care and keeping an eye on your fellow man as best as you can. Bad things happen. I don't like that excuse personally, you know, because, yeah, bad things do happen, but we can mitigate as much as we can. But I do think it's, I think you're right. I think it's technology and the internet. And in fact, I was thinking about I read a book by Yuval Harari called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind. Some people might have read it. And he says something really interesting in it. He writes about how cavemen, like, just as we think about them, like, not Cro-Magnon, but, you know, a Neanderthal, they discovered fire at some point, and then nothing happened, right? They discovered, like, fire, and then they discovered, like, how to use, like, stone tools and stuff, and nothing happened for 300,000 years. Like, can you imagine that? Like, they weren't able to progress beyond that. That was their limit. And it was Cro-Magnon that kind of allowed them, you know, animal husbandry and agriculture and all the rest. And I bring this up because the microprocessor was invented in 1972. And now I have this in my pocket 50 years later. So in other words, the very device that made possible the miniaturization of computers to even the size of small rooms, nonetheless your desktop, is 50 years old. And now we're here. And I think that is at the center of the rot and the poison. We're not prepared for it.
Yeah. And
when you think about our ancestors, they'd never experienced anything like that. And it's scary. I don't think our minds are equipped. We think we're like, I almost think we're living, but we're not. You know, I don't mean that in a Matrix sense. I mean that, like,
Yeah.
We're operating in this way where it's like, this is life. This is it. Let's go. But in reality, it's like, what the fuck happened? And I think we're in it so we don't know. Because life today is not life 100 years ago. And life 100 years ago was a lot closer to life 1,000 years ago than life 1,000 years ago is to now. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, no. There's that whole thing about like how like in the 1800s people didn't consider themselves like 80s kids. There was no like decade by decade shift in what was cool or popular, and that only happened in the 1900s, and even that was like towards the middle where things started to get like actually noticeably different from decade to decade. Like, dude, 20 years ago compared to today is hilariously different. And say you could see it just looking at that we've mentioned this before, that HD footage of like New York City in 1999.
Yeah, totally.
It's fucking unrecognizable. Not because like stores are different, but because everybody is acting entirely differently. And it's fascinating. It's crazy, but
yeah, it's good stuff. I love that you bring that up because that is a wonderful clip. And so I just think it's like my dad was 22 years old when the microprocessor was invented. It's like cavemen for thousands of generations had nothing but what the previous one had, and that's it. And I just, so the sick and the fringe amongst you or amongst us, we got to watch out for them because they're capable of heinous shit.
There's also more of them than there ever have been because the population explodes.
Indeed.
Like it's like if 1% of everybody is a psycho, like if 1% of the population is a psycho and there's only like 10 people, that's like one person. That's very easy to that's very easy to deal with. When you got 7 billion, that's a hilarious amount of psychos.
God, so many. I'm so glad that we're flatlining, like population wise. Like that's seriously, it's like it's not Malthusian where it's like, we're gonna die, but it's like we could use less people. Like, because remember, or fewer people, I should say, because you remember in the future it'd be like 10 billion, 15 billion, 20 billion, and then like this happens, like we're not gonna get to those numbers. We're like the population in the United States will go down in our lifetimes, and
thank God,
it's good because like we have enough to deal with. Like we can't add people to the ingredient list when we have so much fucked up shit we need to deal with. Why would we bring so many more people into it? But anyway, it's very complicated, and I'm glad that you wrote in about it, Andy, because I think we should talk about violence and nonviolence and pacifism and all of that and where it fits both in life and in fiction. And I'm a big proponent of nonviolent interactions with games, but man, I love my violence in games. And you're not going to find a less violent person in your life than me. You can put a gun in front of me and tell me to shoot that person. I'm not going to do it, but I'll fucking play Borderlands all day. And so we all know this. And it's those that are on the fringe that need the care and the space and the time and the resources and all of that to fix it. And I think we got to start there. So, the hopes and prayers stuff, I totally get that. That's why, and I agree with you, Chris, like, let's roll up our sleeves and figure it out. And I actually liked Chris Murphy, the Democrat senator from Connecticut, gave a pretty good speech on the floor where he's like, what are we doing? The fuck are we doing? It's a good question. Yeah. It's a really good, that might be the best question, actually, you could possibly ask someone who's like, what are you doing? Jeremy S. wrote in, said, hello, childrens of the slit. Colin, you have on multiple occasions stated that you guys don't work with Sony in any capacity when it comes to insider info, press code. I didn't say insider info, press codes, perks, spots, etc., which is all fine and good as you have made it work in your favor. But I'm curious, if they came to you tomorrow and asked if you wanted early access of a game or hardware, would you do it? The details can be nebulous, but just curious if you'd interact with them if they'd actually approached you, or maybe they have. Keep at it, boys. They have not approached me, and no, I wouldn't. I think that the most serendipitous thing that happened to our show was us getting blacklisted by all these companies, because it just forced us to do things differently. And now these years later, we've made a really unique podcast. So I wanted to acknowledge that, Jeremy. I because people ask this once in a while. Dustin, do you think that if Sony had a mea culpa with us that we should accept?
I think it would depend on what that looks like. I think that our non-early access is good, like you said, and I don't want it to get into the business of rushing to have spoiler casts out before any of our audience has played it.
Yeah, it's so
it just doesn't make any sense.
It's so stupid. Like, why did I used to do that? It's so dumb.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
I think it would be cool if they were like, I don't know. There's things that I want to do on a personal level, but I'm not like, this makes sense for us as a company. Like, if Sony did an event, I would want to go to it or something like that because I think that that's cool and fun. I don't know if it's good from a business perspective or something like that, but I think it would be highly dependent. But I'd probably say in most cases, no, it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, Chris, do you like our outsider status? I'm digging it. I mean, it takes off a lot of pressure. Remember when we played Red Dead and we had to get it done quick because we just felt like we had to?
Oh my God, yeah.
And it was great, but it's like we don't do that anymore, and the show's only gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. So
yeah, it speaks to the quality of that game that I still loved it, even though I was like stressfully like rushing through it.
Yeah,
at a certain point, but
totally.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't mind our insider or our outsider, status. Like I think it's totally fine. Like it gives us room to breathe. It gives us room to play what we want to play. It doesn't put us in a situation where we have to, speed run shit. And that often leads to a kind of improper lens by which to view the game that you're playing. If you're like rushing through it, you're probably like missing a ton of shit. You're probably like you're not really as invested as you should be because you feel like it's just dragging you along instead of you actually, engaging with it in the way you want to. So I think it's cool, but like, I don't know, there are certain situations where like, I don't know if they were like, hey, and it's gotta be like really hyper specific. It's like, hey, we're going to send you a PSVR 2 a month before launch. Like fucking, yeah, whatever. Like I don't see the problem with that. First of all, that's so much time. There's no real stress to get anything done. Like it would have to be like hardware stuff with like a ton of caveats, because I know personally, like trying to get initially when I was trying to get the PS5 and it was looking a little touch and go there as to whether or not I'd be able to do it. And it's like, God damn, I need it for work. Situations like that where like, I mean, unforeseeable circumstances where you have a worldwide pandemic and there's like supply constraints and things are impossible to find. Having like a link be like, hey, can you send me a machine? That would be cool. But it hasn't really been necessary at all. Like, no. And we're all doing well enough that it's not like we really save all that much by having to buy these things anyway. No. So, and I'm totally fine spending money on games anyway. Like even when we were doing early on in Sacred Symbols, when we were getting like those codes, when we got Spider-Man and when we got Red Dead, I would always buy the game for like a roommate of mine, typically because I didn't want to be swayed by the fact that it was free. It was still cool. Like it was like, oh, neat. This is like a neat feeling. But also it just gives me an excuse to share the games that I'm playing with people who are close to me so we can talk about it. It was kind of selfish technically. But, I like what we got going on right now. I don't have to keep watch for a code and then like
right, exactly.
Like, hey, here's a code. Get on it. It's like shit.
I think just for the quality of life, stuff, it's just better this way. Like I just love it this way. I'm not going to go back. I feel more like I'm a real gamer again, like a real player of games, and not like some weird critic with. Yeah, like I'm done with it by the time you're playing it. It's just I did that so many hundreds of times, and it's fun and it's cool and it's interesting. But it's like at the end of the day, I'm like, I don't know. It kind of sucks. I remember I was done with The Last of Us like 10 days before it came out. It's not. So like when everyone's gushing over it, I'm like on to the next game that's not even out yet. And
and then you can't tweet or talk about it at all like publicly. So you're just like you're just like you want to talk about this thing because you're excited about it or you have a lot to say, and you just have to sit there for fucking 10 days waiting for it to be okay and legal for you to talk about it. It's like, I remember there were so many times when we got those games and I was like, fuck, can I even... Is there anything I can say about this? And I would have to like really think really hard about like what it is that I tweeted about anything that I was playing because I couldn't be too specific because I didn't want to break NDA. And it was just like, God, fuck this.
It's great. I mean, it's great for that not to matter at all anymore. And the one thing I will say is he says that, I don't work for them for like insider info. That's not true. I know plenty of people at Sony that talk to me. It's just, I'm not dealing with them they're like the people at Sony are sourced for a lot of things. But
just not PR.
But I don't deal with their PR people. That's all. And I'm happy to. I haven't heard from them since I last emailed them, which I think was around Days Gone. So I know you're listening, though. I hope you enjoy the show. Jordan Claremont wrote in, said, I had an offbeat idea about the future of trophy showcasing and collectorship in the digital space. While the time and true method of physical game purchases has become pretty irrelevant in comparison to digital purchases, I feel like we might have lost a love of that feeling of looking on the shelf at our games. I think it'd be really cool to have a digital space where you had a type of in-game space where every game you purchased was on a virtual shelf. And you could walk around in first person and pick up these games that you've digitally purchased, and it would showcase your trophies and maybe some screenshots you've taken. Maybe you could go to your friends and see their libraries and accomplishments. Sorry for the mouthful. I just wanted to spread my idea and hear your guys' thoughts on the future of digital collecting. Thank you, Jordan, for writing in. Dustin, I think this is actually a pretty good idea. I mean, not something that I would want to do, but we talk about PlayStation Home and these other VR worlds. Why not have your bedroom or your living room or your man cave or something that your friends can come in and out of, and there is some sort of reflection on your behavior on PSN and all the rest? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that would be cool if people could come to my virtual room and see whether trophies or collection laid out. Seems like PlayStation Home would be ripe for something like that. It would never, for me at least, take the place of actual physical collecting. But it's a neat idea. Obviously, people are super interested in this metaverse idea with space and owning things digitally in, unfortunately, ways that don't really make sense, like NFTs. But there's interest there. So maybe there could be something like this.
All right. Chris, do you have anything to say about that? I assume not. But
I think it's a neat idea,
Yeah.
Like, it's not something that I care that much about. Like, I like looking at my shelf, but I'm not going to sit in a fucking digital room and look at.
Yeah, I hear you. I think it's a cool idea because I think a lot of people are going to end up in that space. You know how you see people taking pictures of like their roommates or something, making fun of them, and they're just laying in bed with like a headset on? That's going to be like all of us in 20 years. Yeah, unfortunately. Sorry, I was distracted because I saw the thing you put in the chat here. Just to let everyone know, Deadline is reporting Sony turning PlayStation's Gran Turismo into a movie. Neil Blomkamp eyed to direct. So that'd be interesting, of course. And so that just goes into the conversation we were having earlier. And also, I don't know if you guys saw this, that the Rotten Tomatoes, I don't know if other people have tweeted it out, but they have a first look at Harrison Ford and James Mangold's new Indiana Jones movie. But it's like this faraway silhouette of Indiana Jones. And I'm like, I can't wait to see how fucking ancient Harrison Ford looks.
I hope he's just angry the whole time and he's not trying.
Getting that paycheck.
Yeah.
Does anyone hate his job more than Harrison Ford? It's so interesting. Buckeye for Life wrote in and said, hey, silly slitters. Over the last couple of years, I've been replaying every main Final Fantasy game starting with 7 since I'm waiting on the 1 through 6 pixel remasters to come to PlayStation. Wise boy. I finished 12, and when I went on to 13, I realized there is no way to play it on PS5. Why has Square Enix stranded this trilogy on PS3, and do you think they will ever release a remaster or port for current hardware? Thanks, and have a great day. Dustin. Chris, I'll spare you. Dustin.
Thank you.
Do you have any history with Final Fantasy 13? I feel like we really don't talk about this game on this show. It's one of those games I really had a lot of problems with, but it wasn't as bad as people thought it was. But I was so mystified by why Square Enix just kept making Final Fantasy 13 games. Like, Lightning was the most interesting thing that had ever happened in the Final Fantasy universe. It was just an insult. And so I really look at those games as just being garbage because I'm just like, fuck these games. They came from like this really dark period of Square Enix where I was like, everything sucked. And am I wrong? I mean, what do you think?
I never finished 13, though I did put a lot of time into it from what I remember. Like, I played up until the point where it actually opens up at the very end. There's like a
40 hours in.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't know. I lost my way with that game, but the reason why they haven't touched it is because most people don't really have a positive view of these games. I think Maddie recently just did a video on his retro channel that these games aren't.
Didn't he get copyright struck or something?
Yeah, and Square Enix copyrighted him, so that was cool. Way to go, Square. But
that's unbelievable.
I think that they probably will eventually re-release these in one way or another. I think they got to wait long enough for people to kind of forget that they didn't really like them. And then maybe, I know they put them out on PC, which was like kind of at least a step in the right direction to their longevity. But I don't know. Clearly, they saw something in it because they made 3 of them. But
yeah,
I don't know. I've never understood it.
I don't know what the hell they were doing with that, man. I that's like such a fever dream era where that was a lot of our introduction to Troy Baker, by the way, too, because he played Snow in Final Fantasy 13. But yeah, that game was rough. I actually did the guide videos for the boss battles in that game, and so that was like some of my first video editing I ever did, and they're probably still around somewhere. But yeah, not good. I never played the second and third one. Ryan Clements, my old friend at IGN, used to really like them, but I agree with you. I just don't think people have any really fond, not I don't want to say anyone, but a lot of people don't have fond memories of those games. But I think inevitably they will be packaged and brought over. There's no doubt about that. I just don't know when that will happen. Anthony Mathers wrote in and said, hello, CDC. How accurate do you think the earn percentage for a trophy is? For Final Fantasy VII Remake, the trophy for getting an enemy to staggering start is 87.4%, the highest in the game, while the trophy for winning your first battle warming up is 86.1%. I have a hard time believing people tried the game, got into their first battle, then noped out of the game before at least finishing it. I think you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Trophies are totally accurate. As long as you're syncing your trophies, they're there. And it's just a math equation. That's it. They're accurate because we know, I mean, our games have trophies and we can see the telemetry, but I brought up my own game. My own most recent game is Hyroxia 2. And that came out in February of 2021. And on the PS Vita version, the first boss has only been beaten by 68.7% of people that played the game. Now, a lot of you suck at games, so you can't get very far in Hyroxia 2, even though it's really easy. But but that goes to show you that people do nope out. People play a game for like 2 seconds. They're like, nah. There were probably thousands of people that played that first fight and they're like in the middle of it. They're like, I can't play this game. And they shut it off. I've done that to many games. So why wouldn't that happen to Final Fantasy VII games? People quit at all different reasons. The trophies, my friends, are accurate. And the final inquiry comes from Daryl Mercer, who says, hey, CDC, some new screenshots and info came out about the Callisto Protocol, and I have questions. We already know this is inspired by Dead Space, but this seems to take it to the next level. The enemies are called biophages as opposed to necrophages. There's apparently some sort of, they're not called necrophages though.
They're aren't they called, they're necromorphs, right?
Yeah. There's apparently some sort of telekinetic ability and their overall aesthetic is very Dead Spacian. It's also set to come out later this year. Is it a mistake to bring it out so close to when Dead Space Remake is hopefully releasing? Don't get me wrong, Dead Space is one of my favorite games of all time and I welcome more of it, but anything like it. And I wonder if the developer is thinking about this or if we may see one of these release dates change. What do you think? Much love from Nova Scotia and keep doing what you do. Thank you, Daryl. I wonder if Daryl, are you missing the key component here, which is that Glenn Schofield is the director of both games? So that they seem like each other is not a huge surprise.
Yeah.
Obviously inspired by one or the other. Did you read any of that interview with him that he did with Game Informer where he said that it was kind of sad that he felt like sad that Dead Space is being remade and he has nothing to do with it? Of course, it was his. Well, I guess it wasn't really his choice because Visceral was shut down. But
right.
Callisto Protocol. Weird. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, it is weird that they just didn't talk to him at all.
Yeah, it would be nice to because they with the Skate remake, they're getting the original band back together. But nonetheless, Chris, I know you had your eyes on Callisto Protocol. I do too. Huge Dead Space fan.
Yeah.
What do you make of this idea of it coming out too close? I don't feel like it really matters. In fact, I feel like one might benefit the other because they're really similar. If you're feeling Dead Space, it's like what I just said with Tiny Tina when I went right on to Borderlands because I was feeling it. I feel like if these games come out near each other, you might have that kind of synchronicity with them where the audiences are lining up. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, totally. I think it's awesome. I think it's just a good time to be a fan of that type of horror, you know? Because
totally.
at that point you have, first of all, if both of them are great, then what a great time that is. But if one of them comes out and it disappoints, then you've still got another chance. Like imagine you're looking forward to a game, right? And it comes out and it sucks. You've got like 3 years of like, if that, like 3 years, sometimes 5 before you get another game in that exact style. And maybe next time they'll get it. They'll hit it out of the park next time. This time you get another chance immediately. So like to me, it's just like a win-win. I'm looking forward to both of these games. I'm not looking at. Yeah, I've already played Dead Space, so there's not much surprise there. I'm not looking at any of the marketing or any of the trailers.
They're doing a lot. They're doing a lot with that game. Like,
Yeah,
showing
I
a
bet
lot
they
of it.
are.
Yeah.
I bet they are, but I don't want to see it because it's been a long time since I played the original Dead Space. So, like, at least all the way through. So it's like, you know what? I'll remember it as I play it this time. And Callisto, I just want to go in completely fresh. Like, I don't want to see anything. I don't want to see enemy designs. I don't want to see fucking character designs, environments. I don't want to see shit. I just want to jump in there as blind as possible because the more familiar you are with a horror game, the less scary it is. I think that's why PT was so successful. It just dropped and everybody was like, what the fuck is this? But I'm looking forward to both of these, and I couldn't be... If I could have them spaced out anymore, I don't think I would.
I feel like the big thing that was just announced, I think, in that Game Informer stuff is that it's not a PUBG game anymore, too. So it's like totally outside now.
Good.
Like its own thing, which is great.
Yeah, that was the worst thing about it.
Right, exactly. I agree. Dustin, are you interested in this game at all? I don't know how you feel about Dead Space. I probably asked you that before, but...
I'm intrigued, but I don't... I know that they recently said this no longer is in the PUBG universe. They've realized that as they were making it that it didn't make sense anymore for Callisto Protocol. But I played a little bit of the first Dead Space. I actually installed it on my Steam Deck, but I never finished it. So I'm curious about the remake in this new game, but I don't really have anything authoritative to say on it.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that's it. That's all we have for Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, episode 204. Chris, closing comments.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna probably... Well, I'm doing Snark Tank after this, but
oh wow,
then
that's a lot of podcasting.
Yeah, I try to just do everything in one day.
Oh,
interesting. Just like,
yeah, I get it.
It's almost like I'm warmed up, kind of, where it's
Sure.
like I'm ready in the podcasting mode. So, but I'm doing that after this, and then nighttime is Evil Dead time.
Cool, excellent. Dustin, closing comments.
Closing comments. Enjoy your Memorial Day and your barbecues.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. I guess that's it. I'm all out of words for this, man.
I could see that.
It's been a long show.
It has been. It's a long show, but a good show. It wasn't going to be this long until the news all dropped at once. So we're thankful for that. Something to talk about. Thank you for your support over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do it without you. $5 a month is the most popular tier. I recommend it. Although lower and higher tiers are there for you as well. Early ad-free access and all the rest. RSS feeds, Discord access, etc., etc., etc. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time for more Sacred Symbols. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.